Introduction. They weren't trying to change the world. They were solving small problems, cleaning up spills, fixing machines, or just experimenting with something strange. But in the process, they stumbled onto discoveries that reshaped how we live, eat, move, and communicate. These are the inventions no one meant to create, but that changed everything. Let's explore the unexpected accidents that built our modern world. Safety glass. In the early 20th century, glass was everywhere, in car windshields, in store windows, in homes. But it was also dangerously fragile. When shattered, it would explode into sharp, deadly shards. Accidents involving broken glass caused serious injuries and even deaths. Yet, despite its obvious dangers, little had been done to make glass safer, until a moment of pure accident changed everything. The story begins in 1903, in the laboratory of a French chemist named Edouard Benedictus. Benedictus wasn't working on glass at all. In fact, his research focused on cellulose nitrate, a type of early plastic used in photographic film. One day, while reaching for something in his lab, he accidentally knocked over a glass flask that had been sitting on a high shelf. The flask fell to the ground, but to his surprise, it did not shatter into 100 dangerous pieces. Instead, it cracked but held together in its original shape. Curious, Benedictus examined the flask and discovered that the interior was coated with a thin film of dried cellulose nitrate. The chemical had adhered to the glass, holding it together even after the impact. The structure of the glass had changed. It was still broken, but the danger of sharp edges had been removed. This accident might have been forgotten had it not been for a seemingly unrelated event. Shortly after the incident, Benedictus read a newspaper report describing a car accident in which a passenger was severely injured by shards of glass from the windshield. Struck a chord. He recalled the flask in his lab, broken but safe. That's when the idea took shape. If glass could be made to hold together upon impact, it could save lives. Motivated by the potential, Benedictus began experimenting. He layered glass sheets with cellulose nitrate, refining the process to create what would later become known as laminated safety glass. His method involved bonding two sheets of glass with a transparent plastic layer in between, which held the glass fragments in place when shattered. In 1909, he patented his invention under the name triplex glass. Initially, the technology didn't find wide acceptance. The automotive industry, still in its infancy, wasn't interested in adopting new materials that added cost or complexity. But World War I changed that. As military demand for safer materials increased, laminated glass was used in the lenses of gas masks and vehicle windshields. Its ability to remain intact under pressure made it invaluable. By the 1920s and 30s, car manufacturers began to adopt safety glass more broadly, especially as automobiles became faster and more dangerous in collisions. What began as an accident in a chemistry lab had turned into a life-saving innovation adopted worldwide. Today, safety glass is not only a standard in cars but also in skyscrapers, bus stops, bank counters, and countless other places where human safety is at risk. The original principle remains the same. Glass reinforced with an internal layer to prevent dangerous breakage. Edouard Benedictus may not have set out to revolutionize safety engineering, but his curiosity, timing, and recognition of a problem outside his immediate field made it possible. A simple broken flask, and the decision not to ignore it, laid the groundwork for one of the most important safety inventions of the modern world. Microwave oven. In 1945, in a laboratory belonging to the Raytheon Corporation in Massachusetts, engineer Percy Spencer was conducting radar experiments. He was working on magnetrons, vacuum tubes that produced the microwaves used in radar systems. The world was still recovering from the aftermath of World War II, and radar technology had played a crucial role during the conflict. Now, in peacetime, scientists like Spencer were exploring how these wartime innovations might serve civilian life. Spencer was known among his colleagues for his intuition with electronics. He had no formal college education, but he had risen to become one of Raytheon's top engineers. On that particular day, he was standing near an active magnetron when he noticed something odd. A chocolate bar in his pocket had melted. Not just softened, it had liquefied completely. The room was not hot. The only plausible source of energy was the magnetron itself. Spencer didn't dismiss the event as a coincidence. Instead, he conducted a simple test. He placed popcorn kernels near the magnetron tube. Moments later, they popped and scattered across the floor. Encouraged, he moved on to an egg. He placed it in a metal kettle and aimed microwaves at it. The egg exploded in the face of a curious colleague. These observations, while crude, revealed something remarkable. Microwave energy could cook food. And not by heating the air around it, as in conventional ovens, but by exciting water molecules inside the food itself, causing heat to build internally. Cooking from the inside out, Spencer quickly began to develop a more controlled environment for this energy. With Raytheon's support, he built the first microwave cooking box. It was a heavy, refrigerator-sized machine, with water-cooled magnetrons and thick shielding to contain the radiation. Despite its bulk and complexity, it worked. Food placed inside cooked rapidly. In 1946, Raytheon filed a patent for a microwave cooking process. By 1947, the company released the first commercial microwave oven, the Raytheon. It stood nearly 6 feet tall, weighed over 300 kilograms, and cost several $1,000s. It was intended for restaurants, ships, and industrial kitchens rather than home use. The early reception was cautious. Microwaves were unfamiliar and even frightening. Myths spread that they could make food radioactive or damage human tissue. But over time, as the technology was refined and the size and price of microwave ovens dropped, acceptance grew. By the late 1960s and early 70s, microwave ovens became smaller and more affordable. With the rise of the fast-paced lifestyle in modern cities, their speed and convenience appealed to consumers. By the 1980s, the microwave had transformed from a scientific curiosity into a staple of the American kitchen. The principle behind it remains simple. Electromagnetic waves at a frequency of around 2.45 GHz cause water molecules in food to vibrate, generating heat through friction. There are no open flames or heating elements, just invisible energy, controlled and directed. Today, the microwave oven is a fixture in homes, offices, and dorm rooms across the globe. It heats meals in seconds, defrosts ingredients, and even cooks full recipes. All thanks to a bar of chocolate that melted unexpectedly in an engineer's pocket. Percy Spencer never set out to revolutionize cooking. His focus was military radar. But he had the presence of mind to investigate something small and unusual. From that single observation, an entire industry was born. It was not the invention itself that changed the world, but the recognition of possibility in a moment of chance. X-rays. In the winter of 1895, in a modest laboratory at the University of Würzburg in Germany, a physics professor named Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen was conducting experiments with cathode ray tubes. These glass tubes, evacuated of air and filled with electrical components, were at the center of intense scientific interest. When electrified, they emitted rays of unknown nature, invisible beams that fascinated physicists seeking to understand the basic forces of the universe. Röntgen was an experienced experimentalist. At 50 years old, he had spent decades studying the behavior of light and energy. On that particular evening in November, he had enclosed one of the cathode ray tubes in a black cardboard box, aiming to prevent light from escaping while he measured its behavior more precisely. The laboratory was darkened. When he activated the current, something unexpected occurred. Several feet away, he noticed a faint green glow on a screen coated with barium platinocyanide, a fluorescent material. The glow persisted even though the tube was entirely sealed off. Röntgen was perplexed. Whatever was causing the screen to light up was not ordinary visible light, nor was it the known cathode rays, which could not pass through the heavy black cardboard. Intrigued, Röntgen began experimenting. He placed various objects between the tube and the screen: books, wooden blocks, sheets of metal. Many of them were transparent to this mysterious new energy. Only denser substances like lead appeared to block it. Even more astonishingly, when he placed his hand in front of the screen, he saw the outline of his bones projected in glowing contrast against the soft shadow of his flesh. It was a revelation. He had discovered a new kind of ray, invisible, penetrating, and capable of revealing the internal structure of solid objects. He called them X-rays, using the mathematical symbol X to denote the unknown. For several weeks, Röntgen worked in secret. He wanted to understand this phenomenon fully before announcing it to the world. He studied the rays' behavior, documented their properties, and began capturing images, what we now call radiographs. One of the first he produced was a haunting skeletal image of his wife's hand. The photograph showed not just bones, but the shadow of her wedding ring, a clear testament to the power of this new discovery. When Röntgen finally published his findings in December 1895, the scientific community was astonished. Within weeks, newspapers around the world carried stories of this invisible light that could see through flesh and wood. The public was equally fascinated and disturbed. There were sensational headlines, speculating that privacy itself might be under threat. But the practical uses became apparent almost immediately. Within months, physicians began using X-rays to locate bullets, fractures, and foreign objects inside the human body. The battlefield medicine of World War I would not have been the same without them. Surgeons were now able to operate with precision, guided by a non-invasive window into the body. Interestingly, Röntgen refused to patent his discovery. He believed that the knowledge belonged to science and to humanity. His humility earned him admiration, and in 1901, he became the first recipient of the Nobel Prize in Physics. But not all consequences of the discovery were immediately understood. At the time, the dangers of radiation exposure were unknown. Early radiologists, fascinated by the new technology, would often expose themselves repeatedly to X-rays without protection. It would take decades before the risks of prolonged radiation became clear, leading to the development of protective shielding and strict medical protocols. Still, the fundamental nature of Röntgen's invention remains unchanged. More than a century later, X-rays continue to be one of the most widely used tools in medicine, engineering, and security. They are used to detect diseases, inspect the integrity of materials, and even scan luggage in airports. The basic principle, the ability of high-energy waves to pass through some substances and be absorbed by others, remains as powerful and relevant today as it was in 1895. Wilhelm Röntgen's discovery did not arise from a deliberate search for a new technology. It was the result of curiosity, careful observation, and a willingness to follow the evidence where it led. The cathode ray tube had been studied by many, but it was Röntgen who noticed something no one else had seen, and who pursued it with quiet persistence. In many ways, X-rays opened the first true window into the invisible. Before their discovery, the interior of the human body was a mystery unless surgically opened. With X-rays, the boundary between surface and structure was blurred. Medicine, science, and even the way we understand the world would never be the same. Velcro. In the summer of 1941, in the alpine countryside of Switzerland, a man walked with his dog through fields and brush. His name was George de Mestral, a Swiss electrical engineer and amateur inventor. The walk itself was unremarkable, something he did often. But when he returned home that day, he noticed something curious. The dog's fur and his own clothing were covered with small burrs, tiny seed pods from the burdock plant. This was not unusual. Anyone who had spent time in nature knew how stubbornly burrs clung to fabrics and animal fur. Most would brush them off and move on. But de Mestral was not most people. He was a methodical thinker, a man trained to investigate the patterns behind everyday phenomena. Instead of ignoring the burrs, he took one and placed it under his microscope. What he saw changed his life and eventually modern clothing and industry. The burr, under magnification, revealed a complex natural structure. Hundreds of tiny hooks that latched onto the loops in the fabric of his pants and the fibers of his dog's coat. It was a simple but effective mechanism, evolved by nature to help the seed pod spread. The burr latched on and stayed attached until brushed off or carried far enough to find fertile ground. De Mestral was struck by the elegance of the design. Here was a naturally occurring fastening system, durable and reusable. What if something similar could be recreated synthetically? The idea seemed simple, but turning it into a manufactured product would take over a decade of experimentation. He began working on prototypes, trying to mimic the hook-and-loop mechanism using materials available in the 1940s. His early attempts were met with failure. Creating synthetic hooks that were strong enough to latch, yet flexible enough to release, was no easy task. And the loops needed to be just the right density and consistency. For years, he struggled to find the right material and manufacturing process. Traditional weaving methods could not produce the microscopic hooks he needed. Eventually, he discovered that nylon, a relatively new synthetic fiber at the time, could be manipulated under heat to form stiff, hook-like shapes. By cutting nylon into loops and then trimming and shaping them precisely, he was able to replicate the behavior of the burr. But even with a working prototype, he faced skepticism. Many in the textile industry dismissed the invention as impractical or unappealing. It lacked the elegance of buttons or the reliability of zippers. Some found the sound, the sharp ripping noise as the hooks detached from the loops, unpleasant. Still, de Mestral persisted. He named his invention Velcro, a blend of the French words velour, velvet, and crochet hook. In 1955, he patented the invention, and shortly after began producing Velcro commercially. The early manufacturing process was slow and expensive. Machines had to be designed from scratch to cut, shape, and align the hooks and loops in precise configurations. But by the late 1950s and early 1960s, improvements in automation began to make mass production feasible. Velcro found its first major success not in fashion, but in aerospace. NASA engineers, constantly searching for materials that would function in zero gravity, saw the potential. In space, where buttons and zippers could be cumbersome, Velcro offered a quick, secure way to fasten objects and clothing. It became standard in spacesuits, equipment belts, and interior spacecraft design. This unexpected validation from the space industry sparked renewed interest. Soon, Velcro began appearing in ski gear, medical equipment, and children's shoes. The fastener's ease of use, no tying, no threading, no complicated mechanics, made it ideal for people with disabilities, for emergency responders, and for industrial settings where gloves and speed limited dexterity. Over time, Velcro transformed the way we think about fastening. It moved from a novel invention to a silent standard. Hidden in sneakers, securing blood pressure cuffs, keeping remote controls attached to the wall, Velcro became ubiquitous. Yet its origin remained as quiet and humble as the man who created it. George de Mestral never marketed himself as a revolutionary inventor. He simply observed a problem, noticed how nature had solved it, and committed himself to replicating that solution with human tools. He died in 1990, but by that time, Velcro had become a global brand and a staple of modern design. And it all began with a small, persistent burr. A plant's way of traveling through the world, and one man's decision to stop, look closer, and wonder how it worked. Post-it notes. In the early 1970s, deep within the laboratories of the American company 3M, a chemist named Spencer Silver was working on a project that, at the time, seemed to lead nowhere. He was attempting to develop a powerful adhesive, something strong, something industrial. But what he ended up with was the opposite. A weak, pressure-sensitive adhesive that could stick lightly to surfaces but peel off easily, leaving no residue. It was not what anyone at 3M had asked for. In a company known for its high-performance adhesives, a glue that barely stuck seemed like a failure. Silver, however, was intrigued. The adhesive wasn't useless, it was simply different. Could be applied and removed multiple times, over and over, without losing its tack. For most of the scientific community at the time, this feature wasn't useful. But Silver believed it had potential. For years, he promoted the adhesive internally at 3M, holding seminars and offering samples, hoping that someone might find a practical application. But nothing came of it. Engineers and developers were unimpressed. The invention seemed like a solution in search of a problem. That problem would finally be discovered by another 3M employee, Art Fry, a product developer and church choir singer. Every Sunday, Fry sang from a hymnal during rehearsals. Like many others, he used small slips of paper to mark important pages, and like many others, he was frustrated when those slips fell out. One day, during a rehearsal, he remembered Silver's seminar about the reusable adhesive. What if, Fry wondered, he could apply that adhesive to bookmarks? something that would stay in place but not damage the paper when removed. The idea was simple. He went back to the lab and began experimenting with small squares of paper, coating the back with silver's adhesive. The result was a kind of paper that could be stuck lightly to surfaces and repositioned as needed. It didn't fall out and it didn't tear the page. It worked. Fry refined the prototype with help from Silver and other colleagues. Eventually, they created a pad of these papers, square, with a strip of adhesive on the back. They could be peeled off one at a time, used to leave notes, reminders, or page markers, and removed without a trace. It was a quiet, almost humble tool, but it filled a niche no one had realized was empty. Convincing 3M to bring it to market, however, was not easy. Management was unsure if anyone would actually buy small sticky papers, so they tested the product in a single city, Boise, Idaho, in 1977. Samples were handed out for free, and the response was overwhelming. People didn't just use them, they came back asking for more. The feedback was so strong that 3M officially launched the product nationwide in 1980 under the name Post-it Notes. The name was simple. The impact was anything but. Offices, schools, laboratories all adopted the tool. It became a staple of modern communication, organization, and creative thinking. Designers used them for storyboarding. Managers used them for meetings. Writers used them to outline ideas. Scientists used them to track samples. The physicality, the flexibility, the tactile quality of Post-it notes made them uniquely useful, even in a world that would soon go digital. Ironically, the accidental adhesive, the one that was too weak to be useful, had found its perfect purpose. The very qualities that made it unsuitable for traditional use became its greatest strengths. Temporary, reusable, clean, and non-destructive. Spencer Silver and Art Fry were later recognized as co-inventors. Their collaboration, rooted in persistence, serendipity, and a willingness to see value in imperfection, became one of the defining innovation stories of the 20th century. Neither of them had planned to create a global office supply icon, but by observing real-world needs and trusting the accidental utility of a failed product, they transformed the everyday habits of millions. Today, Post-it notes exist in dozens of colors, shapes, and sizes. Though alternatives have emerged, few carry the same symbolic weight. A yellow square stuck to a computer monitor or a refrigerator door still evokes a sense of intention. A note left behind, a thought captured in the moment. A small invention, born from an adhesive that wasn't supposed to work, became one of the quiet engines of human organization. Pacemaker. In the 1950s, medical science was rapidly advancing. Antibiotics had become widespread, surgical techniques were improving, and electricity was increasingly being explored as a tool for treating the human body. Amid these developments, one of the most transformative devices in modern medicine was born, not through intentional design, but through an unexpected accident in a laboratory. The story begins with Wilson Greatbatch, an American engineer and professor with a background in electronics and a growing interest in biomedical applications. At the time, he was working on a device intended to record faint electrical signals from the human heart. Understanding those signals was crucial for diagnosing cardiac conditions. His goal was to create a small, efficient circuit that could amplify and log those impulses for study. In 1956, while assembling the prototype, Greatbatch reached for a resistor, a common component used to control electrical current. But instead of the 10,000-ohm resistor his design called for, he accidentally installed a 1 megohm resistor. The circuit was completed, but something unexpected happened. Rather than recording heart signals, the device began to emit them, producing a rhythmic electrical pulse. It wasn't constant. It came in steady, repeating intervals, mimicking the pattern of a human heartbeat. Greatbatch immediately recognized what he had stumbled upon. This circuit, though assembled incorrectly, could be the foundation for something far greater than a diagnostic tool. What he had accidentally built was the heart of a pacemaker, a device that could regulate the electrical rhythm of a failing heart by sending pulses at precise intervals. At the time, pacemakers did exist, but they were bulky, external machines, often powered by wall current and connected to the patient through electrodes taped to the skin or inserted through open wounds. They were effective only in hospital settings, and even then, their use was limited. The idea of an implantable pacemaker, small, portable, and battery-powered, was still only a vision. Great Batch saw the potential immediately. Working with Dr. William Chardak and Dr. Andrew Gage at the Veterans Administration Hospital in Buffalo, New York, he began to develop a functioning, implantable prototype. The challenges were enormous. Biocompatibility, long-term power supply, miniaturization, and safety all had to be addressed. He encased his circuit in epoxy resin, sealing it against body fluids. For the power source, he used a small mercury-zinc battery. The device was roughly the size of a cigarette pack, much larger than modern pacemakers but revolutionary for its time. After extensive animal testing, the first human implantation was performed in 1960. The patient was a 77-year-old man with complete heart block, a condition in which the heart's natural electrical signals do not travel properly through the cardiac tissue, leading to dangerously slow heartbeats or complete pauses. The implanted pacemaker took over, delivering steady impulses that maintained his circulation. The operation was a success. The man lived another 18 months, far longer than expected for someone with his condition. Word of the breakthrough spread quickly. Soon, more devices were implanted. Improvements followed. Smaller designs, longer-lasting batteries, more precise circuitry. But the basic concept, a device that mimics the body's electrical rhythm to keep the heart beating, remained rooted in that accidental resistor. The modern pacemaker has evolved into a marvel of biomedical engineering. Today's devices are smaller than a matchbox, capable of adjusting their pacing in response to physical activity, and can last for more than a decade without replacement. Some models communicate wirelessly with external monitors. Yet they all descend from that first accidental pulse generated in Wilson Greatbatch's lab. By the time of his death in 2011, Greatbatch held over 300 patents, many in the field of medical devices. But it was the pacemaker that remained his most impactful invention. He never forgot that the discovery had come not through a moment of genius, but through a simple mistake, the wrong resistor pulled from a drawer. It is a quiet reminder that the path to innovation is rarely direct. Accidents, when met with insight and persistence, can lead to discoveries that extend life itself. Teflon. In April 1938, in a laboratory at DuPont's Jackson Research Facility in New Jersey, a chemist named Roy Plunkett was conducting routine experiments. He was working with gases related to refrigerants, substances used in cooling systems that were then becoming vital to household refrigeration and air conditioning. The work was technical, repetitive, and often uneventful, the kind of task where unexpected discoveries are rare. But what happened that day would go on to transform everything from aerospace engineering to the humble kitchen frying pan. Plunkett's goal was to create a non-toxic, non-flammable refrigerant by experimenting with tetrafluoroethylene gas, TFE. He stored the gas in small pressurized cylinders, cooled to extremely low temperatures to keep it stable. On that particular morning, he and his assistant prepared one of the cylinders to release its contents into a reaction chamber. But when they opened the valve, nothing came out. The gas had vanished. At first, they suspected a leak, but the cylinder still weighed the same. Whatever had happened to the gas had occurred inside the container. Curious, Plunkett cut the cylinder open. What he found inside was a strange white, waxy powder lining the inner walls of the tank. It was odorless, slippery to the touch, and unlike anything he had seen before. Most importantly, it was completely inert. It didn't react with other chemicals, it didn't corrode, it didn't dissolve in solvents. Further analysis revealed that the gas had polymerized spontaneously, forming a new substance, polytetrafluoroethylene, or PTFE. At the time, no one understood the full significance of the discovery. But over the coming months, Plunkett and his team studied the new material in detail. PTFE was incredibly stable, resistant to heat, cold, chemicals, and moisture. Its surface was so smooth that nothing seemed to stick to it. It had the lowest coefficient of friction of any known solid. DuPont recognized the potential, but it took several years before PTFE found its first applications. In 1945, DuPont registered it under the trademark Teflon. The early uses were highly specialized. Because PTFE resisted chemical corrosion, it was ideal for seals, gaskets, and coatings in military and industrial equipment. During the Manhattan Project, the secret U.S. program to develop the atomic bomb, Teflon, was used to coat valves and pipes handling uranium hexafluoride, a highly reactive compound. No other material could withstand the conditions. In the post-war era, as industries expanded, engineers and scientists began exploring more commercial uses for Teflon. One of the most unexpected and most famous came in the 1950s in France. A French engineer named Marc Gregoire had been experimenting with Teflon to reduce friction on fishing lines. At his wife's suggestion, he applied it to the surface of a frying pan. The result was revolutionary. Food no longer stuck. The non-stick frying pan was born. In 1954, the couple began selling the product under the brand Tefal, a blend of Teflon and aluminum. By the 1960s, non-stick cookware had become a global sensation. For home cooks, it meant less oil, easier cleaning, and a significant step forward in convenience. But Teflon's impact extended far beyond the kitchen. Its thermal stability and low friction made it essential in the aerospace industry. It was used in spacecraft wiring, fuel lines, and insulation. NASA employed it in spacesuits and the mechanisms of satellites. Its resistance to biological contamination made it ideal for medical implants, surgical instruments, and tubing in hospitals. Teflon-coated catheters, for instance, reduced infections and improved safety. In electronics, Teflon became indispensable in the insulation of high-frequency cables and connectors. It helped computers operate at higher speeds and with greater reliability. In the automotive industry, it found use in gaskets, bearings, and transmission systems. The success of Teflon was not without controversy. In later years, concerns emerged over PFOA, perfluorooctanoic acid, a chemical used in the production of Teflon. Though not present in the final product, PFOA was linked to environmental and health issues during manufacturing. In response, DuPont and other producers phased out its use by the mid-2010s, and modern Teflon products are now manufactured without it. Still, the core material PTFE remains one of the most versatile and enduring substances discovered in the 20th century. It is found in homes, hospitals, satellites, engines, and factories. Its utility crosses disciplines, continents, and generations. Roy Plunkett never intended to create a new class of materials. His focus was refrigerants, a practical, narrow goal. But the cylinder that refused to release its contents led him down an entirely different path. He later said that the discovery of Teflon was not the result of inspiration, but of keeping one's eyes open. It was an accident, yes, but one recognized for what it was. Today, Teflon is a quiet presence in daily life. It coats surfaces, protects systems, reduces wear. It allows machines to run longer, cooks to work cleaner, and technologies to reach further. It is one of those rare inventions that, once made, seems almost inevitable, as if it had always been waiting to be discovered. Penicillin. In the late summer of 1928, in a cluttered laboratory at St. Mary's Hospital in London, a Scottish bacteriologist named Alexander Fleming was returning from a 2-week vacation. His workspace, like many others in microbiology at the time, was filled with open petri dishes, used to culture Staphylococcus bacteria, a common and sometimes dangerous pathogen. The work was routine. Fleming was studying ways to combat bacterial infections, which were often deadly even in minor wounds. At that time, medicine had little defense against bacterial diseases. Infections such as pneumonia, tuberculosis, and septicemia claimed countless lives. Antiseptics existed, but they were harsh and often ineffective once bacteria had entered the bloodstream. On the morning of September 3rd, Fleming began sorting through the plates he had left unattended during his vacation. As he examined one dish, he noticed something unusual. A patch of blue-green mold had contaminated the culture. This in itself was not surprising. Mold contamination was common in any non-sterile lab environment. What stood out was the halo of clarity surrounding the mold. The Staphylococcus colonies had been destroyed in a wide ring around it. Fleming looked closer. Where the mold had grown, the bacteria had vanished. The effect was precise and unmistakable. The mold was killing the bacteria. He isolated the contaminating organism and identified it as a strain of Penicillium notatum. Further tests confirmed his suspicion. The mold secreted a substance that inhibited the growth of many harmful bacteria. He named this substance penicillin. Fleming's initial results were promising. He found that penicillin was non-toxic to human cells but lethal to a wide range of bacteria. However, isolating and purifying the substance proved difficult. The compound was fragile, unstable, and hard to extract in significant quantities. Fleming lacked both the tools and the resources to develop it further. He published his findings in 1929 in the British Journal of Experimental Pathology. The article attracted little attention. For nearly a decade, penicillin remained a scientific curiosity, a footnote in bacteriology, rather than a practical tool. That began to change in the late 1930s, when a team of researchers at the University of Oxford, Howard Florey, Ernst Chain, and Norman Heatley, took interest in Fleming's work. They recognized penicillin's potential and launched an ambitious effort to isolate and mass-produce it. Chain developed new purification techniques, while Florey led animal and human trials. The results were astonishing. Penicillin rapidly cleared otherwise fatal infections in mice, and soon after, in critically ill patients. The first successful human treatment occurred in 1941. A man suffering from a severe blood infection began to recover after receiving penicillin, until the supply ran out. He died soon after. The team realized that to save lives, they needed large-scale production. But the war was on, and Britain lacked the industrial capacity to manufacture the drug. Florey and Heatley traveled to the United States, where they partnered with American pharmaceutical companies and government agencies. With the urgency of World War II behind them, efforts accelerated. Scientists screened thousands of mold strains, eventually finding a particularly potent one on a moldy cantaloupe in Peoria, Illinois. By 1944, penicillin was being mass-produced and distributed to Allied troops. It drastically reduced battlefield deaths from infected wounds and saved countless lives. After the war, it became available to civilians, ushering in the antibiotic era, a turning point in medical history. Diseases that had once been death sentences could now be treated with a simple injection. Child mortality dropped. Surgical outcomes improved. Life expectancy rose. The discovery of penicillin transformed not only medicine but also society. It changed the way doctors practiced, how hospitals operated, and how people thought about disease and recovery. Fleming, Florey, and Chain shared the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1945. Fleming remained modest about his role. He often emphasized that many great discoveries come not from genius, but from recognizing the importance of the unexpected. When I woke up just after dawn on September 28, 1928, he once wrote, I certainly didn't plan to revolutionize all medicine by discovering the world's first antibiotic. The story of penicillin is not just about the power of mold, but about observation, persistence, and collaboration. A forgotten petri dish, a ring of dead bacteria, and the instinct to investigate. These simple elements led to one of the most important medical breakthroughs of the 20th century. Today, penicillin and its derivatives remain in use, though resistance has made newer antibiotics necessary. But the legacy of that accidental discovery lives on in every hospital, every prescription, every life saved from a once fatal infection. Artificial sweeteners. In the fall of 1879, at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, a young Russian-born chemist named Konstantin Fallberg was working late into the evening. He had been studying the chemical composition of coal tar derivatives under the supervision of Professor Ira Remsen. Their research focused on the molecular behavior of substituted benzoic sulfonic acids, a subject with no obvious connection to food, let alone sweetness. After hours in the lab, Fallberg returned home for dinner. As he began eating, he noticed something strange. The bread tasted sweet. So did his utensils. Even his napkin carried a sugary flavor. It was not the meal, it was his hands. He had forgotten to wash them properly after the day's experiments. Realizing this, he rushed back to the laboratory. He began tasting carefully and deliberately every beaker and flask he had worked with. One of them, containing a substance formed during a particular reaction sequence, produced the same unmistakable sweetness. That compound would later be identified as saccharin, the world's first artificial sweetener. Unlike sugar, saccharin had no calories. It was chemically distinct and orders of magnitude sweeter. Even in tiny amounts, it could deliver an intense sweetness. Fahlberg quickly recognized the commercial potential. Without informing his academic advisor, he patented the compound and began marketing it as a sugar substitute. The move caused tension between Fahlberg and Remsen, who felt that the discovery belonged to their shared laboratory. Still, Fahlberg would go on to make a small fortune from his new product. Initially, saccharin was viewed with skepticism. Its synthetic origin, metallic aftertaste, and unfamiliar name kept it on the fringes of public acceptance. But as sugar prices fluctuated and health concerns around diabetes and obesity began to grow, interest in calorie-free alternatives increased. By the early 20th century, saccharin was being used in small quantities in food products. During both world wars, sugar shortages prompted broader adoption. With real sugar in short supply, artificial sweeteners became an affordable and stable alternative. Government agencies investigated its safety, but no conclusive risks were found at the time. The turning point in the artificial sweetener story came decades later, with the discovery of other synthetic compounds, many of them, like saccharin, the result of accidental laboratory exposure. In 1937, a graduate student named Michael Svita was working on antipyretic compounds at the University of Illinois. As he smoked a cigarette in the lab, a common habit at the time, he noticed a sweet taste on his lips. The substance he had just synthesized had transferred to the cigarette paper. The compound was cyclamate, another calorie-free sweetener. Svita patented it, and it soon became a common additive in diet sodas and sugar-free products. Then, in 1965, a chemist named James Schlatter was researching anti-ulcer medications for the company G.D. Searle. While synthesizing a chain of peptides, he accidentally licked his finger to pick up a piece of paper and tasted an unusual sweetness. He had discovered aspartame, a compound 200 times sweeter than sugar. It would go on to become one of the most widely used sweeteners in the world. The pattern was consistent. Accidents in chemical laboratories leading to the discovery of intensely sweet compounds, all structurally unrelated to natural sugars. Over time, the list of artificial and low-calorie sweeteners grew to include acesulfame K, sucralose, neotame, and others. Each had its own story, chemical structure, and unique interaction with the human palate. Most were discovered not through targeted research on food additives, but through unrelated pharmaceutical or chemical investigations, and nearly all were stumbled upon by researchers who noticed something unusual, often after tasting their own work unintentionally. Artificial sweeteners would become a cornerstone of the modern food industry. They enabled the rise of diet sodas, low-calorie desserts, sugar-free chewing gums, and a range of products aimed at diabetics and weight-conscious consumers. Their use also sparked decades of debate about safety, metabolism, and long-term health effects. Regulatory agencies around the world studied them in detail, and while some concerns persisted, most sweeteners were ultimately deemed safe within prescribed limits. Still, the origins of these compounds remain rooted in pure serendipity. None were created by chefs or nutritionists. They came from chemical benches, glassware, and late nights in laboratories where the goal was never sweetness. And yet, through observation, accident, and curiosity, sweetness was exactly what was found. Today, artificial sweeteners are both common and controversial. They are praised for their utility and condemned by some for their artificiality. But regardless of opinion, their presence is undeniable. In every sugar-free soda, in every pink or yellow or blue packet at a coffee shop, lies the legacy of chance. What began with coal tar and unwashed hands evolved into one of the most impactful and accidental revolutions in food history. Matches. In the early 19th century, the process of creating fire was still laborious. Most households relied on flint, steel, and tinder, a method that had changed little for centuries. Lighting a fire required skill and patience, and even a simple candle could take minutes to ignite. There were no lighters, no convenient sources of instant flame. Fire was still, in many ways, a primitive and demanding element. But that began to change in 1826, in the town of Stockton-on-Tees in northern England. There, a pharmacist named John Walker was working in his small laboratory, experimenting with chemicals for medical and scientific use. Among the mixtures he prepared were combinations of potassium chlorate, antimony sulfide, and various organic substances, highly reactive materials that, when combined, could produce controlled combustion. Walker had no intention of inventing a tool for fire. He was preparing a new kind of chemical paste, possibly intended for use as an explosive compound or as part of ignition for firearms. One day, while mixing a batch of this paste, he used a small wooden stick to stir the contents. After finishing, he left the stick aside to dry. Later, he attempted to clean it by scraping the tip against the stone floor of his lab. In that moment, the dried compound at the end of the stick ignited suddenly with a sharp flash and a puff of smoke. Walker paused, realizing what had happened. He had created a self-contained fire starter, a small wooden splint coated with a reactive compound that could ignite with friction. No flint, no steel, no elaborate tinderbox. Just a simple strike and fire appeared. Recognizing the practical value of what he had discovered, Walker began producing these fire sticks by hand. He dipped wooden splints into his chemical mixture and sold them in boxes, complete with a rough strip of sandpaper to strike them against. He called them friction lights. In 1827, he began selling them at his pharmacy for public use. They were an immediate curiosity, not only easier to use than traditional methods but also portable and reliable. For the first time, fire could be carried in a pocket, ready on demand. However, Walker never patented his invention. Whether out of humility, disinterest, or lack of foresight, he allowed the idea to spread freely. This left the door open for others to improve upon and commercialize the concept. One of the first to capitalize on Walker's discovery was Samuel Jones, a London entrepreneur who began selling a similar product under the name Lucifers. These matches used the same chemical principles but were manufactured on a larger scale and distributed widely. The term Lucifer, a poetic reference to the bringer of light, became synonymous with early matches. Despite their convenience, the first matches had flaws. They produced harsh fumes, often containing sulfur and phosphorus compounds that emitted an acrid, choking smell. Worse, they could ignite unpredictably or break apart while burning. Accidental fires and burns were common. Throughout the 19th century, chemists worked to improve safety and reliability. The biggest breakthrough came with the development of safety matches, invented in the 1840s by Swedish chemist Gustav Erik Pask and later perfected by Johann Edvard Lundström. The key innovation was separating the reactive chemicals. The matchstick contained potassium chlorate, while the striking surface on the matchbox held red phosphorus. Only by friction between the two would ignition occur, reducing the risk of accidental combustion. This innovation made matches vastly safer and easier to store. By the late 19th century, safety matches had become a global product. Factories across Europe and the United States mass-produced them by the millions. Matchbooks, matchboxes, and branded match covers became everyday items, used in homes, factories, trains, restaurants, and war zones. The social impact of the matchstick was profound. It democratized fire. No longer the domain of ritual, complexity, or careful preparation, fire became an instant tool. It warmed homes, lit lanterns, sparked engines, and ignited stoves. It enabled modern cooking, industry, and infrastructure. For much of the 20th century, matches remained a household staple. They were found in drawers, purses, pockets, and hotel rooms. Their simple design, wood, chemicals, paper, belied their importance. In the hands of a smoker, a mechanic, or a soldier, they were a symbol of readiness and independence. Though later eclipsed by the invention of the butane lighter and electric ignition systems, matches continue to serve where simplicity matters. In camping gear, survival kits, and emergency drawers. And even now, the match retains a kind of quiet dignity, a reminder of a time when fire was both necessary and elusive. It all began with a chemical experiment, an unintended reaction, and the scrape of a stick across a stone floor. Anesthesia. For much of human history, surgery was a last resort. The absence of pain relief meant that even minor operations were ordeals of unimaginable suffering. Patients were tied down, held still by force, and often operated on fully conscious. Surgeons were trained to be fast, not precise, because speed was the only mercy they could offer. Pain was not just a symptom of injury. It was an inseparable part of medicine itself. That began to change, not through design but through observation and accident. In the early 19th century, two seemingly unrelated substances were becoming popular in public gatherings: nitrous oxide, laughing gas, and ether. They were used recreationally, often in traveling shows or private parties. Guests would inhale the vapors and fall into fits of laughter or stupor. These substances altered perception, caused disorientation, and sometimes made people stumble, fall, or injure themselves without noticing the pain. It was this curious detail that drew the attention of a Connecticut dentist named Horace Wells. In 1844, Wells attended a demonstration of nitrous oxide in Hartford. A volunteer from the audience inhaled the gas and, in his euphoric state, accidentally injured his leg. But he didn't react, didn't even seem to feel it. Wells was struck by this. If nitrous oxide could suppress pain even temporarily, could it be used during tooth extraction? The next day, he arranged an experiment. He inhaled the gas himself and asked a colleague to extract one of his molars. The procedure was completed, and Wells felt no pain. It was a turning point, the first recorded painless surgery under chemical influence. Wells began using nitrous oxide on his patients, and his results were encouraging. But when he attempted to demonstrate the technique publicly in Boston, the gas was poorly administered, and the patient cried out in pain. The audience jeered. Wells' reputation collapsed, and he soon abandoned the profession, dying tragically only a few years later. Yet the idea had taken root. Meanwhile, another dentist, William Morton, a former student of Wells, began experimenting with a different substance: ether. Unlike nitrous oxide, ether had a slower onset and more reliable sedation. It was also easier to control with proper dosing. Working with a surgeon at Massachusetts General Hospital, Morton arranged a public demonstration. On October 16, 1846, in the hospital's operating theater, now known as the Ether Dome, Morton administered ether to a young man undergoing neck surgery. The patient remained unconscious. The operation proceeded without distress. When it was complete, the surgeon turned to the audience and declared, "Gentlemen, this is no humbug. The event marked the beginning of modern anesthesia." Morton sought to patent his discovery, but controversy quickly followed. He attempted to keep the chemical formula secret and marketed it under the name lithion. However, other physicians quickly identified the active ingredient as simple sulfuric ether, a compound known for over a century. His attempt at exclusivity failed, and the technique spread rapidly. While ether gained popularity, nitrous oxide continued to be used, especially in dentistry. In time, a third substance entered the scene: chloroform. First employed by Scottish obstetrician James Young Simpson in 1847, chloroform had a milder odor and faster onset than ether. It soon became the anesthetic of choice in Britain. Even Queen Victoria used it during the birth of her 8th child. But as more cases emerged, so did complications. Ether could cause irritation of the lungs and postoperative nausea. Chloroform, while pleasant to inhale, carried the risk of sudden cardiac death. There were fatalities. The early years of anesthesia were marked by a delicate balance. Too little, and the patient would awaken in agony. Too much, and the patient might never awaken at all. Despite these dangers, the value of anesthesia was undeniable. For the first time in human history, surgeons could operate without the pressure of speed. They could be deliberate. They could explore. Complex internal surgeries became possible. Medical training evolved. Hospitals transformed from places of palliative care to centers of intervention and recovery. As chemistry advanced, safer and more refined anesthetic agents emerged. Inhaled gases gave way to intravenous anesthesia in the 20th century. Drugs like thiopental, propofol, and ketamine allowed doctors to induce unconsciousness with precision and maintain it with stability. Monitoring technology improved, helping anesthesiologists control dosage in real time and ensure patient safety. Today, anesthesia is a sophisticated medical discipline. Anesthesiologists are trained not only to administer drugs, but also to manage breathing, circulation, and neurological function during surgery. The risks, though still present, are minimal in most cases. Millions of operations are performed each year with anesthesia as a silent partner, guiding the body through trauma without conscious suffering. And yet, at its heart, the story of anesthesia began with a public demonstration, a toothache, and a misstep on a gas-filled stage. It was not born in a deliberate quest to conquer pain, but in the accidental observation that pain might be avoided altogether. What followed was a revolution, not loud or dramatic, but quiet, clinical, and profound. In removing pain from surgery, anesthesia reshaped not just medicine, but the way we think about the body, the mind, and the boundary between consciousness and silence. Vulcanized rubber. In the early 19th century, rubber was both a marvel and a problem. Known to European scientists since the late 1700s, this elastic substance, derived from the sap of tropical trees, seemed full of promise. Could stretch and return to shape, repel water, and form seals. But it had a critical flaw: instability. In cold weather, rubber became rigid and brittle. In heat, it melted into a sticky, foul-smelling goo. Products made from it, shoes, coats, balls, would stiffen in the winter and decompose in the summer. Despite its potential, rubber was largely impractical for widespread use. Inventors across Europe and America tried to solve the problem, often using mixtures of rubber with other substances like sulfur or turpentine. None succeeded until a man named Charles Goodyear, driven by both obsession and misfortune, stumbled upon the answer. Goodyear was not a chemist by training. Born in 1800 in New Haven, Connecticut, he had worked in hardware and failed at business more than once. But in the 1830s, he became fascinated with rubber. He believed it was the material of the future, capable of revolutionizing manufacturing, waterproofing, and even transportation. Unfortunately, he became consumed by this belief, to the detriment of his finances and reputation. Despite being repeatedly jailed for debt, Goodyear persisted. He experimented with different treatments, blending rubber with magnesia, acids, oils, and eventually sulfur, a substance others had tried without much success. He worked in borrowed kitchens, basements, and sheds. His children helped stir mixtures. His wife pawned household items to keep them fed. Then, in 1839, while in Woburn, Massachusetts, something unexpected happened. Goodyear had been working with a new blend of rubber and sulfur. One day, as he stood near a hot stove, a lump of the mixture accidentally fell onto the surface. Instead of melting or burning, the rubber hardened, but it didn't become brittle. It remained elastic, yet firm. Even more remarkably, when it cooled, it retained the stable form. The sticky, fragile rubber had been transformed into something durable, flexible, and resistant to temperature changes. Goodyear had just discovered vulcanization, though he didn't call it that yet. It was the first reliable method for stabilizing rubber. The name would come later, inspired by Vulcan, the Roman god of fire, in recognition of the heat required to trigger the chemical reaction. At the heart of vulcanization was cross-linking. The sulfur atoms formed bridges between long rubber molecules, locking them into a matrix that prevented slippage at high temperatures and brittleness at low ones. The result was a thermostable material, the rubber we now know as industrial grade. Goodyear immediately recognized the significance of what he had found. He improved the process through trial and error, refining temperatures and sulfur concentrations. But despite the brilliance of his invention, commercial success eluded him. He lacked business acumen, and legal protections were tenuous in that era. In 1844, Goodyear finally secured a U.S. patent for the vulcanization process. However, that same year, another inventor, Thomas Hancock in England, obtained a British patent for a similar process, possibly based on samples Goodyear had sent abroad. Legal disputes followed. Goodyear spent years in court defending his invention, often at great personal cost. He never became wealthy. He lived modestly, pouring any income into further experiments and lawsuits. When he died in 1860, he was heavily in debt. But his invention endured. The impact of vulcanized rubber was immense. It transformed rubber from a novelty into a foundation of modern industry. Suddenly, rubber could be used in belts, hoses, seals, shoes, waterproof clothing, machine parts, and later pneumatic tires, a technology that would power the transportation revolution of the 20th century. In medicine, vulcanized rubber led to reliable tubing and surgical gloves. In plumbing and engineering, it provided leak-proof seals. In electrical systems, it became a durable insulator. Everywhere rubber was needed, from the soles of boots to the inner workings of engines, vulcanization made it possible. The company that would later bear Goodyear's name, the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, was founded in 1898, 38 years after his death. Though Goodyear had no connection to the firm, the name was chosen to honor his contribution. Today, vulcanized rubber is so common it's often invisible. Beneath floors, inside machines, along roads, wrapped around wires. It bends, seals, cushions, and connects. And all of it began with a mistake. A lump of rubber dropped on a stove. Goodyear once wrote, "Life should not be estimated exclusively by the standard of dollars and cents." His invention proved that, though he lived in poverty, the world he left behind was richer, made more flexible, more durable, and more mobile by the material he gave it. Slinky. In the middle of the 1940s, as World War II reached its climax, engineers across the United States were working on advanced technologies for the military. One such engineer, Richard James, was stationed at the Cramp shipyard in Philadelphia. His job was to develop new ways to stabilize sensitive instruments aboard naval vessels, particularly gyroscopes and other devices used for navigation. One persistent challenge was vibration. Ships, especially during combat or rough seas, experienced constant movement. Instruments needed to remain steady, and engineers experimented with various shock-absorbing mechanisms to cushion them. James was experimenting with torsion springs, tightly wound coils of steel designed to absorb kinetic energy. One day, while working at his bench, he accidentally knocked a spring off the table. What happened next was unexpected. Instead of dropping straight down, the spring tumbled end over end, as if walking down to the floor. It continued in a smooth, controlled motion until it came to rest. It was graceful, even mesmerizing. James paused. The coil hadn't just fallen. It had transitioned energy through itself, step by step, in a rhythmic cascade. It seemed to move with a kind of natural intelligence, balancing between tension and release. In that moment, the engineer inside him stepped aside, and the inventor took over. He took the spring home and showed it to his wife, Betty James. She immediately saw what he had seen. This wasn't just a tool. It could be a toy. Something about the movement was playful, novel, and oddly soothing. Children would love it. Betty encouraged Richard to pursue the idea. They began experimenting with different gauges of steel, trying to find the right balance between weight, tension, and flexibility. After many trials, they settled on a spring made from high-carbon blue-black steel, about 65 feet long when fully extended but tightly wound into a compact form. Now, they needed a name. Betty combed through the dictionary, searching for something that captured the toy's elegant motion. She found a Swedish-derived word, Slinky, meaning sleek, sinuous, graceful. It was perfect. In 1945, the Jameses borrowed $500 and had 400 Slinkies manufactured. But they still needed a way to introduce the product to the public. Richard arranged a live demonstration at Gimbel's department store in Philadelphia, just before Christmas. The reaction was immediate. As Slinkies walked down inclined platforms, stairs, and display stands, children gathered, wide-eyed. Within minutes, the entire batch sold out. Parents and kids alike were captivated by the toy's seemingly magical motion. It moved without batteries, made no sound, and didn't require explanation. Simply worked and entertained. By the following year, the Jameses had founded James Industries, and production scaled up. Throughout the late 1940s and into the 1950s, the Slinky became one of America's most iconic toys. It appeared in advertisements, toy fairs, and even science classrooms. Its movement helped demonstrate principles of energy transfer, gravity, and wave motion. Teachers found it useful. Kids found it hypnotic. But the story of Slinky wasn't without turbulence. In the early 1960s, Richard James underwent a personal transformation. He became involved in a religious movement and made the unexpected decision to leave his family and business behind. He moved to Bolivia to join a religious mission, leaving the company in disarray. At that moment, the future of the Slinky and the family was uncertain. But Betty James stepped in. She took control of James Industries, stabilized its finances, and reignited public interest in the toy. She moved the company to Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania, and launched a national advertising campaign featuring the now-famous jingle, "It's Slinky, it's Slinky. For fun, it's a wonderful toy." The campaign was a success. Sales surged once again. Betty guided the company for decades, overseeing the production of tens of millions of Slinkies. Under her leadership, the toy didn't just survive, it became a cultural landmark. The Slinky appeared in movies, television shows, and museums. It was inducted into the National Toy Hall of Fame. In 1990, a Slinky even flew aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery as part of an experiment to demonstrate how toys behave in microgravity. Despite its fame, the Slinky remains simple. A coil of wire, expertly proportioned. Its magic lies in its motion, an accidental choreography of metal and momentum. There are no batteries, no screens, no complex parts. It is tactile, visual, and kinetic. It obeys gravity and physics, but feels alive. And it all began with a misstep. A spring knocked off a workbench in a shipyard lab. Richard James didn't intend to invent a toy. He was solving a technical problem, chasing stability in a chaotic world. What he found instead was motion, curiosity, and joy. Dynamite. In the mid-19th century, the world was changing rapidly. Industry and infrastructure expanded across continents. Railways pushed through mountains, canals carved through landscapes, and mining operations dug ever deeper into the earth. All of this progress demanded one essential force: controlled explosions. At the time, the primary explosive in use was black powder, a centuries-old mixture of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. It was effective but lacked precision and power. It produced vast clouds of smoke and was dangerously unstable under certain conditions. The growing need for more powerful and reliable explosives led chemists to explore alternatives. In 1847, the Italian chemist Ascanio Sobrero discovered nitroglycerin, a clear, oily liquid made by treating glycerin with nitric and sulfuric acid. It was extremely powerful, several times more energetic than black powder, but it was also violently unstable. Even small movements, vibrations, or changes in temperature could trigger a deadly detonation. Sobrero himself was horrified by its volatility and warned against its use. But not everyone was deterred. Among those who saw potential in nitroglycerin was a young Swedish engineer and chemist named Alfred Nobel. Born in 1833, Nobel was part of a family already immersed in the business of explosives and engineering. His father, Emanuel Nobel, had experimented with underwater mines and taught Alfred the value of invention combined with application. After studying chemistry and working with Sobrero's formula, Alfred Nobel became determined to make nitroglycerin safe to handle and transport. His early efforts were dangerous and tragic. In 1864, an explosion at the family's factory in Stockholm killed several people, including Alfred's younger brother, Emil. Rather than retreat, Nobel intensified his work. He understood the immense value that a stable form of nitroglycerin could bring to industries like mining, construction, and transportation. His approach was not to weaken the compound, but to control it. The breakthrough came in 1867. Nobel discovered that if nitroglycerin was absorbed into a porous material, in this case a type of soft sedimentary rock called kieselguhr, it became far less sensitive to shock. The mixture formed a paste-like substance that could be shaped into rods, packed into drilling holes, and safely handled under normal conditions. When detonated with a blasting cap, another of Nobel's innovations, the mixture released its full power, but only when triggered deliberately. He named this new substance dynamite, from the Greek word dynamis, meaning power. With this invention, Nobel had achieved what had once seemed impossible. He had tamed nitroglycerin. Dynamite was rapidly adopted across the globe. It transformed the construction of railroads, tunnels, dams, and canals. In the United States, it was instrumental in blasting paths through mountains for the Transcontinental Railroad. In Europe, it reshaped cities and enabled engineering feats previously thought unimaginable. Nobel patented dynamite and built factories across Europe and the Americas. He became extraordinarily wealthy, one of the richest men of his time. Yet, despite his success, Nobel remained a reserved and introspective figure. He spoke several languages, wrote poetry, and maintained a lifelong interest in literature and peace. He also felt a growing unease about the uses of his invention. Although dynamite was intended for industrial purposes, it did not take long before it was adopted for military and political violence. Revolutionary groups, anarchists, and armed factions around the world found dynamite to be a convenient tool of destruction. Nobel, though not directly responsible, was deeply affected by the consequences. A pivotal moment came in 1888, when Alfred's brother Ludwig Nobel died in France. A French newspaper mistakenly published an obituary for Alfred instead, titled, "The Merchant of Death is Dead." The article condemned him for profiting from explosives and implied that his legacy would be one of blood and destruction. Nobel was shaken. He had always hoped his inventions would serve peace through progress. Now, he faced the possibility that he would be remembered for creating tools of death. Determined to reshape his legacy, Nobel took a dramatic step. In his will, written shortly before his death in 1896, he directed that his vast fortune be used to establish the Nobel Prizes, awards recognizing those who had conferred the greatest benefit to humanity in the fields of physics, chemistry, medicine, literature, and peace. He devoted a specific prize for peace, to be awarded to individuals or organizations working to reduce armaments, promote diplomacy, and end conflict. Through this act, Nobel ensured that his name would be associated not only with dynamite, but also with human progress, intellect, and conscience. Dynamite remains in use today, though it has largely been supplanted by more advanced explosives like ammonium nitrate-based compounds. Still, its legacy persists in every tunnel bored, every highway cut through rock, and every structure made possible by controlled force. The story of dynamite is not one of war, though war found it. It is the story of a chemist seeking control over chaos, transforming one of the world's most dangerous substances into a tool of industry and transformation. Alfred Nobel did not set out to invent violence. He set out to solve a problem. What followed was a chain reaction, both chemical and moral. Corn Flakes. In the final decades of the 19th century, a quiet movement was taking shape in the American Midwest. A health reform wave rooted in the principles of vegetarianism, temperance, and spiritual purity. At the center of this movement was the Battle Creek Sanitarium in Michigan, operated by a physician named Dr. John Harvey Kellogg. Dr. Kellogg was a Seventh-day Adventist and a firm believer in the healing power of diet, exercise, and moderation. At his sanitarium, patients were offered cutting-edge hydrotherapy, lectures on digestion, and most notably, a strict vegetarian diet designed to promote not only physical health but moral discipline. Among the dietary principles he emphasized was the need for bland, easily digestible food meals that wouldn't overstimulate the body or mind. In the kitchens of the sanitarium, Kellogg and his younger brother, Keith Kellogg, experimented constantly with new food preparations. Their goal was to create meatless alternatives, improve digestion, and eliminate spices, caffeine, and sugar. Much of their focus turned toward grains. Around 1894, while developing a digestible bread substitute using wheat, the brothers accidentally left a batch of boiled wheat sitting out too long. The mixture dried and became unusually stiff. Rather than discarding it, they decided to run the hardened dough through rollers, expecting to produce a flat sheet. To their surprise, instead of forming sheets, the wheat broke apart into flakes, thin, crispy, toasted fragments. Curious, they baked the flakes and tasted them. The result was unexpectedly pleasant. Light, crisp, and unlike anything else being served at the time. They offered the flakes to the sanitarium's patients, who immediately responded with enthusiasm. The food was easy to eat, agreeable on the stomach, and even enjoyable despite its blandness. Encouraged by the response, the Kellogg's refined their process and began serving the product regularly at Battle Creek. Dr. Kellogg, committed to health reform, saw the flakes strictly as a therapeutic food medicine by way of grain. He refused to add sugar or flavorings. Will, on the other hand, recognized a broader opportunity. He believed that if made slightly more palatable, these flakes could appeal to everyday Americans, not just sanitarium guests. He also understood the emerging appetite for convenience foods among a growing urban population. In 1906, against his brother's wishes, Will Keith Kellogg founded the Battle Creek Toasted Corn Flake Company, the business that would become the Kellogg Company. He modified the original recipe, adding a modest amount of sugar, improving the packaging, and launching an aggressive advertising campaign. The product, now known as Kellogg's Corn Flakes, quickly gained popularity. It was shelf-stable, required no preparation, and fit seamlessly into the rhythm of modern life. Within a few years, breakfast in America began to shift from hot, heavy fare like eggs and sausage to cold, dry cereals poured into bowls and doused in milk. The success of corn flakes ignited an entire industry. Other entrepreneurs followed, including a former sanitarium patient named C.W. Post, who launched his own line of cereals after observing the Kellogg process. Battle Creek, Michigan became the epicenter of the American breakfast cereal revolution, home to competing factories, innovations in packaging, and national advertising campaigns. Meanwhile, the rift between the Kellogg brothers deepened. Dr. John Kellogg, focused on medical practice and religious values, resented the commercialization of what he saw as a moral food. Will, focused on business, modernized production, invested in national distribution, and eventually took legal control of the family name in food branding. Despite their feud, both contributed to a lasting change in how people eat. Corn Flakes, though born of accident and sustained by innovation, became more than a food. It was one of the first mass-produced, branded breakfast products in the world. It reflected a changing society, one moving toward industrial efficiency, consumer convenience, and daily routines shaped by packaging and marketing. And it all began with a forgotten pot of wheat, the accidental drying, the flaking of the dough, and the serendipitous decision to bake rather than discard gave rise to a food that reshaped mornings for millions. What was intended as a bland, therapeutic dish for digestive purity became a household staple, one that now sits in kitchens across continents, more than a century later. Corn Flakes remind us that invention does not always come from deliberate design. Sometimes it comes from patience, curiosity, and the courage to taste what others might have thrown away. Coca-Cola. The story of Coca-Cola begins in the late 19th century, during a period in which pharmacies in the United States were filled with experimental mixtures that promised to ease pain, improve health, and offer relief from common ailments. John Stith Pemberton, a pharmacist from Atlanta, Georgia, worked tirelessly in his laboratory, combining different plant extracts, oils, and syrups in search of new medicinal formulas. Pemberton was not only an experienced chemist but also a man who had endured personal suffering. He had been wounded during the Civil War and relied on morphine to manage his chronic pain. This dependency inspired him to search for remedies that could replace his reliance on opiates and provide healthier relief. In 1886, Pemberton created a syrup unlike any of his previous attempts. It was dark in color, aromatic, and thick in consistency. His intention was not to invent a popular drink, but to develop a medicinal tonic that might ease headaches, calm the nerves, and provide energy. The syrup was originally mixed with alcohol and contained extracts from coca leaves, which gave it stimulating properties, and from the cola nut, which added both caffeine and a bitter flavor. Together, these ingredients inspired the eventual name, Coca-Cola. Soon after, Atlanta adopted strict local temperance laws that prohibited the sale of alcoholic beverages. To adapt, Pemberton replaced the wine in his formula with carbonated water, which was becoming increasingly fashionable at the time. Carbonated drinks were believed to have health benefits, and many pharmacists used soda fountains to serve their mixtures. When the new syrup was blended with soda water, the result was unexpectedly pleasant. It was less a medicine and more a refreshing drink, with a flavor that people quickly grew to enjoy. Pemberton began selling his syrup to local soda fountains in Atlanta. For 5 cents a glass, customers could enjoy what was marketed as a temperance drink and intellectual beverage. Early advertisements emphasized its supposed health benefits, promising relief from exhaustion, headaches, and even more serious ailments. However, while these claims attracted some initial attention, what truly drove the growing popularity of the drink was its unique taste and the way it left customers feeling uplifted and refreshed. The turning point came when Pemberton partnered with Frank Mason Robinson, his bookkeeper. Robinson not only named the beverage Coca-Cola, but also designed its distinctive script logo, which is still recognized worldwide today. His marketing sense transformed the syrup from a small pharmacy product into a brand with identity and appeal. Despite this progress, Pemberton himself would not live to see the global empire his creation would become. In 1888, he died of illness, and ownership of his formula passed through several hands before landing with Asa Griggs Candler, an Atlanta businessman with a strong vision for expansion. Candler understood the potential of the drink not as a medicine but as a consumer product. He aggressively promoted it, distributing coupons for free samples, painting walls and store signs with its logo, and spreading its presence far beyond the city. By the turn of the 20th century, Coca-Cola had already become a household name in the United States. Its formula was closely guarded, its syrup manufactured in large quantities, and its distribution network expanding steadily. What had started as a pharmacist's experiment to find relief from pain had transformed, by a series of chance circumstances, into one of the most recognizable beverages in the world. The alcohol-free version came about only because of temperance laws. The combination with carbonated water happened because soda fountains were fashionable at the time, and its rise to popularity depended as much on Robinson's branding and Candler's marketing as it did on Pemberton's chemistry. None of this was part of the original plan. Today, Coca-Cola is consumed in nearly every country, and its red and white logo is one of the most familiar symbols across cultures. Its accidental beginnings remind us that innovation does not always follow intention. Sometimes, a search for medicine leads instead to the birth of a drink that becomes a global cultural phenomenon. Super glue. The history of super glue, one of the most recognizable adhesives in the world, began not as a planned search for a household product but as an incidental discovery during the development of military technology. In the early 1940s, the Second World War drove scientists and engineers to explore new materials for use in weapons, optics, and other equipment. Among them was Harry Coover, a chemist working for the Eastman Kodak Company. His team had been tasked with creating materials suitable for producing clear, durable plastic gun sights for weapons. The requirements were strict. The substance needed to be optically transparent, stable under different conditions, and strong enough to withstand mechanical stress. In 1942, Coover and his colleagues synthesized a group of compounds known as cyanoacrylates. These substances were highly reactive and possessed unusual bonding properties. At first, the chemists dismissed them. The problem was not their lack of adhesive strength, but rather the opposite. They bonded to almost everything they touched, including laboratory instruments and glass containers. This stickiness was seen as an obstacle, not a benefit. Since the material proved uncontrollable for their intended use in precision optics, the team abandoned it and continued to search for alternatives. The cyanoacrylates were noted in reports, but there was little interest in pursuing them further. Several years passed, and the compounds remained largely forgotten until Coover returned to them in the 1950s. By this time, he was working at a different laboratory, once again involved in research related to polymers and plastics. In 1951, during experiments with adhesives for industrial purposes, the properties of cyanoacrylates resurfaced. When the team attempted to test the refractive index of one of the samples, the monomer quickly spread across the surfaces of the prisms and bonded them tightly together. It was not a reversible bond, nor was it easy to clean. Instead of seeing this as a problem, Coover recognized its potential. What had been dismissed as too sticky in 1942 was, in fact, the essence of a new kind of adhesive. The strength of cyanoacrylate adhesive lies in its chemical behavior. The liquid monomers polymerize rapidly in the presence of trace amounts of moisture, which is nearly always present on surfaces and in the air. This reaction creates long chains that interlock across the materials being joined, forming a tight and durable bond within seconds. Unlike many adhesives of the time which required heat, pressure, or long curing periods, cyanoacrylates acted almost instantly. The simplicity of use was remarkable. A drop of the substance applied to two surfaces could fix them together with little preparation and without special tools. By 1958, Eastman Kodak introduced the product commercially under the name Eastman No. 910, later marketed more widely as Super Glue. From the beginning, its unusual properties captured attention. Demonstrations showed two pieces of metal bonded so firmly that they could support significant weight, or an individual suspended in the air held only by a few drops of the adhesive. Such images emphasized the extraordinary power of the substance and fueled public interest. Super glue quickly moved beyond industrial applications. Its ability to bond a wide variety of materials, metal, glass, ceramics, wood, and plastics, made it appealing to households, workshops, and hobbyists. Unlike many earlier adhesives, it did not require mixing components or extended drying times. This convenience allowed people to repair broken objects quickly and effectively, reinforcing the impression that it was a tool of the modern age. The adhesive's strength and rapid setting time also led to unexpected uses in medicine. During the Vietnam War, field medics experimented with cyanoacrylates to close wounds temporarily on the battlefield. Although the early formulations were not designed for biological use and sometimes caused irritation, they could effectively stop bleeding and stabilize injured soldiers long enough to transport them to hospitals. Later research refined medical-grade versions of the adhesive, which are now widely used in surgery as alternatives or complements to traditional sutures. In this way, an accident in a laboratory not only produced a household tool but also contributed to saving lives. Despite its benefits, the discovery was never the result of a direct plan to revolutionize adhesives. It was a byproduct of other research, recognized only when the context changed. Coover himself often emphasized this point in later years, explaining that many breakthroughs depend on an ability to see value in what initially appears to be a failure or nuisance. The cyanoacrylates were not suitable for optical instruments, but their extraordinary bonding ability was undeniable when viewed from another perspective. Super glue went on to become a symbol of modern convenience and efficiency. It represented the idea that a simple chemical property, properly understood, could change everyday life. From small household repairs to industrial assembly, from hobbies to emergency medicine, its influence spread quietly but broadly. The adhesive required no elaborate explanation. Its effectiveness was evident in the instant it was applied. Today, cyanoacrylate adhesives are produced in countless varieties, adapted for specific materials and industries. Yet the origin of this technology remains the same. An accidental discovery during a time of war, initially rejected as unsuitable, and later embraced as one of the most versatile tools in modern chemistry. Super glue demonstrates how progress often depends less on following a fixed plan and more on recognizing opportunity in the unexpected. Stainless steel. The story of stainless steel begins in the early 20th century, when metallurgy was undergoing rapid transformation. Steel had long been valued for its strength and versatility, yet it suffered from one persistent weakness: corrosion. In humid air, in contact with water, or when exposed to chemicals, steel would rust, weakening its structure and limiting its applications. Engineers and scientists searched for solutions, but most efforts produced only partial improvements. Coatings could protect the surface for a time, and alloys with small additions of other elements could resist oxidation slightly better, but none of these approaches provided the durable, rust-free material that industry desired. In 1913, an English metallurgist named Harry Burleigh was working in Sheffield, a city already famous for its steel production. His task was not originally to solve the problem of rust but to improve the performance of gun barrels. Military authorities were concerned that the barrels of high-powered rifles and machine guns eroded quickly under intense heat and friction. Burleigh was asked to develop a steel that would resist wear and erosion inside the barrel, extending its service life. His approach involved experimenting with different alloy compositions, systematically adding varying amounts of elements to the iron-carbon base of steel. Among the many samples Burleigh prepared, one stood out, though not for the reason expected. It contained about 12 to 13% chromium, along with the usual iron and carbon. During tests, this steel did not show remarkable resistance to erosion under heat, but something unusual happened when the samples were left exposed to the air. Unlike other steels, which quickly developed patches of reddish-brown rust, these chromium-rich samples remained bright and untarnished. Weeks passed, and the surface still did not corrode. At first, Burley did not fully appreciate the significance of this property, as his primary focus remained on solving the problem of barrel erosion. But soon it became clear that what he had discovered was not merely another steel variant but a fundamentally different material. The secret lay in the chromium. When present in sufficient quantities, chromium reacts with oxygen in the environment to form a thin, invisible layer of chromium oxide on the steel's surface. This layer is passive, meaning it does not continue to react aggressively, yet it is strong enough to protect the underlying metal from further oxidation. If the surface is scratched or damaged, the chromium oxide film reforms quickly, maintaining the protective barrier. This self-healing property distinguished the new alloy from ordinary steel, which lacked such resilience. Burley began to explore potential applications of his discovery. Although his assignment had been military, he recognized that industries beyond weapons manufacturing could benefit from a steel that resisted rust. He approached manufacturers of cutlery in Sheffield, where rusting blades had long been a practical problem. Knives, forks, and spoons made of ordinary steel required constant polishing and often discolored with use, while silver cutlery was expensive. The new chromium steel offered an alternative: affordable utensils that would remain clean, shiny, and resistant to staining. Local manufacturers at first showed hesitation, but once samples were tested, interest grew. Soon, production of cutlery from this new material began, marking one of the first commercial uses of stainless steel. The recognition of stainless steel's importance spread quickly. By the 1920s, metallurgists in other countries, including Germany and the United States, were producing their own versions of chromium-based alloys, refining the balance of elements to suit different needs. Some formulations included nickel, which improved toughness and resistance to certain chemicals. Others varied the carbon content to enhance hardness or ease of shaping. These variations gave rise to families of stainless steels, each designed for specific applications. The impact on modern industry was profound. Stainless steel became indispensable in architecture, where its resistance to weathering allowed buildings, bridges, and monuments to maintain their appearance and strength for decades. In chemical plants, it enabled safe handling of acids and corrosive substances. In medicine, it provided hygienic, sterilizable instruments and implants. In transportation, it contributed to durable parts for ships, aircraft, and automobiles. Its combination of mechanical strength, resistance to rust, and aesthetic appeal transformed it into one of the most widely used materials of the 20th century. Yet the discovery of stainless steel was not the direct outcome of a deliberate search for rust-proof metal. Burley's assignment had been to solve a different problem altogether, and the key insight emerged only because he noticed an unusual property of one experimental sample. What might have been discarded as irrelevant to gun barrels became the foundation of a revolution in materials science. Over the following decades, the production of stainless steel expanded worldwide, and its uses multiplied. Kitchen sinks, surgical tools, skyscraper exteriors, and countless other objects incorporated it, each relying on the accidental discovery in Sheffield. The alloy's enduring shine became a symbol of modernity, cleanliness, and durability. Today, stainless steel continues to evolve, with specialized grades designed for extreme environments such as deep-sea exploration, nuclear reactors, and spacecraft. Despite these advanced applications, its origin remains a reminder that innovation often depends on the ability to see beyond the immediate problem and recognize value in unexpected results. A project aimed at improving weapons led instead to a material that reshaped daily life, industry, and architecture. Stainless steel stands as proof that accidents, when observed with attention and curiosity, can change the world. Safety pin. The invention of the safety pin stands as an example of how a simple observation and a moment of practical improvisation can lead to an object that becomes part of daily life across the globe. Unlike complex discoveries in laboratories or large-scale industrial breakthroughs, this story is rooted in the ordinary and the personal, yet its outcome spread far beyond its modest beginnings. The year was 1849, and an American mechanic named Walter Hunt was seeking a quick solution to a small but pressing problem. Hunt was known as a man of many ideas, a tinkerer who worked with mechanical devices, textiles, and domestic tools. He often devised solutions to everyday inconveniences, sometimes selling his patents cheaply to settle debts rather than developing them into large businesses. At that particular moment, Hunt owed a friend a small sum of money and was looking for a way to generate quick cash. He had in front of him a length of brass wire, and as he manipulated it in his hands, bending and twisting absent-mindedly, he began to shape a new kind of fastener. Straight pins had long been used in clothing and household tasks, but they presented a danger. Their sharp tips could prick the skin, and without a mechanism to cover the point, they were inconvenient and even unsafe, especially for use with children's garments or bandages. Hunt's experiment with the wire gave rise to a new form: a pin with a coiled spring at one end, a clasp to secure the point, and a flexible arm that could be pressed open and shut with ease. The coiled spring was more than a decorative feature. It provided both tension and resilience, allowing the pin to return to its closed position naturally. This meant that once the point was hooked into the clasp, it stayed locked, preventing accidental opening. The clasp itself was shaped so that the sharp end was not exposed but hidden inside a protective cover. This transformed a potentially hazardous object into something reliable and safe. Within a short period, Hunt realized that he had created not just a variation of a pin but a practical improvement with wide potential use. On April 10, 1849, Hunt secured a patent for his design, officially recording the safety pin as his invention. The patent description emphasized the coiled spring mechanism and the clasped end, the two features that distinguished it from earlier fastening devices. With this new invention, Hunt quickly sold the rights for $400, an amount sufficient to settle his immediate debt but negligible compared to the long-term value of the product. True to his pattern, Hunt did not pursue large-scale manufacturing or marketing. Instead, the rights passed to others who recognized the potential and began producing the safety pin for wider distribution. The spread of the safety pin was rapid. It was inexpensive to make, simple to use, and solved a universal problem. Households adopted it for mending clothes, securing fabrics, and fastening garments temporarily. It found a role in tailoring, in hospitals, in childcare, and in countless small tasks where a reliable fastening was needed. Its design required no complex machinery, and mass production quickly made it available to people of all social classes. What had begun as a personal improvisation became a ubiquitous tool, carried in sewing kits, travel bags, and emergency boxes across the world. The cultural presence of the safety pin grew quietly but steadily. Unlike some inventions that announced themselves with dramatic effect, the safety pin became integrated into ordinary life almost invisibly. Its effectiveness lay in its simplicity. It did not demand attention, yet it was always there when needed, ready to secure a torn seam, a broken strap, or a folded fabric. Over time, it acquired symbolic associations as well, representing quick fixes, resilience, and adaptability. In various contexts, it became a small emblem of solidarity or protest, though its original purpose remained firmly practical. The accidental nature of its invention is part of its enduring fascination. Hunt had not set out to solve the problem of pin safety on a grand scale, nor to revolutionize fastening devices. His motivation was immediate and personal, and his attention to detail in bending a piece of brass wire happened to yield something greater than he anticipated. The safety pin's global success emerged not from deliberate planning but from the recognition that a simple, elegant solution could meet a widespread need. Walter Hunt himself remained a figure of modest fortune, remembered for multiple inventions, including the first practical sewing machine, though he sold that design as well before it reached its full commercial potential. His legacy is not that of a wealthy industrialist but of a creative mind whose quick thinking produced objects that outlasted him. The safety pin, in particular, endures as a testament to his ingenuity. Today, more than a century and a half later, the safety pin remains unchanged in its essential form. While materials and manufacturing processes have improved, the basic coiled spring, clasp, and protected point continue to define it. Its longevity demonstrates the power of a simple design to remain relevant through generations. Few objects so small have achieved such widespread use or sustained such long relevance in everyday life. The safety pin illustrates how an unplanned act, born out of necessity and executed with simplicity, can transform into a permanent fixture of human culture. From a piece of brass wire shaped in the hands of an inventor trying to pay a debt, it became one of the most common objects in households worldwide. Its creation was not the result of grand design but of chance, practicality, and observation, qualities that often lie at the heart of invention. Potato chips. The invention of potato chips is a story that demonstrates how frustration in the kitchen can lead to the creation of an entirely new category of food. It was the middle of the 19th century, and in the United States, restaurants were beginning to adopt more varied menus to satisfy the tastes of an expanding clientele. In Saratoga Springs, New York, there was a resort restaurant run by George Crumb, a chef of Native American and African American heritage who had developed a reputation for his skills with game and fish. Crumb was a talented cook, known for his attention to flavor and presentation, and his establishment attracted wealthy guests from New York City who expected refined dining experiences. Among the most popular items on the menu was fried potatoes, prepared in thick slices and cooked until golden. Potatoes had become an important staple food in America, and variations of fried potatoes were enjoyed widely. Yet one evening in 1853, a dissatisfied customer sent back his portion of fried potatoes, complaining that the slices were too thick and not crisp enough. For a chef, such criticism was not unusual, but Crumb's reaction on this occasion was sharper than usual. Irritated by the repeated complaints, he decided to make a point. He sliced the potatoes as thinly as possible, so thin that they would crisp immediately in the hot oil. He fried them until they became brittle and golden, then sprinkled them with salt before serving them back to the customer. What was intended as a gesture of defiance turned into a culinary success. Instead of rejecting the dish, the customer enjoyed the unusual texture and flavor, praising the crispness that distinguished it from the usual fried potatoes. Other guests became curious, and soon Crumb found himself preparing more of these thin, crunchy slices. The novelty quickly turned into a specialty, and the Saratoga chips, as they came to be known, became a signature dish of the restaurant. Word spread beyond the resort, and visitors carried the idea with them to other parts of the country. For Crumb, the popularity of the chips contributed to his growing reputation as a chef, though he never patented or formally claimed the invention. In the context of 19th-century cuisine, dishes often evolved through shared practice rather than strict ownership. Still, the association of the chips with Saratoga Springs and with Crumb himself remained strong. Over the following decades, the preparation of thin, fried potato slices moved from novelty to common dish, appearing in cookbooks and spreading into home kitchens. The real transformation came with industrialization in the early 20th century. Entrepreneurs recognized that potato chips could be produced on a larger scale, packaged, and sold as a convenient snack food. Factories were established where potatoes were peeled, sliced, fried, salted, and packed in bags or tins for distribution. Advances in food preservation and packaging allowed chips to remain crisp for weeks, expanding their reach far beyond local restaurants. This shift turned what had begun as a spur-of-the-moment response in a kitchen into a product available in grocery stores nationwide. The popularity of potato chips grew rapidly, fueled by their distinctive crunch, salty flavor, and ease of consumption. They became associated with casual gatherings, picnics, and later, with modern advertising campaigns that emphasized enjoyment and indulgence. By the mid-20th century, chips were firmly established as one of the most consumed snack foods in the United States, and soon after in many other countries as well. The accidental nature of their invention remains central to their story. Crumb had not set out to create a new food category, nor to establish a business empire. His intention that evening was to silence a complaining customer, yet the unexpected enjoyment of that dish demonstrated how chance and circumstance often play a role in culinary innovation. The thin slices, once meant as a joke, became a permanent addition to global food culture. Today, potato chips exist in countless variations, with different seasonings, styles of frying, and packaging innovations. Yet the basic concept, thin slices of potato fried until crisp and seasoned with salt, has changed little from the version served in Saratoga Springs in 1853. The enduring appeal lies in the same qualities that first captured attention: the contrast between lightness and crunch, and the savory satisfaction of a simple food transformed by a small change in preparation. The story of potato chips illustrates how the combination of irritation, creativity, and chance can produce outcomes that exceed all expectations. A chef's impulsive decision to prove a point to a guest ended up introducing one of the most recognizable and widely enjoyed snack foods in the world. What began in a single restaurant kitchen now fills shelves in every supermarket, representing a culinary accident that permanently altered eating habits across cultures. Plastic. The emergence of plastic as a material that would reshape modern life began not with a deliberate search for it, but with an effort to solve a practical problem. In the middle of the 19th century, the popularity of billiards was spreading rapidly in Europe and the United States. The balls used in the game were traditionally made of ivory, carved from elephant tusks. As demand increased, so did concern over the scarcity and cost of ivory. Manufacturers announced a prize for anyone who could create a substitute material strong enough to replace it. This incentive attracted the attention of inventors and chemists, who began experimenting with natural substances in search of alternatives. One of those inventors was John Wesley Hyatt, an American who, in the 1860s, began working with cellulose, the organic compound that forms the structure of plant material. Hyatt treated cellulose with camphor, a substance derived from the wood of certain trees, and discovered that the mixture produced a moldable, durable material. This substance, later known as celluloid, could be shaped into sheets or molded into various forms. It proved useful not only for billiard balls but for combs, buttons, collars, and photographic film. While Hyatt had intended to create an ivory replacement, what he produced became the foundation of a new class of synthetic materials. The significance of this discovery was not fully recognized at first. Celluloid was one of the earliest plastics, though the word itself was not yet commonly used. The material could imitate natural substances, such as ivory, tortoiseshell, or horn, at a fraction of the cost. This ability to mimic scarce and expensive materials opened the way to mass production of consumer goods that were previously limited to the wealthy. Everyday objects could now be produced cheaply and in large numbers, transforming consumption patterns and making decorative or functional items widely available. The development of plastics advanced further in the early 20th century. In 1907, Leo Baekeland, a Belgian chemist working in the United States, created Bakelite while searching for a substitute for shellac, a natural resin used in electrical insulation. Bakelite was fully synthetic, created through a reaction between phenol and formaldehyde. Unlike celluloid, which was still derived from plant cellulose, Bakelite had no natural counterpart. It was heat-resistant, electrically insulating, and moldable into stable shapes. These properties made it ideal for electrical equipment, telephones, radios, and countless other products that were beginning to define modern technology. What is striking about these discoveries is the degree to which chance and circumstance influenced their development. Hyatt had not set out to launch a new era of materials science. His work was motivated by a practical contest and an attempt to reduce dependence on ivory. Baekeland, too, was searching for a substitute for a natural resin, not to create a substance that would revolutionize industry. Yet in both cases, the results extended far beyond their original purposes. The materials they created introduced the possibility of replacing not only ivory or shellac but nearly any natural material with synthetic equivalents. As industrial chemistry matured, plastics expanded into new forms and applications. Polymers such as polyethylene, polystyrene, and nylon were developed, each offering unique properties. These materials became essential to packaging, textiles, medicine, and countless aspects of daily life. The ability to tailor chemical structures to produce desired characteristics gave plastics extraordinary versatility. Strength, flexibility, transparency, and resistance to chemicals could all be engineered as needed. The accidental origins of plastics are essential to understanding their cultural and technological impact. The initial search was not for an all-purpose material but for specific substitutes. The broader significance emerged only later, as manufacturers and consumers recognized how these substances could reshape production and consumption. What began as a solution to a shortage of ivory evolved into the foundation of a material world in which synthetics play a dominant role. Today, plastics are present in nearly every environment. In homes, hospitals, vehicles, packaging, and electronic devices. Their advantages are inseparable from the challenges they now pose in terms of waste and environmental impact, but their role in shaping modern civilization remains undeniable. From Hyatt's early experiments with cellulose to Bakelin's synthetic Bakelite, the story of plastic is a testament to how unplanned discoveries can create profound and lasting change. LSD. The story of LSD begins in the early 20th century, when chemists were investigating the properties of ergot, a fungus that grows on rye and other grains. For centuries, ergot had been known for its dangerous effects when consumed in contaminated bread, causing convulsions, hallucinations, and gangrene. At the same time, it had medicinal potential in small doses, particularly for inducing contractions in childbirth and controlling bleeding. Because of this dual nature, ergot became the focus of careful study by pharmaceutical researchers who sought to isolate useful compounds while minimizing harmful effects. In 1938, a Swiss chemist named Albert Hofmann, working at the pharmaceutical company Sandoz, was exploring ergot alkaloids in the hope of developing new circulatory and respiratory stimulants. During his experiments, he synthesized a compound called lysergic acid diethylamide, or LSD-25, being the 25th substance in a series he had created. Initial tests on animals showed little promise, and the compound was set aside without further study. For several years, it remained merely one entry in Hofmann's laboratory notes, overshadowed by other projects that appeared more productive. The story might have ended there, but in 1943 Hofmann decided to re-examine the compound. He later described having a peculiar sense that LSD-25 might hold unusual properties, although at the time there was no scientific reason to pursue it further. While working with the substance, Hofmann accidentally absorbed a small amount through his skin. The effects were striking and wholly unexpected. He experienced altered perceptions, vivid imagery, and a profound shift in consciousness that lasted for hours. Recognizing the significance of what had happened, he prepared for a more controlled experiment. On April 19, 1943, Hofmann ingested a measured dose of LSD, becoming the first person to intentionally experience its effects. What followed was an intense and disorienting journey of perception, marked by visual distortions, heightened sensory experiences, and a sense of altered reality. That day became known in later years as Bicycle Day, because Hofmann, unable to continue working, rode his bicycle home under the influence of the compound. The unusual nature of the experience convinced him that he had discovered something unlike any known substance. Sandoz soon began exploring the potential uses of LSD in psychiatry. The compound was distributed to researchers under the trade name Dynamite, with the idea that it might serve as a tool for studying mental illness or as an aid in psychotherapy. For more than a decade, LSD was the subject of serious scientific investigation. Psychiatrists reported that it could help patients confront suppressed emotions or provide insights into the nature of psychosis. Some studies suggested that it might reduce dependence on alcohol or relieve certain forms of anxiety. The accidental discovery of LSD's effects thus opened a new field of research into the chemistry of the mind. Unlike sedatives or stimulants, LSD did not simply dull or excite the nervous system. Instead, it appeared to fundamentally alter perception, suggesting that brain chemistry could directly shape consciousness. This idea was groundbreaking, offering new ways of thinking about how mental states were connected to molecules. For researchers, LSD became a lens through which to study the relationship between brain chemistry and subjective experience. Although the later history of LSD became intertwined with cultural movements and controversies, its origin remained rooted in a moment of laboratory accident and curiosity. Hofmann had not set out to discover a psychoactive substance, and his company had no initial interest in such effects. The compound's path from obscure ergot derivative to subject of worldwide attention illustrates how scientific exploration can yield results far removed from the original intention. The influence of LSD on medicine and neuroscience was profound, even if many of the early hopes for therapeutic use did not develop as expected. It challenged researchers to consider how chemical compounds could affect thought, perception, and emotion, contributing to the rise of modern psychopharmacology. At the same time, the very intensity of its effects ensured that it would never be a typical medicine. Its role in scientific and cultural history remains inseparable from the chance circumstances of its rediscovery and the unique vision of the chemist who first recognized its significance. Saccharin. The story of saccharin, the world's first artificial sweetener, begins in the late 19th century at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. In 1879, a young chemist named Konstantin Fahlberg was conducting research on coal tar derivatives under the supervision of the professor Ira Remsen. At the time, coal tar, a thick black byproduct of the coal gas industry, was a valuable source of chemicals for dyes, medicines, and laboratory reagents. The work was part of a broader effort to expand the possibilities of organic chemistry by isolating and characterizing new compounds. Fahlberg spent long hours in the laboratory, handling numerous substances and writing down observations. One evening, after a day of particularly intense work, he left the lab and sat down to dinner. While eating, he noticed that the bread he picked up had an unusually sweet taste. At first, he assumed it was the food itself. But as the meal continued, he realized that everything he touched or tasted seemed to carry the same sweetness. Soon, he understood that the taste was not coming from the food, but from his own hands. Some substance from the laboratory had adhered to his skin and transferred to the bread. Intrigued, he returned to the laboratory to retrace his steps. Through careful investigation, Fahlberg identified the compound responsible. It was an oxidized derivative of toluenesulfonamide, one of the substances he had been working with. This crystalline compound had an extraordinarily sweet flavor, hundreds of times sweeter than sugar. It had no noticeable nutritional value, and it passed through the body without being metabolized. Fahlberg recognized immediately that this accidental discovery could have great potential. He named the substance saccharin, derived from the Latin word saccharum, meaning sugar. At first, its use was limited to laboratory curiosity, but Fahlberg soon saw an opportunity for broader application. Without the knowledge or involvement of his academic mentor Remsen, he filed patents and began to develop saccharin commercially. This decision created tension between the two men, since Remsen believed that the discovery belonged to scientific knowledge rather than private profit. Their relationship deteriorated, but Fahlberg pursued the business venture vigorously. By the 1880s and 1890s, saccharin entered the market as a sugar substitute. It attracted particular attention among individuals with diabetes, for whom sugar consumption was dangerous. Doctors prescribed saccharin as a safe alternative, since it provided sweetness without raising blood sugar levels. In a period when treatment options for diabetes were extremely limited, saccharin became not just a convenience but a practical aid in managing the disease. Its popularity grew further during times of scarcity. During World War I and again during World War II, sugar shortages led to increased demand for substitutes. Saccharin became widely available, finding its way into beverages, baked goods, and household use. Its low cost and stability made it attractive not only for medical purposes, but also for ordinary consumers who sought alternatives to sugar. By the mid-20th century, saccharin was one of the most widely consumed artificial sweeteners in the world. The path of saccharin, however, was not without controversy. As its use expanded, questions were raised about its safety. In the early 20th century, debates arose in the United States about whether saccharin should be allowed in food. Even President Theodore Roosevelt became involved, defending saccharin after it was criticized by government regulators, declaring that he considered it safe and useful. Over the decades, studies alternately questioned and supported its safety profile, leading to periodic attempts to ban or restrict it. Yet despite these debates, saccharin retained its place in the marketplace, largely because consumers valued its benefits, and because no conclusive evidence proved it harmful at typical levels of consumption. The accidental nature of its discovery remained at the center of its story. Fahlberg had not been searching for a sweetener, nor had he been conducting experiments related to taste or nutrition. His work focused on chemical reactions of coal tar derivatives, an area far removed from food science. The sweetness that clung to his bread that evening was an unplanned encounter, one that depended as much on chance as on deliberate investigation. Saccharin's impact extended beyond its immediate uses. It introduced the very idea that sweetness could be created artificially, separate from sugar and from natural sources. This concept paved the way for an entire industry of artificial and later low-calorie sweeteners. Substances such as cyclamate, aspartame, and sucralose would follow in the 20th century, each building on the precedent that saccharin had established. The cultural and economic consequences were significant. Diets changed, industries shifted, and the range of consumer choices expanded dramatically. Looking back, the discovery of saccharin stands as a vivid example of how unexpected events in a laboratory can transform daily life on a global scale. What began as an unnoticed compound among many others in coal tar chemistry became a product consumed by millions, shaping both medical treatment and everyday diets. Its persistence, despite controversy, reflects the power of accidental discoveries to endure and to redefine habits across generations. Vulcanite. The story of Vulcanite begins in the early 19th century, during a period of rapid industrial and technological growth. Natural rubber, derived from the latex of certain tropical plants, had already attracted significant interest. When first brought to Europe in the 18th century, rubber fascinated scientists and manufacturers with its unusual properties. It was elastic, waterproof, and resilient. Small objects such as erasers and waterproof coats were among the earliest uses. Yet despite its promise, natural rubber presented serious problems. It became sticky and unpleasantly soft in heat, while in cold weather it hardened and cracked. These limitations prevented it from being useful for machinery, durable goods, or many industrial applications. Manufacturers sought a way to stabilize rubber, but progress was slow. Charles Goodyear, an American inventor, dedicated his life to solving this problem. His efforts were marked by hardship, poverty, and persistence. Goodyear experimented with different additives, heating methods, and treatments, searching for a way to make rubber durable and resistant to temperature changes. Many of his trials ended in failure. Accounts describe him boiling rubber with various substances, coating it with different powders, and trying to alter its texture through countless experiments. He faced financial ruin repeatedly, and his family lived in difficult conditions as he pursued his goal. Yet he remained convinced that a solution was possible. The breakthrough came in 1839, not through deliberate design but through accident. While working with a mixture of rubber and sulfur, Goodyear accidentally dropped some of the material onto a hot stove. To his surprise, instead of melting into a sticky mass, the rubber became firm, elastic, and resistant to further heat. The surface had charred, but the material retained flexibility and strength. This was unlike anything he had seen before. Through further experimentation, Goodyear realized that heating rubber with sulfur transformed its internal structure in a way that stabilized it. He had discovered the process that would come to be known as vulcanization. The resulting material, Vulcanite, was durable, resilient, and far more versatile than untreated rubber. It could withstand changes in temperature without losing its essential properties. This made it suitable for a wide range of applications that had previously been impossible. Vulcanized rubber was soon used for shoes, waterproof clothing, machine belts, hoses, and gaskets. Its elasticity made it ideal for tires, which later became central to the growth of bicycles and automobiles. Without vulcanization, the rise of modern transportation and industry would have been far more limited. Beyond its industrial uses, Vulcanite also found a place in everyday objects. When hardened, it could be polished and used as a substitute for ivory, tortoiseshell, or horn, much like celluloid in later years. It was shaped into combs, buttons, fountain pen bodies, pipe stems, and even jewelry. Its ability to mimic natural materials at lower cost gave it both practical and decorative value. In dentistry, Vulcanite became important as a base for dentures, offering a stable and affordable alternative to earlier materials. Goodyear himself faced difficulties in profiting from his discovery. He secured patents, but legal disputes, imitations, and the scale of industrial adoption meant that he gained little financial reward. He died in 1860, heavily in debt, though his name later became honored in the tire industry and associated permanently with rubber. His persistence, despite years of struggle, became a symbol of inventive determination. Yet the accidental nature of the discovery cannot be overlooked. The key transformation was not the result of planned success but of chance. When a sample touched a hot stove and revealed its hidden potential. The significance of Vulcanite lies not only in its material properties but also in the way it changed industrial possibilities. It demonstrated that natural substances could be chemically transformed into materials with new and valuable characteristics. This concept, which would later underpin the rise of plastics and synthetic chemistry, was still novel in Goodyear's time. Vulcanization showed that nature's limitations could be overcome through chemical processes, expanding the range of what industry could achieve. By the late 19th century, Vulcanite was ubiquitous. It was present in homes, workshops, factories, and personal possessions. Its role in the development of modern infrastructure was profound, enabling machinery to run smoothly, transportation to expand, and consumer products to diversify. The global demand for rubber plantations grew, particularly in South America and later in Asia, linking the discovery to wider economic and social changes. The story of Vulcanite illustrates how persistence, accident, and chemical transformation converged to create a material that reshaped daily life. Goodyear's long struggle, marked by poverty and determination, combined with the unplanned event of overheated rubber and sulfur, resulted in a discovery that became indispensable to modern civilization. From tires to tools, from household goods to medical applications, Vulcanite stood at the foundation of a material revolution, its accidental birth ensuring its place in history as one of the most influential discoveries of the industrial age. Insulin. The discovery of insulin stands as one of the most significant medical breakthroughs of the 20th century, and its story is closely tied to both persistence in research and the role of accident in guiding scientific progress. Before its discovery, diabetes mellitus was a devastating disease with few effective treatments. Patients, often children or young adults, faced a rapid decline once symptoms appeared. The best physicians could offer was a strict diet that prolonged life for a short while, but the disease remained inevitably fatal. The pancreas had been a focus of study since the 19th century, when scientists identified its connection to digestion and to metabolic disorders. In 1869, a German medical student, Paul Langerhans, discovered small clusters of cells within the pancreas, later named the islets of Langerhans. Their function, however, was unknown. Toward the end of the century, experiments showed that removing the pancreas from dogs caused severe diabetes, marked by extreme thirst, frequent urination, and rapid weight loss. These results suggested that the pancreas secreted some substance essential for regulating sugar in the body, but the substance itself could not yet be isolated. In the early 1920s, research in this area was renewed at the University of Toronto. Frederick Banting, a young Canadian surgeon, had developed an idea that the pancreatic islets might produce a hormone-controlling blood sugar. He approached Professor John MacLeod, an established physiologist, for support. MacLeod was skeptical but allowed Banting to use laboratory facilities and assigned Charles Best, a medical student, to assist him. Together they began experiments on dogs, removing their pancreases to induce diabetes and then attempting to extract the active substance from pancreatic tissue to reverse the condition. Their initial efforts were crude, involving ground-up tissue and simple filtration. Yet, in July 1921, they observed something remarkable. Extracts from the pancreas, when injected into diabetic dogs, lowered blood sugar levels and improved their condition. Though far from pure, the preparation clearly contained the long-sought substance. Encouraged, Banting and Best continued refining the method, eventually with the assistance of the biochemist James Collip, who joined the team to improve the extraction process. Collip's expertise allowed them to produce a more purified form that could be safely tested in humans. The first human trial took place in January 1922. Leonard Thompson, a 14-year-old boy suffering from severe diabetes, was near death despite strict dieting. He received an injection of the pancreatic extract. The initial dose produced only limited improvement, but after further purification, A second dose dramatically lowered his blood sugar, restored his strength, and prolonged his life. The results were undeniable. The substance from the islets of Langerhans, which they now called insulin, could treat diabetes. What made this discovery partly accidental was the way it emerged from a mixture of persistence, intuition, and unforeseen results. Banting was not an experienced researcher in endocrinology. His idea came from reading medical literature and making a bold assumption about the pancreas. His access to facilities was due more to MacLeod's willingness to take a chance than to established proof. The success of the experiments depended on the collaboration of individuals with different skills, and the critical purification step was achieved only through Collip's expertise. Without these convergences, the work might have failed or remained incomplete. The impact of insulin was immediate and profound. Within months, more patients received treatment, and the transformation was dramatic. Children who had been wasting away gained weight, regained energy, and resumed normal lives. Hospitals that had been places of despair for diabetes patients became sites of recovery. For the first time, a fatal disease had a reliable medical treatment. The University of Toronto licensed production to pharmaceutical companies to ensure widespread availability, and insulin rapidly became recognized as one of the greatest medical achievements of the era. Recognition followed swiftly. In 1923, the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was awarded to Banting and MacLeod, though controversy surrounded the decision. Banting felt that Best deserved equal credit and shared his portion of the prize money with him. MacLeod, in turn, shared his portion with Collip. These disputes reflected the complex teamwork behind the discovery, where no single individual could claim complete ownership. Insulin's story also illustrates how an accidental element of discovery can change the trajectory of medicine. The substance itself had been theorized for decades, but repeated failures to isolate it had discouraged many researchers. Banting's persistence, combined with the fortunate combination of colleagues and circumstances, produced a result that others had missed. The accidental discovery of a usable preparation was less about one moment of chance and more about a chain of unlikely successes that converged at the right time. Over the years, insulin production advanced from crude extracts of animal pancreases to purified forms, and eventually to synthetic human insulin created through biotechnology. Yet the essential breakthrough of 1921 to 1922 remains the foundation of all subsequent progress. It transformed diabetes from a fatal disease into a manageable condition, saving millions of lives. The discovery of insulin remains a clear example of how accidents, intuition, and persistence can combine to yield one of the most significant contributions to human health. A chance insight in a young surgeon's mind, a skeptical professor's willingness to provide resources, the cooperation of skilled colleagues, and the dramatic results of early trials together produced a discovery that permanently changed medicine. Popsicle. The story of the popsicle is unusual among inventions that changed daily life, because it was not born in a laboratory or workshop but in the hands of a child experimenting at home. At the beginning of the 20th century, flavored sodas were becoming popular in the United States. Syrups mixed with carbonated water were sold at stands and pharmacies, offering a refreshing taste that appealed to adults and children alike. In Oakland, California, in 1905, an 11-year-old boy named Frank Epperson decided to mix powdered soda flavoring with water in a cup. Like many children, he enjoyed imitating the trends he saw around him, and his mixture was part of that playful exploration. One evening, after stirring the sugary liquid with a wooden stick, Frank left the cup outside on the porch overnight. The temperature dropped unexpectedly, and by morning the mixture had frozen solid. When he returned to it, he discovered that the wooden stick was now embedded in the frozen treat. What had started as a simple drink had transformed into something entirely new, a portable piece of flavored ice that could be held and eaten without a spoon or glass. This accident delighted him, and he began making more of them, at first only for himself and friends. Over the following years, Frank continued to prepare his frozen creations for neighborhood children. They became a small local novelty, sometimes called Epsicles, after his own name. For a long time, however, it remained simply a personal amusement. Frank grew up, started a family, and took on regular work. Yet the memory of his frozen discovery lingered, and eventually he decided that it might have broader potential. In 1923, nearly 2 decades after the first frozen cup, Epperson applied for a patent. By then, refrigeration technology was more common, and frozen treats had become more practical to produce and distribute. He formally named his creation the Popsicle, a shortened and more appealing variation that suggested a lollipop made of ice. With a patent in place, he began to sell the Popsicle at fairs and amusement parks, where it quickly attracted attention. The combination of bright flavors, portability, and novelty made it an ideal treat for children and families. The success grew rapidly, and soon Popsicle rights were sold and licensed to larger companies that could mass-produce and distribute the frozen snacks nationwide. Within a few years, Popsicles were available in multiple flavors and were becoming a staple of American summers. The frozen treat, born of an accident on a cold night, entered mass culture as one of the most recognizable desserts of the 20th century. The significance of the Popsicle lies not only in its popularity but also in the way it represents how everyday accidents can lead to enduring innovations. Unlike scientific discoveries that required laboratories or industrial experimentation, the Popsicle emerged from the simple act of leaving a cup outside. It showed how a child's play could intersect with chance to produce something that resonated with broader society. Over time, the Popsicle expanded into countless variations. Twin sticks allowed the treat to be broken and shared. New flavors were introduced, reflecting changing tastes and advances in food coloring and flavoring. Later, the Popsicle brand itself became part of a larger frozen dessert industry, including ice creams and other confections. Yet the essential idea remained unchanged. Flavored liquid frozen around a stick, easy to hold and refreshing to eat. The story of the Popsicle also reflects the broader social changes of the early 20th century. With the spread of refrigeration and the rise of mass production, foods that were once seasonal or local could be standardized and distributed widely. The Popsicle fit perfectly into this pattern, offering a product that combined novelty, convenience, and pleasure at low cost. Its appeal to children made it a cultural icon, reinforced by advertising that linked it to fun, leisure, and summer days. For Frank Epperson, the invention did not bring vast wealth, as the rights passed into corporate hands, but his accidental discovery remained his legacy. He himself acknowledged that the idea had originated not from planning but from the simple oversight of leaving a mixture outdoors on a cold night. The enduring popularity of the Popsicle is a reminder of how small moments of chance can ripple outward to create traditions and habits embraced by millions. Today, the Popsicle remains a fixture of summer culture in many countries. Though flavors, branding, and production methods have evolved, the essential experience of enjoying frozen flavored ice on a stick is the same as it was in 1905. From a child's porch in Oakland to global recognition, the Popsicle stands as a testament to how accidents in everyday life can leave lasting marks on culture and industry. Synthetic dyes. The story of synthetic dyes begins in the mid-19th century, a period when chemistry was undergoing rapid transformation. For centuries, humans had relied on natural sources to color fabrics. Plants, minerals, and even insects provided pigments, but the process was labor-intensive, expensive, and limited in range. Brilliant purples, reds, and blues were symbols of wealth and power because they were so difficult to produce. This situation changed dramatically in 1856, when a young student named William Henry Perkin made a mistake that reshaped industry, science, and fashion. Perkin was only 18 years old and studying under the well-known chemist August Wilhelm Hofmann in London. At the time, one of the major challenges in chemistry was the quest to synthesize quinine. Quinine was a vital medicine used to treat malaria, and its natural extraction from the bark of the cinchona tree was costly and insufficient to meet global demand. If a chemist could find a way to produce quinine artificially, it would be a breakthrough with enormous value. Perkin devoted his early research to this problem, working with coal tar derivatives in a small laboratory he had set up in his home. In one of his experiments, he tried to oxidize aniline, a substance derived from coal tar, hoping that the reaction might yield quinine. Instead of producing a usable medicine, the process resulted in a dark, sticky residue. At first glance, it appeared to be another failed attempt, nothing more than a tarry waste. However, Perkin noticed something unusual when he cleaned his glassware. The residue left behind a striking purple stain, far more vivid than most natural dyes he had seen. Curious, he began testing its ability to color fabrics. To his surprise, silk absorbed the color beautifully, producing a bright and long-lasting purple. This accidental discovery revealed something new, a synthetic dye that could outperform traditional natural sources. Perkin had stumbled upon mauveine, also known as aniline purple. It was not quinine, but it was a product with its own potential. Recognizing this, Perkin quickly shifted his attention away from medicine and toward the commercial possibilities of his discovery. With the help of his family, he set up a factory to produce the dye on a larger scale. The timing of this invention was critical. In the mid-19th century, the textile industry was booming, driven by industrialization and global trade. Bright, affordable colors were in high demand. The natural source of purple, derived from the murex snail, was incredibly rare and had historically been associated with royalty. Perkin's mauve offered a brilliant alternative that could be produced cheaply and in significant quantities. It immediately caught the attention of fashion houses and spread rapidly through Europe. Clothing dyed with mauve became a trend, and the color itself entered the cultural vocabulary as a symbol of modernity and progress. Perkin's discovery also triggered a revolution in chemistry. Synthetic dyes became a new field of research and industry, with chemists racing to create more colors and more stable compounds. Within a few decades, a full spectrum of synthetic dyes was available, transforming not only fashion but also printing, art, and manufacturing. Germany in particular became a global leader in dye chemistry, with companies like BASF and Bayer rising from this foundation to dominate chemical production in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The impact of synthetic dyes extended beyond aesthetics. The research into dye chemistry contributed to the development of organic chemistry as a discipline. The techniques and knowledge developed in the pursuit of new colors laid the groundwork for the synthesis of drugs, plastics, and other modern materials. In this way, the accidental creation of a purple stain on a young chemist's glassware helped launch entire scientific fields. William Perkin himself received recognition for his work during his lifetime. Although he never succeeded in synthesizing quinine, his mauve dye became one of the most influential accidental discoveries in industrial history. The anniversary of his discovery in 1856 was later celebrated as a landmark in chemistry, highlighting how unexpected results can open entirely new directions. Today, the legacy of synthetic dyes is visible in nearly every aspect of modern life. The clothes people wear, the inks in books and newspapers, the colors in packaging, and even certain medical and scientific applications all depend on dyes derived from that tradition. What began as an accident in a modest London laboratory expanded into a global industry that permanently altered human culture and technology. The story of synthetic dyes demonstrates how accidents in research can sometimes provide more valuable results than the original goals. Perkin's failure to make quinine did not mark the end of his work, but the beginning of something far larger. His curiosity and willingness to test an unexpected residue revealed possibilities hidden within a mistake. From that moment, the world entered an era where colors could be created, modified, and standardized at will, no longer bound by the limitations of natural sources. From the purple silk of Victorian fashion to the vast chemical industries of the 20th century, the invention of synthetic dyes shows how a simple accident can shape history in ways no one could have predicted. Bakelite. At the beginning of the 20th century, the modern world was rapidly changing. Electricity, telephones, and new machines were entering daily life, and industries searched for materials that could meet the demands of mass production. Traditional substances such as wood, ivory, and shellac had long been used in manufacturing, but they carried limitations. Shellac, for instance, was brittle and difficult to shape, while ivory and natural resins were expensive and unsustainable. It was within this context that a Belgian-born chemist, Leo Baekeland, working in New York, made a discovery that would lay the foundation for the age of plastics. Baekeland was already a skilled chemist and inventor. Before his most famous achievement, he had created photographic paper that could be developed under artificial light, which he sold to the Eastman Kodak Company for a substantial sum. This success gave him both financial security and the freedom to pursue new lines of research. He turned his attention to synthetic materials, focusing particularly on resins. At the time, phenol and formaldehyde were known substances, and earlier chemists had experimented with combining them, but the results were inconsistent. The challenge was to control the reaction and produce a stable, moldable material. In 1907, while working in his private laboratory, Baekeland achieved what others had failed to do. By applying heat and pressure to a mixture of phenol and formaldehyde, he managed to create a hard, durable substance that was not only resistant to heat, but also did not conduct electricity. This new material, which he named Bakelite, was unlike anything that had come before. Unlike natural resins or shellac, Bakelite could be molded into almost any shape before hardening into a stable form. It could be mass-produced, dyed in various colors, and adapted to countless uses. The significance of Bakelite became clear almost immediately. Its resistance to heat and electricity made it ideal for the rapidly expanding electrical and telecommunication industries. It was soon used for light switches, telephone casings, and radio housings. Its durability meant that it could replace natural materials in buttons, combs, and jewelry. Because it could be easily shaped and polished, it also became popular in consumer goods, offering an affordable alternative to luxury materials like ivory and amber. What distinguished Bakelite from earlier substances was not just its properties but its role as the first truly synthetic plastic. While other natural materials could be processed or modified, Bakelite was entirely human-made, the product of controlled chemical reactions rather than extraction from nature. This made it a landmark in material science, opening the door to the vast world of plastics that would define the 20th century. Baekeland himself promoted Bakelite as the material of 1,000 uses. This description was not an exaggeration. By the 1920s and 1930s, Bakelite was being used in household goods, automobiles, and industrial equipment. It was heat-resistant, insulating, lightweight, and affordable. It became a symbol of modernity, associated with streamlined design and the possibilities of new technology. Radios with Bakelite casings, for example, became icons of the interwar period, combining functional utility with a sleek, futuristic look. The cultural impact of Bakelite was profound. It allowed mass production of items that had once been limited to the wealthy. Everyday people could now own objects that were durable, stylish, and modern. In this sense, Bakelite helped democratize consumer goods, bridging the gap between luxury and affordability. At the same time, it contributed to the shift toward a disposable culture, where synthetic materials replaced traditional ones and abundance became a defining feature of industrial society. From a scientific perspective, Bakelite's invention marked the beginning of polymer chemistry as a transformative field. Chemists realized that controlled reactions could produce entirely new classes of materials with properties not found in nature. This insight fueled decades of innovation, leading to the development of nylon, polyester, polyethylene, and countless other plastics that became integral to modern life. The lineage of all these materials traces back to Baekeland's discovery in 1907. Baekeland himself was widely celebrated for his work. He received numerous awards and honors, and his invention secured his reputation as one of the most influential chemists of his time. Yet, like many inventors, he could not have foreseen the full consequences of his creation. Bakelite was the first step in what would become both a triumph and a challenge of modern industry. The rise of synthetic plastics, which brought extraordinary convenience and innovation but also long-term environmental concerns. Despite these later complexities, the importance of Bakelite in its own time cannot be overstated. It gave industries the ability to shape and mold the modern world, quite literally, and it became inseparable from the image of progress in the early 20th century. The accident of combining heat, pressure, phenol, and formaldehyde in just the right way gave birth to a material that embodied the spirit of a new age. Today, Bakelite itself has become a collectible valued for its historical role and its distinctive aesthetic. Jewelry, radios, and household items made of Bakelite are preserved as artifacts of the early plastic era. They remind us not only of the material's practical uses, but also of its cultural symbolism. Bakelite was more than a new substance. It was a turning point that changed how humans interacted with materials, industries, and design. The story of Bakelite shows how a single discovery can reshape multiple aspects of society at once. From laboratories to factories, from households to fashion, Bakeline's invention signaled the beginning of the plastic age, an era that still defines the material world today. Champagne. The invention of champagne, the sparkling wine most closely associated with celebration and luxury, was not the result of a carefully planned experiment but of a series of accidents and gradual refinements in winemaking. Its origins lie in the Champagne region of northeastern France, an area where viticulture dates back to Roman times. For centuries, the region's cold climate and chalky soil produced wines that were valued locally but struggled to compete with those from warmer areas such as Burgundy. The distinctive feature that would eventually set Champagne apart, its bubbles, was at first considered a flaw. In the 17th century, winemakers in Champagne faced a recurring problem. They produced wines that were bottled during the cooler months, but when spring arrived and temperatures rose, dormant yeasts inside the bottles would awaken. This renewed fermentation released carbon dioxide, which had nowhere to escape in the sealed containers. The result was a sparkling wine, but one that often burst its fragile glass bottles under pressure. Early records describe cellars filled with exploding bottles, a hazard that earned the nickname the Devil's Wine. Far from being celebrated, this sparkling quality was initially feared and considered evidence of poor craftsmanship. Over time, however, perceptions began to change. Some drinkers found the effervescent wine delightful, enjoying its lively bubbles and refreshing character. In particular, the English market proved receptive. English merchants imported wines from Champagne and discovered that the sparkling versions had a unique charm. Advances in glassmaking in England also allowed for stronger bottles that could withstand the pressure of carbonation, making it easier to preserve this accidental characteristic. One of the most famous figures associated with Champagne is Dom Pierre Perignon, a Benedictine monk who worked as cellar master at the Abbey of Hautevillers in the late 17th century. Though later legends credited him with inventing champagne, his role was more complex. Dom Perignon sought to improve the still wines of the region, focusing on blending grapes to achieve balance and quality. He did not deliberately create sparkling wine, but his methods of careful selection and blending contributed to the refinement of champagne production. The association of his name with the drink reflects the broader process of experimentation and adaptation that characterized the region during this period. By the 18th century, champagne houses began to emerge, dedicated to producing sparkling wine as a distinct product. Families such as Moët, Cliquot, and Ruinart established brands that would become globally recognized. Madame Cliquot, in particular, played a crucial role in improving production techniques. She introduced the practice of riddling, in which bottles were gradually tilted and rotated to collect sediment in the neck, allowing for its removal without losing the carbonation. This innovation made champagne clearer, more stable, and more appealing to consumers. As techniques improved, champagne transformed from a local curiosity into an international symbol of sophistication. Its association with royalty and the aristocracy further elevated its status. In courts across Europe, champagne became the drink of choice for celebrations and banquets, its bubbles seen as a mark of elegance and festivity. Over time, it spread beyond royal circles to the wider public, carried by trade, advertising, and the growing culture of leisure in the 19th century. The industrial age expanded champagne's reach even further. Better control of fermentation, improved glass bottles, and standardized corks allowed producers to deliver consistent quality on a large scale. By the late 19th century, champagne was firmly established as a global luxury product, exported widely and celebrated in literature, art, and advertising. Its accidental origin as an unstable and unpredictable wine had given way to precise methods that balanced tradition with science. The cultural meaning of champagne grew alongside its technical refinement. More than just a drink, it became a symbol of achievement, celebration, and modern life. Its sparkling character mirrored the excitement and dynamism of industrial society, while its exclusivity tied it to images of wealth and refinement. The very act of opening a bottle, with the distinctive pop of the cork and the rush of bubbles, became a ritual associated with joy and success. From a scientific perspective, The accidental discovery of sparkling wine in Champagne illustrates how environmental factors, cold winters, springtime warmth, and yeast behavior, can shape human traditions. What began as an unpredictable problem of secondary fermentation turned into one of the most carefully managed and celebrated processes in winemaking. The lesson is clear. Accidents in nature, once understood and refined, can give rise to enduring cultural practices. Today, Champagne continues to occupy a unique place in global culture. Protected by strict regulations, only sparkling wine from the Champagne region may legally bear the name. It remains linked with weddings, New Year's Eve, victories, and milestones. Its identity inseparable from celebration itself. Yet behind this cultural role lies a story of accident, adaptation, and persistence. The sparkling wine that once frightened winemakers with exploding bottles has become a symbol of joy recognized around the world. Rayon. The invention of rayon belongs to the larger story of humanity's search for new materials at the intersection of nature and industry. For centuries, silk had been one of the most prized textiles in the world. Its sheen, softness, and strength made it a symbol of luxury, but it was expensive and dependent on labor-intensive production from silkworms. As industrial society expanded in the 19th century, scientists and manufacturers sought an artificial alternative that could imitate silk's qualities while being more affordable and available in larger quantities. The result, achieved partly by accident and partly by persistent experimentation, was rayon, the first man-made fiber. The earliest steps toward rayon came in France in the mid-19th century. In 1838, a chemist named Anselm Payen identified cellulose as a key component of plant cell walls. This discovery opened the possibility of transforming natural plant material into new substances. Later, in the 1850s, the French industrialist Hilaire de Chardonnay worked on experiments to create a silk substitute. His motivation was practical. An outbreak of silkworm disease had devastated production in Europe, causing a shortage and rising prices. Chardonnay believed that cellulose, abundant in wood and cotton, could be chemically modified to form threads similar to silk. Through experimentation, Chardonnay developed a method of dissolving cellulose in a solution of nitric acid and alcohol, producing a substance that could be extruded through fine holes to create filaments. These threads, once hardened, had a silky appearance and texture. He called the product Chardonnay silk, and in 1889, he presented it at the Paris exhibition, where it attracted widespread attention. The public marveled at its beauty and resemblance to natural silk, seeing in it the promise of a new era of textiles. Yet the invention was not without its flaws. Chardonnay's process relied on nitrocellulose, a compound that was highly flammable. Fabrics made from his artificial silk were dangerously unstable, posing serious risks. There are recorded instances of garments catching fire easily, which limited the practicality of his invention. Despite this, his work demonstrated that artificial fibers could be produced from natural cellulose, laying the foundation for future refinements. In the years that followed, chemists and manufacturers in France, Britain, and the United States continued to explore safer and more efficient methods. By the early 20th century, improved processes replaced the unstable nitrocellulose with more reliable techniques, such as the viscose process. This involved treating cellulose with caustic soda and carbon disulfide to produce a viscous solution that could be spun into fibers. The resulting material was not only safer but also versatile, allowing large-scale industrial production. It was during this period that the name rayon was adopted, reflecting both its artificial origins and its similarity to natural fibers. Rayon quickly gained popularity as an affordable alternative to silk. It could be woven into smooth, lustrous fabrics used in clothing, upholstery, and other textiles. During the early 20th century, it became especially important for the fashion industry, making garments that once belonged to the wealthy accessible to wider segments of society. Its adaptability also made it valuable in industrial applications, from tire cords to medical supplies. The invention of rayon illustrates how accidents and setbacks can lead to progress. Chardonnay's initial process, though dangerous, revealed the potential of cellulose as a source of fibers. The accidents of flammable clothing highlighted the need for safer methods, pushing chemists to refine their techniques. What began as a flawed attempt to replace silk eventually produced a material that reshaped industries and consumer culture. Rayon also played a key role in the broader development of polymer and fiber chemistry. It was the first step toward fully synthetic fibers such as nylon and polyester, which emerged in the 20th century. While rayon itself is semi-synthetic, derived from natural cellulose but chemically transformed, it opened the path to the entirely man-made fibers that would later dominate global textiles. Culturally, rayon symbolized the democratization of luxury. Fabrics with the appearance of silk could now be purchased by ordinary people, reflecting broader social changes in which mass production brought formerly exclusive goods within reach of the middle class. It also reflected the growing power of chemistry to transform not only industry but also everyday life, altering how people dressed, decorated their homes, and conceived of modernity. Today, rayon remains in use worldwide, valued for its softness, drape, and versatility. Although newer synthetic fibers have surpassed it in some applications, rayon retains a place in fashion and textiles, bridging the worlds of natural and artificial. Its story reminds us that innovation often emerges through unexpected paths, through accidents, imperfect experiments, and gradual refinement. From silkworm shortages to laboratory mishaps, from unstable flammable fabrics to stable industrial fibers, rayon's journey shows how human ingenuity turns challenges into opportunities. The shimmering fabrics that once amazed crowds in Paris stand as a testament to how accidents in science can shape culture, industry, and daily life for generations. The implantable defibrillator. The development of the implantable defibrillator began with a series of observations that arose not from a search for a revolutionary medical device, but from a deeper attempt to understand the precise electrical behaviors of the human heart. During the mid-20th century, cardiology was rapidly evolving, yet sudden cardiac arrest remained one of the most elusive and devastating events in medicine. External defibrillators existed, and their ability to restore rhythm through brief electrical pulses was already proven, but their size and complexity limited their use to hospitals. The concept that such a life-saving intervention could occur inside the body without external equipment seemed improbable. Nonetheless, a series of experiments and accidental insights gradually opened a path toward a device that would permanently alter the treatment of lethal arrhythmias. Early investigations into cardiac electrophysiology focused on how electrical impulses propagated through heart tissue. Researchers used animals as models to study the threshold at which controlled shocks could reorganize chaotic electrical patterns. During these experiments, a surprising discovery emerged. Small, carefully timed discharges delivered directly to cardiac muscle were often more effective than previously assumed, even when applied through primitive or improvised instruments. This observation contradicted the belief that only large, external shocks could stabilize life-threatening conditions. It demonstrated that the heart was more responsive to well-placed internal stimulation than the medical community had realized. Over time, these findings encouraged a small group of physicians and engineers to consider whether such stimulation might one day occur without external machinery. The challenge was enormous. A device intended to deliver a corrective shock from within the body would require precise detection of arrhythmias, a reliable energy source, and a durable structure capable of enduring constant physiological stress. During the earliest stages, the idea existed mostly as a speculative thought, lacking both technological support and widespread acceptance. Many experts doubted that an internal defibrillator could function safely or consistently, given the complexity of cardiac rhythms and the risks associated with implanted electrical components. The turning point arrived when researchers conducted experiments that inadvertently demonstrated the feasibility of generating effective internal shocks using compact electronic circuits. A prototype, originally designed for studying muscle response, produced an unexpectedly strong corrective effect when applied to cardiac fibrillation in test subjects. The mechanism was far from refined, but the outcome revealed that the concept was not merely theoretical. This accident showed that a small-scale system could interrupt fibrillation if energy delivery was carefully controlled. Once this principle was demonstrated, the project transitioned from speculation to targeted development. Engineering teams began focusing on how to translate the experimental results into a reliable, long-term medical device. They explored energy storage materials, sensing electrodes, and protective casings capable of withstanding corrosive bodily fluids. The initial designs were large, heavy, and unsuitable for implantation, yet each iteration reduced size and improved precision. One of the greatest challenges involved distinguishing between normal variations in heart rhythm and truly dangerous arrhythmias. The device needed to remain passive until an event required intervention, then act instantly with calibrated force. This demand for accuracy pushed advances in microcircuitry and signal interpretation, leading to sensing systems capable of reading cardiac activity in real time. When the first fully implantable prototype was tested, it marked a significant milestone. Though bulky and limited by modern standards, it demonstrated the fundamental principle that a device inside the chest could detect ventricular fibrillation and deliver an immediate corrective shock. The test showed that survival without external defibrillation was possible. Over the following years, refinements in battery technology, biocompatible materials, and circuit design gradually shaped the device into a more practical form. Each improvement increased reliability and longevity, bringing the concept closer to widespread use. As the implantable defibrillator reached clinical environments, its impact became increasingly apparent. Patients who had survived previous cardiac arrests or who faced high risk of fatal arrhythmias gained access to a tool that watched over them continuously. Instead of relying on the presence of trained personnel or external equipment, individuals could carry a silent system designed to intervene in moments when seconds determined survival. The psychological weight of constant vulnerability was eased by a technology that offered immediate response, without requiring conscious action from the patient. Beyond personal outcomes, the device transformed the broader landscape of cardiology. Its introduction shifted medical understanding of how to manage chronic arrhythmic conditions, influencing treatment strategies, emergency protocols, and long-term care planning. It demonstrated the power of integrating engineering with physiology, showing how targeted electrical therapy could prevent sudden cardiac death on a scale previously impossible. Over time, the implantable defibrillator evolved into a cornerstone of modern cardiac intervention, supported by decades of iterative refinement. The origins of the implantable defibrillator illustrate how scientific progress often grows from moments that appear incidental at first. What began as a simple observation during basic research eventually developed into a life-saving technology. The accidental discovery that internal shocks could be controlled with small electronic systems shifted the direction of an entire medical field. Through meticulous study, engineering ingenuity, and persistent refinement, the device transformed from a theoretical curiosity into one of the most significant achievements in cardiac care. Pyrex glass. Pyrex glass originated from a period when rapid technological development encouraged experimentation with new materials capable of withstanding extreme conditions. In the early 20th century, industries such as transportation and manufacturing demanded products that could tolerate sudden temperature changes without fracturing. Railroads, in particular, relied on lanterns that were exposed to harsh weather, fluctuating heat, and constant mechanical stress. Traditional glass was prone to cracking when heated or cooled abruptly, creating a persistent safety concern. To address this issue, laboratories began developing specialized glass formulas that could resist thermal shock and maintain structural integrity under unpredictable conditions. Among these efforts was the creation of borosilicate glass, a material that would later become the foundation for Pyrex. Borosilicate glass featured a unique molecular structure that incorporated boron into the silica framework, producing a substance with exceptional stability. Its resistance to expansion under heat made it ideal for environments where temperature shifts were unavoidable. Initially, the material served strictly industrial purposes, such as components for railroad lanterns, scientific instruments, and laboratory equipment. Its durability, clarity, and ability to maintain shape under intense heat placed it in a class distinct from conventional glass. Technicians who worked with it recognized its advantages, yet its use remained confined to professional and industrial settings, far from the domestic environments where it would later gain widespread recognition. The accidental path that led from railroad lanterns to kitchenware began when a laboratory worker experimented with repurposing a piece of borosilicate glass intended for industrial lighting. The individual noticed that the material possessed not only technical resilience but also a smooth, refined appearance that could transition beyond mechanical settings. During informal testing, The glass was placed in an oven to evaluate its reaction to direct and prolonged heat. Instead of cracking or clouding, it maintained its clarity and structure perfectly. This simple experiment revealed that borosilicate glass had characteristics well suited for culinary applications, particularly for baking and cooking tasks that involved repeated exposure to high temperatures. Observing how the material behaved under these conditions inspired the idea that such glass could be used for cookware. Traditional metal and ceramic vessels had limitations. Metals could react with food, and ceramics often failed under sudden temperature changes. Borosilicate glass, however, remained stable even when transitioning from cold surfaces to hot ovens. This combination of durability and neutrality opened the possibility of a new category of kitchenware that provided both performance and visual transparency. The ability to observe food as it cooked introduced an entirely new experience, blending scientific material properties with everyday domestic needs. The development of Pyrex as a consumer product involved refining the glass to ensure consistent quality and safety for household use. Manufacturers tested various shapes, thicknesses, and designs to determine which formats would maximize structural stability while remaining practical for cooking tasks. Baking dishes, measuring cups, and storage containers were among the earliest products. Their introduction represented a significant innovation in the emerging era of modern home appliance design. The transparency of Pyrex allowed users to monitor heating, mixing, and rising processes with unprecedented clarity, merging functionality with a new aesthetic sensibility that reflected the growing interest in scientific efficiency within the home. As Pyrex gained popularity, it began to influence how people approached food preparation. The glass resisted staining and retained neither odors nor flavors, offering a level of cleanliness and longevity that surpassed many traditional materials. Its compatibility with ovens and later with microwaves positioned it as a versatile tool in evolving kitchens. The durability of the material also meant that Pyrex items remained in use for many years, often becoming household staples passed across generations. Throughout this period, the core composition of borosilicate glass remained central to its identity, a reminder of its industrial origins. Beyond domestic use, Pyrex continued to serve scientific and engineering applications, reinforcing the material's dual significance. Laboratories valued borosilicate glass for its reliability in controlled experiments, its resistance to chemical reactions, and its ability to withstand repetitive heating cycles. This connection between scientific rigor and everyday utility contributed to the material's distinctive status. While the name Pyrex became widely associated with home kitchens, its foundational properties were rooted in precise and demanding industrial requirements. The transformation of borosilicate glass into Pyrex demonstrates how accidental observations can redirect the trajectory of a material. What began as a solution to a technical problem in railroad lighting evolved into one of the most recognizable and enduring forms of cookware. The transition was enabled by the discovery that a material designed for mechanical resilience could offer practical benefits far beyond its original purpose. Through a combination of experimentation, adaptability, and reinterpretation, borosilicate glass became an integral part of both scientific practice and everyday living, illustrating how innovation often emerges from noticing the unexpected potential in established materials. Silly putty. Silly putty emerged from an era defined by experimentation, urgency, and rapid scientific improvisation. During the early 1940s, as global conflict intensified, natural rubber became a critically scarce resource. Nations depended on rubber for tires, military equipment, communication cables, and thousands of everyday components that could not be easily replaced. Laboratories across the United States were assigned a clear but technically demanding mission: identify or create an alternative material capable of replicating the essential properties of rubber. This effort drew chemists, material scientists, and industrial researchers into an enormous wave of trials, failed mixtures, and unexpected discoveries. It was in this environment that silly putty found its accidental beginnings. The pivotal moment occurred when a researcher mixed boric acid with silicone oil, a combination that had not yet been thoroughly explored. The mixture produced a substance with a soft, flexible consistency that did not match the expected behavior of rubber. Instead, it bounced when pressed into a ball, stretched slowly when pulled, snapped apart cleanly when tugged quickly, and lifted ink from printed surfaces. This unusual set of properties puzzled the research team because the material did not conform to any established classification. It was not strong enough for industrial machinery, not sufficiently elastic for vehicle parts, and not stable enough for heavy-duty applications. At the same time, its unusual responsiveness captivated those who handled it. Although it did not serve the intended purpose, it demonstrated an intriguing complexity that set it apart from other synthetic compounds created during the war. As laboratory documentation accumulated, the substance remained a scientific curiosity rather than a functional innovation. It passed between researchers, each attempting to identify a meaningful industrial use. Despite its intriguing mechanical behavior, no practical application emerged. Technical reports of the period noted its resilience, malleability, and unusual interactions with pressure and force, yet each report concluded that the compound lacked commercial value beyond being an interesting anomaly. For a time, it seemed destined to remain an obscure byproduct of wartime experimentation. The transition from failed industrial experiment to cultural icon occurred not through scientific breakthroughs but through entrepreneurial insight. After the war, samples of the material circulated among professionals, and its novelty consistently produced the same reaction: amusement. People kneaded it absent-mindedly during conversations, rolled it into shapes, or tested its bouncing abilities. Its value resided not in utility but in its sensory qualities. Recognizing this, a marketer working in the gift and toy industry saw the potential for a product that required no explanation other than its own tactile appeal. The material was packaged in small, clear containers and presented as an item that invited simple interaction rather than technical understanding. Once introduced to the public, the material quickly captured attention. Its unique consistency distinguished it from traditional toys, which typically followed predictable mechanical or visual patterns. Silly Putty's combination of firmness and softness, along with its ability to deform gradually under pressure, provided a sensory experience unlike anything on the market. It became a popular object for casual play, a desk toy for adults, and a source of fascination for children who discovered that it could replicate comic strip images by pressing it against printed pages. Its success grew steadily, establishing the substance as both a novelty product and an unexpected cultural presence. Behind its playful reputation, Silly Putty also attracted scientific interest. Researchers noted its unusual classification as a viscoelastic non-Newtonian material, exhibiting characteristics of both solids and liquids depending on the type of force applied. It flowed slowly under its own weight yet fractured sharply when struck. This duality made it a convenient example in demonstrations related to polymer chemistry and material behavior. Over time, the compound's structure and molecular interactions became a subject of technical study, illustrating how long-chain polymers respond to stress and temperature. Although originally dismissed as impractical, it later contributed valuable insights into the broader understanding of synthetic materials. The path from accidental laboratory mixture to commercial success underscores how scientific progress occasionally emerges from moments of unintended discovery. Silly Putty was not the result of a targeted innovation program or a deliberate technological design. Instead, it was a material without a defined purpose, shaped by its environment and by the people who encountered it. Its existence highlights the unpredictable nature of invention, where failure in one context can become opportunity in another. Through a chain of events driven by curiosity, experimentation, and reinterpretation, the substance transformed from an overlooked compound into a widely recognized product with a lasting presence. The Slinky Spring Toy. The Slinky Spring Toy traces its origins to a moment of unintended discovery within the environment of naval engineering during the 1940s. At the time, shipboard equipment required components capable of stabilizing sensitive instruments exposed to constant vibration and unpredictable motion. Engineers worked on developing systems that could absorb shocks and maintain balance in conditions where precision was essential. Among the various experimental designs being explored were specialized tension springs meant to support delicate mechanisms. Their purpose was strictly practical, with no consideration of recreation or leisure. It was within these conditions that the chain of events leading to the Slinky began, centered around an engineer whose task involved refining materials for maritime stability. During one particular test, a metal spring designed for vibration control fell from a shelf. Instead of dropping directly to the floor, the spring extended, compressed, and descended in a series of controlled movements, appearing almost as if it were walking. The motion was smooth, rhythmic, and unlike the typical collapse expected from a loose coil. This behavior caught the attention of those present because it suggested that, under specific conditions, the spring possessed a natural ability to transfer momentum through its coils. The event was not part of any planned experiment, but it illustrated an unusual mechanical property that had previously gone unnoticed. The observation that a simple object could move in such a distinctive pattern hinted at a potential use far removed from engineering. The engineer responsible for the equipment took interest in the spring's unexpected behavior and began experimenting with its movement. By adjusting the length, coil spacing, and tension, he found that certain configurations enhanced the ability of the spring to step in a continuous motion. This tuning process had nothing to do with industrial requirements. It was driven purely by curiosity. The mechanical principles behind the motion were straightforward. The spring transferred stored energy from coil to coil in response to gravity and tension. Yet the resulting effect was visually striking. The movement carried a flowing quality that appeared deliberate despite being governed solely by physics. As experimentation continued, the concept began to shift from that of an engineering component to a potential entertainment object. The spring's ability to move down stairs or traverse inclined surfaces created a form of kinetic play that required no external mechanism. Its design allowed for self-propelled motion governed entirely by balance, momentum, and timing. This simplicity made it unique among toys of the era, which often relied on gears, wind-up systems, or manual manipulation. The idea that a toy could function entirely through the inherent properties of metal coils introduced a new category of motion-based entertainment. Developing the spring into a consumer product required attention to material consistency, coil geometry, and safe handling. Industrial steel was selected for its resilience and ability to maintain shape after repeated compression. Manufacturers began producing multiple prototypes to determine the ideal combination of flexibility and stability. The spring needed enough tension to retain its structural form yet sufficient looseness to enable the cascading motion. After extensive refinement, a final design emerged that balanced these factors and produced reliable behavior across a variety of surfaces. Once the product reached the public, it quickly captivated attention due to its distinctive appearance and movement. The Slinky offered a form of interaction that was calming, rhythmic, and engaging. Its motion provided a visual demonstration of momentum transfer and energy distribution, even if users did not consciously interpret it in scientific terms. The toy became associated with simple mechanical wonder, reflecting an era in which small, accessible objects could become sources of widespread fascination. Its ability to move fluidly down staircases became an iconic feature, often demonstrated in stores, classrooms, and homes. Beyond entertainment, the Slinky found occasional use in educational settings. Its behavior offered a clear, tangible example of wave propagation and kinetic energy. Teachers used it to demonstrate principles of motion, oscillation, and physical dynamics in a way that was both intuitive and memorable. Although these applications were not part of its intended purpose, they illustrated the versatility of the object and the broader relevance of its mechanical properties. The toy's structure also inspired variations, including plastic versions, giant coils, and models adapted for demonstrations in physics laboratories. Despite its simplicity, the Slinky maintained a steady presence over decades, becoming a recognizable element of popular culture. Its longevity stemmed from the fact that its appeal did not depend on trends or technology. The experience of watching the spring move was timeless, offering a form of sensory engagement that remained unchanged across generations. It served as a reminder that the fascination of motion could originate from the most ordinary objects, provided their properties aligned in just the right way. The history of the Slinky illustrates how innovation can arise from incidental moments that reveal unexpected potential in familiar materials. What began as a utilitarian component intended for naval equipment became a playful object that resonated with millions of people. Its creation was shaped not by deliberate design for entertainment but by the recognition of a unique behavior emerging from a simple accident. Through observation, refinement, and imagination, a mechanical spring transformed into a lasting cultural artifact characterized by its graceful and continuous motion. Quinidine, heart medication. Quinidine emerged from a long tradition of studying natural compounds whose properties were not initially understood in the context of modern medicine. Its origins are closely tied to the exploration of cinchona bark, a material that had been used for centuries for its effects on fevers. Early reports described how extracts from the bark reduced symptoms associated with various illnesses, particularly those involving recurrent chills. These observations took place long before the mechanisms of disease were known, and practitioners relied on empirical results rather than scientific explanation. As medical science advanced, researchers began isolating the individual components of cinchona, seeking to understand which elements produced its characteristic effects. Among the active compounds extracted from the bark were alkaloids with distinct chemical structures and physiological properties. One of these was quinine, widely recognized for its role in managing malaria. Alongside it, however, was a related compound, quinidine, whose effects differed in significant but initially subtle ways. In early chemical analyses, quinidine was catalogued as a secondary alkaloid of limited interest, primarily because its clinical value was not yet apparent. It did not display the same level of antimalarial potency as quinine, and so it was considered less useful in treating the most pressing medical challenge associated with cinchona at that time. The reconsideration of quinidine began when physicians observed unexpected changes in the heartbeat of certain patients who had received cinchona extracts. Some individuals showed improved rhythm stability, prompting curiosity about which substance within the mixture had produced this effect. Researchers began isolating each alkaloid and studying its impact on cardiac tissue. Through these controlled examinations, it became evident that quinidine possessed a distinct influence on the electrical activity of the heart. It interfered with the transmission of impulses in a way that could suppress irregularities. These findings suggested that quinidine acted on the underlying rhythm itself rather than simply affecting symptoms, marking it as a compound with significant therapeutic potential. This shift in understanding occurred gradually. At first, the cardiac effects were considered side observations, noteworthy but not fully explored. Over time, however, consistent evidence accumulated showing that quinidine could stabilize arrhythmias under controlled conditions. Researchers tested its effects on isolated muscle fibers as well as whole cardiac tissue preparations, confirming that the compound slowed conduction and lengthened the refractory period. These changes allowed the heart to reset its electrical pattern, reducing the likelihood of chaotic impulses. The implications were substantial, as irregular heartbeats represented a growing concern within clinical practice. The development of quinidine as a dedicated medication required refining the extraction process to produce consistent dosing. Pharmacologists identified the optimal purity levels and studied how the compound behaved once absorbed by the body. They mapped its distribution, its metabolism, and the concentration ranges at which it exerted its stabilizing effects most reliably. As knowledge increased, quinidine evolved from a lesser-known component of a natural mixture into a precisely formulated medication. Its dosage forms were standardized, allowing physicians to prescribe it with greater confidence and predictability. Once it entered clinical use, quinidine became one of the earliest medications capable of restoring and maintaining normal heart rhythm. It offered a non-surgical approach to managing conditions that previously had few effective treatments. Physicians could intervene in persistent arrhythmias, reducing symptoms and improving long-term outcomes. This development marked a major advancement in cardiology, demonstrating how chemical compounds derived from natural sources could influence complex physiological systems in targeted ways. As its use expanded, quinidine became a foundational therapy for certain rhythm disorders, shaping medical practice for decades. Beyond its immediate clinical role, quinidine contributed to the broader scientific understanding of how electrical impulses govern cardiac function. Its effects provided researchers with a tool for studying conduction pathways and the mechanisms underlying arrhythmias. By observing how the compound altered specific electrical properties of the heart, scientists gained insights that supported the development of later antiarrhythmic medications. In this sense, quinidine not only served as a treatment but also helped establish the conceptual framework for future therapies. The path that led quinidine from neglected alkaloid to essential medication reflects the nature of discovery during an era when chemistry and medicine were rapidly intersecting. A compound initially overlooked for its lack of antimalarial power ultimately revealed a different and highly valuable property. This transformation was made possible by careful observation and the willingness to reconsider assumptions about known substances. Through the gradual accumulation of evidence, quinidine became recognized as a key agent in the management of cardiac rhythm disorders. Its history illustrates how understanding evolves when the unexpected effects of a familiar material are examined with persistence and curiosity. Laminated windshields. The story of laminated windshields begins not in an automobile workshop, but in a quiet French laboratory in 1903. At that time, cars were still a new and sometimes unpredictable invention. Their front windows were made of plain glass, which posed a serious hazard. Even a minor collision could cause the glass to break into sharp shards. These fragments could injure drivers and passengers, and the danger of such accidents grew as vehicles became faster and more common. Yet the solution to this widespread problem emerged entirely by accident, sparked by an unrelated experiment carried out by a French chemist named Edouard Benedictus. Benedictus was working one afternoon in his lab when he accidentally dropped a glass flask. Expecting it to shatter across the floor, he was surprised to see it crack but hold its shape. This unexpected result caught his attention. When he examined the flask more closely, he realized that a film of dried cellulose nitrate had coated the inside. The residue came from an earlier experiment, one he had not bothered to clean out. The thin layer acted like an invisible shell, keeping the broken pieces together and preventing them from scattering. What might have been dismissed as a lucky accident instead inspired a new line of thought. Benedictus began considering how this effect could be applied to other objects that were prone to dangerous breakage. The idea of strengthening glass with a protective layer was not entirely new, but previous attempts had not produced a practical or widely usable method. Benedictus approached the problem with a chemist's perspective, focusing on materials that could bond to glass without making it cloudy or brittle. He experimented with several coatings before devising a model where two panes of glass were fused with a clear, flexible sheet between them. The result was a composite structure that retained transparency while significantly reducing the risk of sharp fragmentation. Although the earliest versions used cellulose nitrate, later iterations shifted to cellulose acetate, which was less flammable and more stable. In 1909, Benedictus patented his layered glass, calling it triplex. At first, he envisioned it for use in goggles, skylights, and industrial equipment. Automobiles were not his immediate target, but as car accidents increased, the relevance of his invention became clearer. The automotive industry gradually took interest when the dangers posed by ordinary glass windshields became more widely recognized. In many accidents, occupants were injured not by the impact itself but by the scattering shards of glass that followed. Laminated glass offered a way to reduce these injuries by holding the broken pieces together, maintaining a barrier even after cracking. By the 1920s and 1930s, car manufacturers began incorporating laminated windshields into their designs. The adoption was not immediate or universal. Some companies hesitated due to the added cost or concerns about durability. Yet as testing improved and materials advanced, the benefits became undeniable. Laminated glass not only reduced injuries but also improved visibility after minor impacts, giving drivers a better chance to maintain control. Additionally, it provided better protection from flying debris, a common hazard on early roads that were often unpaved. Over time, scientists and engineers refined the inner layer of laminated windshields. Cellulose acetate was replaced with polyvinyl butyryl, known as PVB, a material that bonded well with glass and offered excellent clarity and flexibility. This transition enhanced the performance of laminated windshields in all conditions, from intense heat to extreme cold. As vehicles became faster and road networks expanded, the safety advantages of laminated glass became even more significant. It transformed from an optional feature into a standard requirement. By the mid-20th century, regulations in many countries began mandating laminated windshields because they had proven so effective in reducing injuries. They also offered additional benefits such as sound insulation and improved structural integrity. The inner layer absorbed energy during impact, which helped keep occupants safer while preventing complete glass failure. These qualities made laminated windshields not only a protective component but also a stabilizing one. The material contributed to the overall resilience of the vehicle's cabin, providing another layer of protection for passengers. Today's laminated windshields follow the same basic principle discovered by Benedictus. Even though modern versions use advanced materials and manufacturing processes, the layered design remains central to their function. Two sheets of glass, bonded to a clear film that holds everything together under stress. What began as a fortunate laboratory accident has become an essential element of modern transportation safety. The invention emphasizes how small, unexpected moments in science can lead to developments that shape daily life in ways the original creator may never have imagined. Laminated windshields demonstrate the value of observation and curiosity. A simple dropped flask revealed a new way to protect people, and a curious mind took the opportunity to explore the phenomenon rather than overlook it. This turn of events helped create a safety feature that has protected countless lives over decades. It is a reminder that progress often arises from moments when chance meets careful consideration, guiding innovation toward lasting impact. Virtual reality headsets. The origins of virtual reality headsets trace back to a period long before digital screens, motion sensors, or compact processors existed. Their earliest roots appear in the mid-20th century, when inventors were experimenting with new ways to place a viewer directly inside an imagined environment. One of the most influential attempts came from cinematographer Morton Heilig, who in the late 1950s created a machine called the Sensorama. It was a large mechanical booth that combined stereoscopic images, vibrations, sound, and even subtle scents. Though it did not involve a wearable headset, its purpose was clear: to immerse the viewer completely, allowing them to feel as if they were physically present in another world. At the time, it was regarded as a novelty, yet it set the conceptual foundation for what would eventually become modern virtual reality. The shift toward a true headset arrived in 1968, when computer scientist Ivan Sutherland worked with his student Bob Spruill to build the first head-mounted display. The device was an imposing apparatus suspended from the ceiling, earning it the nickname, the Sword of Damocles. It displayed simple wireframe graphics generated by a computer, tracking the user's head movements to adjust the image in real time. Although the experience was crude by modern standards, it was groundbreaking. It demonstrated that an individual could view a digital world that responded as they moved. This was the moment when the idea of virtual reality transitioned from a speculative concept into a working prototype, even if the hardware was far from practical. In the decades that followed, various research laboratories and military programs explored the potential of immersive displays. Engineers saw opportunities in training simulations where controlled environments could help teach complex or high-risk tasks. Early headsets were still bulky and limited, but the interest in refining them persisted. These projects aimed to create digital worlds that felt more natural, placing emphasis on more accurate head tracking and wider fields of view. Slowly, the technology matured, though it remained expensive and inaccessible to the general public. Most experiments took place in specialized labs, where researchers could test new ideas without needing to reduce costs or design for mass production. The turning point for virtual reality headsets emerged in an unexpected way, driven not by major corporations but by independent experimentation. In the early 2010s, hobbyists and engineers began revisiting earlier concepts with better screens, lighter materials, and more precise sensors. This movement was encouraged by the rapid advancement of smartphones, which provided compact displays and gyroscopes that were ideal for head tracking. One developer's prototype, created using accessible components, sparked renewed excitement and ultimately led to the development of headsets aimed at consumers rather than laboratories. The revived interest marked a new stage for virtual reality, shifting it from a specialized tool to an entertainment technology with wide public appeal. As virtual reality headsets entered commercial markets, they carried forward many of the principles established by early models but with significant improvements. developers focused on reducing motion discomfort by increasing display refresh rates and improving tracking precision. Systems that once required elaborate external hardware became more compact and efficient. The headsets began offering greater resolution, wider fields of view, and more comfortable ergonomics. These changes transformed the technology into something that could be used for extended periods, expanding its possibilities across various fields. Beyond entertainment, virtual reality headsets found unexpected applications because of their ability to create controlled, immersive environments. Educators explored them for interactive lessons, allowing students to examine distant places or complex structures. Some researchers used them to study human perception, taking advantage of the ability to adjust visual conditions in precise ways. In design fields, the headsets provided a new method of visualizing architectural plans or engineering projects, enabling users to walk through digital models before construction began. Their adaptability demonstrated how a device originally imagined as a tool for visual immersion could evolve into an instrument used across numerous disciplines. The development of virtual reality headsets continues to advance as new methods of rendering, tracking, and interaction appear. The core idea remains consistent with the early experiments: to provide an experience that surrounds the viewer completely, replacing their immediate surroundings with a constructed digital world. Improvements in processing power and display technology make these environments increasingly detailed, while engineers work toward creating lighter devices with more natural interfaces. Despite the progress, the essential appeal remains tied to the same pursuit that motivated the first inventors: to create a sense of presence in a world built by imagination. The journey of virtual reality headsets reflects a long progression of ideas gradually shaped by accidental discoveries, technological advances, and renewed interest from unexpected directions. Each stage contributed something essential, from early immersive machines to pioneering head-mounted displays and modern consumer devices. The technology that began as a visionary experiment now offers a practical tool that reaches into many aspects of contemporary life. Its evolution demonstrates how an idea can persist across generations, waiting for the right combination of materials, curiosity, and timing to fully develop. Botox. The story of Botox begins in a setting far removed from cosmetics or clinical procedures. Its origins trace back to the study of a rare form of food contamination linked to poorly preserved foods. In the late 19th century, researchers investigating this phenomenon identified a substance produced by certain bacteria that caused a distinctive pattern of muscle paralysis. This substance was extremely potent, and because of its effect on muscle activity, it became a subject of scientific interest. At the time, the work was focused purely on understanding its properties, with no expectation that it would one day be used in controlled and beneficial ways. As researchers continued to study the substance, they learned more about its mechanism. They discovered that it interacted with the communication between nerves and muscles, temporarily blocking the signals that enabled muscles to contract. This finding gradually shifted the view of the substance from something purely hazardous to something that could potentially be applied in extremely small, regulated amounts. It remained in the realm of laboratory science for many years, where investigators explored its effects with great caution. During this period, it was not seen as a potential therapy but rather as a unique biological tool that demonstrated how muscles respond when certain chemical pathways are interrupted. A breakthrough occurred when scientists began considering whether this controlled muscle relaxation could help individuals with conditions characterized by involuntary muscle activity. In the mid-20th century, experiments were conducted using highly purified, carefully measured doses. These early tests revealed promising results, showing that targeted application could reduce excessive muscle activity without affecting surrounding tissues. It marked the moment when the substance transitioned from a scientific curiosity to a candidate for therapeutic use. Researchers recognized that its precision made it suitable for addressing specific localized issues. The next stage developed when clinical trials confirmed its usefulness in reducing uncontrolled facial muscle movements. The ability to relax isolated muscles offered a new tool for specialists who were seeking more refined methods to manage such symptoms. As the data accumulated, the substance gained recognition as a controlled therapeutic agent. This marked a significant shift in its reputation. What had once been closely associated with contamination and risk was now regarded as a medical resource when handled properly. Its approval for clinical use opened the door for broader exploration, and interest in its potential applications increased. An unexpected turn occurred when specialists working with the substance noticed something unrelated to its original purpose. While treating facial muscle activity, they observed that the area around the injection site often appeared smoother and more relaxed. Lines that had formed through repeated muscle movement became noticeably less prominent. This observation sparked curiosity not only among researchers but also among individuals outside the clinical environment. The effect was consistent and repeatable, showing that the relaxation of targeted muscles influenced the appearance of the skin. This discovery was accidental, arising from treatments aimed at entirely different concerns. As interest in its appearance-related effects grew, further studies were conducted to ensure that it could be applied safely for cosmetic purposes. These studies established clear guidelines, focusing on precise dosing and specific target areas. The procedures required careful training and standardized methods to maintain reliability. Once these foundations were in place, the use of Botox expanded rapidly. It presented a new approach to managing facial lines caused by repeated muscle activity, offering results that appeared smooth and natural when performed correctly. This shift broadened its reach and made it widely known among the general public. Beyond its visible effects, researchers continued to explore additional applications in areas involving muscle activity. The same principles that made it useful for its initial therapeutic purpose now guided its use in new contexts. Specialists appreciated its ability to provide targeted, localized results without affecting other systems. Over time, this versatility solidified its place not only in cosmetic procedures but also in various clinical fields where precise muscle relaxation could be beneficial. Each new study contributed to a deeper understanding of how the substance could be applied in controlled ways. Today, Botox stands as a notable example of how a scientific investigation into a harmful substance can lead to unexpected positive applications. Its evolution, from the study of a rare foodborne issue to one of the most recognizable treatments in modern practice, reflects a long process shaped by observation, experimentation, and careful refinement. The accidental discovery of its cosmetic effects added a new dimension to its use, expanding its presence far beyond its original purpose. The story demonstrates how a single scientific insight can branch into multiple paths, influencing both medical practice and everyday life in ways that early researchers could not have predicted. WD-40. The story of WD-40 begins in the early 1950s, during a period when engineers and researchers were working intensively on protecting metal surfaces from corrosion. Aerospace technology was advancing rapidly, and machines required coatings that could withstand demanding environments. Rust and moisture posed persistent challenges, creating the need for a substance that could shield delicate components while remaining simple enough to apply in a variety of settings. This need prompted a small research team in California to begin testing different chemical formulations. Their goal was clear: to create a compound capable of displacing water while leaving behind a protective layer that adhered firmly to metal. The team focused on developing a spray that would eliminate moisture at the molecular level, forming a barrier that resisted corrosion. The early experiments did not yield immediate success. Dozens of mixtures were tested, each adjusting the balance of solvents and oils. Some combinations evaporated too quickly, while others left a residue that failed to protect the surface. Yet the group remained persistent, refining small details and documenting each step. The breakthrough finally came when they created a formula that effectively displaced water while leaving behind a thin, consistent protective coating. It was their 40th attempt, and it achieved the specific effect they were aiming for. This successful formulation was initially intended for use in aerospace applications. Engineers working on specialized aircraft components required a material that could protect surfaces from condensation and environmental exposure. The new spray proved valuable for maintaining parts that were otherwise prone to rusting. Although it was developed for a narrow purpose, the team recognized the potential for broader utility. The spray's ability to seep into tight spaces, dissolve light grime, and create a lasting protective film made it suitable for various mechanical tasks. Still, its primary role remained focused on industrial environments, far from everyday household use. The shift began when workers who handled the product realized its usefulness extended beyond their professional tasks. They began taking small amounts home, applying it to squeaky hinges, stuck mechanisms, and tools showing early signs of rust. The substance worked reliably across all these situations, demonstrating a versatility that had not been part of its original design. Word spread informally, and soon the product was being requested by people outside the aerospace field. The researchers observed this unexpected interest and started considering how a material created for advanced engineering might also serve general mechanical maintenance. Once the decision was made to introduce the spray to a wider audience, its development gained new direction. The formulation remained unchanged, but the packaging shifted toward a design intended for easy household use. The spray could reach narrow joints and moving parts, allowing it to remove moisture, reduce friction, and restore mobility. These qualities made it appealing not only to technicians but also to individuals maintaining bicycles, garden tools, and everyday mechanical items. The spray found a role in situations where complex lubricants or cleaning agents were unnecessary. It became a tool for simple, practical solutions that required minimal preparation. Over time, WD-40 became associated with a surprising range of uses. Its ability to loosen stuck mechanisms made it helpful in tasks that required gentle restoration rather than force. The spray dissolved residues that accumulated on surfaces exposed to weather, while its protective layer reduced future corrosion. The consistency of its performance encouraged people to apply it to tasks they had not initially considered, from maintaining musical instruments to preventing minor rust on frequently handled metal objects. This expanding list of applications grew organically, driven by experimentation rather than by planned marketing. The product's reputation continued to grow as more individuals encountered its effects in informal, practical situations. Its utility in preventing moisture buildup made it helpful in environments exposed to damp air, while its ability to penetrate small mechanical gaps allowed it to reach areas inaccessible by thicker lubricants. Because the spray was easy to apply and required minimal cleanup, it became a go-to option for solving mechanical issues efficiently. This convenience played a large role in its adoption across households, workshops, and garages. As the decades passed, WD-40 remained remarkably consistent in composition. The original formula demonstrated reliable behavior, and because the product fulfilled its intended purpose so effectively, it did not require major modification. This stability contributed to its enduring presence, with many users treating it as a universal tool for minor mechanical challenges. Its role expanded beyond maintenance, showing up in creative problem-solving scenarios, where people used it to achieve unexpected results. These examples reflected the same principle that had led workers to take the spray home in the first place. Practical experimentation revealing new possibilities. Today, WD-40 is widely recognized as a multipurpose tool derived from a single engineering objective. Its accidental transition from an aerospace solution to a household staple illustrates how innovation can evolve through observation rather than intention. A formulation developed to protect advanced machinery eventually became a common object found in drawers, toolboxes, and workshops across the world. Its journey shows how a well-designed material can exceed its original purpose, gaining new significance through everyday use. The transformation of WD-40 from a specialized protective spray into a widely applied maintenance aid highlights the unpredictable nature of invention, where a single idea can take on a life far beyond what its creators envisioned. The iron lung, negative pressure ventilator. The development of the iron lung began during a period when medical science was searching for ways to assist individuals whose breathing muscles had become severely weakened. In the early 20th century, outbreaks of respiratory paralysis created urgent challenges for hospitals. Traditional methods of assisting breathing were limited, and the need for a mechanical device that could support the body's natural respiratory movements became increasingly clear. Researchers studying the physiology of breathing understood that the process relied not only on the lungs themselves but also on the motion of the chest and diaphragm. This understanding formed the basis for a new kind of machine, one that would work from the outside, rather than pushing air directly into the body. The first attempts at creating such a device were experimental and often cumbersome. Inventors explored the concept of using negative pressure to simulate the natural expansion of the chest. The idea was simple in principle. If the pressure around the torso were reduced, the chest cavity would expand, drawing air into the lungs. However, turning this principle into a practical machine was challenging. Early prototypes were large, rigid structures, and their mechanisms lacked the precision and control necessary for safe operation. Yet these early trials demonstrated that the approach had potential. Even basic models could generate enough movement to support breathing, showing that negative pressure ventilation was viable. The turning point came in the late 1920s, when engineers and medical researchers collaborated to refine the concept. They designed a cylindrical chamber large enough to hold the patient's body while leaving the head exposed. A motor-driven bellows system adjusted the air pressure inside the chamber in a rhythmic pattern, mimicking the natural breathing cycle. When the pressure dropped, the chest expanded. When it returned to normal, the chest relaxed. This controlled alternation allowed the machine to provide continuous respiratory support. For patients whose breathing muscles were no longer functioning, the device acted as a mechanical stand-in, offering a steady and reliable rhythm. The iron lung became widely recognized during outbreaks of respiratory paralysis that affected large numbers of children and adults. Hospitals began acquiring these machines to manage severe cases, and entire wards were dedicated to their operation. Despite their size and intimidating appearance, the devices provided a remarkable degree of stability. They could maintain a safe breathing rhythm for extended periods, allowing patients to rest and recover from the acute phase of their illness. Many individuals who otherwise lacked the muscular strength to breathe independently were kept alive by the machine's steady mechanical cycle. Its impact on patient survival was significant, marking a major advancement in supportive medical care. Although the iron lung was created to address a specific medical crisis, its development led to broader insights into respiratory mechanics. The device demonstrated the effectiveness of external ventilation as an alternative to methods that forced air directly into the lungs. Researchers studying its operation gained a deeper understanding of how pressure changes affect breathing, knowledge that later contributed to more compact and versatile ventilation technologies. While negative pressure ventilators eventually gave way to more modern systems, the principles established by the iron lung continued to influence medical engineering for decades. Its physical design also shaped the experience of those who used it. The machine fully enclosed the body from the neck down, leaving only the head outside the chamber. This arrangement required careful attention to patient comfort and maintenance. Nurses and operators developed specialized methods for daily care, working around the machine's structure. Although the environment was restrictive, many patients adapted to the routine and found ways to communicate, read, or listen to music through long periods of use. For some, the machine became a long-term companion, providing the support their bodies could not. As respiratory technology advanced, more compact devices eventually replaced the iron lung in most clinical settings. Yet its legacy remains important. It was one of the first machines capable of sustaining life by replicating essential biological functions with mechanical precision. Its design demonstrated that thoughtful engineering could compensate for weakened physiology, opening the door to innovations in critical care. The iron lung stands as a reminder of how necessity drives invention, and how even large, unwieldy machines can transform medical practice when built with a clear understanding of the body's natural processes. Today, the iron lung is remembered not only as a technological achievement but also as a symbol of resilience. It represents a period when medical science confronted new challenges and created tools that allowed thousands of individuals to survive conditions that would otherwise have been fatal. Its development, shaped by experimentation and urgent need, remains a key chapter in the story of mechanical ventilation. The machine illustrates how innovation can emerge from difficult circumstances, offering support and stability during times of uncertainty. Bubble wrap. The story of bubble wrap begins in the late 1950s, when two engineers were exploring an idea completely unrelated to packaging or shipping. Their goal was to create a new type of textured wallpaper. They wanted a material that offered a modern, futuristic look, something that would appeal to the growing interest in unconventional interior design. To achieve this, they experimented with sealing two layers of plastic together while trapping small pockets of air between them. The result was a flexible sheet covered in evenly spaced bubbles. Although the texture was striking, the wallpaper concept did not gain interest. People appreciated innovative design, but few wanted plastic walls dotted with raised air-filled pockets. Yet, the creation itself was unusual enough to spark curiosity. After the wallpaper idea failed, the engineers reconsidered their invention. They saw potential in the material's insulating qualities and believed it might work as a greenhouse covering. Its small air pockets acted as natural thermal barriers, which could help regulate temperature and protect plants from environmental fluctuations. For a time, they promoted the material to gardeners and greenhouse builders. Although it showed some promise, it lacked the durability and clarity needed for large-scale agricultural use. As a result, the greenhouse concept also faded. Despite the lack of success, the inventors were convinced that the material had untapped potential. They continued searching for an application that would match its unique structure. The breakthrough came when industries began shipping increasingly delicate electronic components. These items required stronger protection than traditional wrapping materials could provide. Manufacturers needed something light, flexible, and capable of absorbing shocks during transportation. When one of the engineers presented the bubble-filled plastic to a company working with sensitive equipment, its advantages became clear. The air pockets provided cushioning that distributed impact forces, reducing the risk of damage. The material was not heavy or bulky, and it could easily be cut or shaped to fit around different objects. What had once been an experimental wallpaper now showed promise as a protective packaging material. Once its new purpose was recognized, bubble wrap entered commercial production. Companies quickly adopted it to safeguard delicate items, especially electronic components that were vulnerable to even minor impacts. The lightweight sheets reduced shipping costs, while the cushioning effect improved reliability. Manufacturers valued the consistency of the material. The bubbles maintained their shape under pressure and provided predictable protection. Other industries soon followed, using it to wrap glassware, instruments, and countless other fragile products. The material's success grew from its practicality, offering a simple solution to a widespread problem. As its use expanded, people outside industrial settings began encountering it more often. Packages delivered to homes and offices arrived, protected by the now familiar bubble sheets. The distinctive structure caught attention immediately. Many individuals discovered that pressing the air-filled pockets produced a sharp, satisfying sensation. This inadvertent discovery gave bubble wrap an additional, entirely unexpected character. It became associated not only with protection but also with the small pleasure of popping the bubbles. The material continued evolving as manufacturers experimented with variations in bubble size, thickness, and layout. Larger bubbles provided more cushioning for heavy objects, while smaller ones offered finer protection for compact or delicate items. Some versions were designed with anti-static properties to safeguard electronics. Others incorporated new polymers to increase durability or improve environmental performance. Despite these changes, the core concept remained the same: a lightweight sheet containing uniform pockets of trapped air. The original idea proved adaptable, supporting a wide range of packaging needs across different industries. Over time, bubble wrap became deeply integrated into global shipping practices. Its consistency, reliability, and ease of use transformed it into a standard tool for protecting goods during transport. Warehouses kept large rolls on hand, ready to wrap items of any shape. Retail workers learned to handle it quickly and efficiently, while customers grew accustomed to seeing it inside the boxes they received. Packages traveled long distances, and the cushioning material played a quiet yet essential role in ensuring their safe arrival. The widespread adoption demonstrated how a simple idea could become indispensable once its true purpose emerged. Although it began as a failed interior design experiment, bubble wrap's journey reflects the unpredictable path of invention. What started as an attempt to create decorative walls evolved into a key component of modern logistics. It addressed a need that was not yet fully recognized when it was first created. The material's success came from its ability to provide protection without adding weight or complexity, offering a practical and dependable solution to a common challenge. The invention's accidental origins highlight how curiosity and persistence can lead to outcomes far beyond the initial goal. Today, bubble wrap remains a familiar and widely used material. Its role in packaging continues to be essential, especially as global shipping increases. It also retains a playful quality that people associate with the simple act of pressing its air pockets. This combination of practicality and unexpected charm has helped it maintain a unique place in everyday life. The story of bubble wrap shows how even ideas that do not succeed in their original form can find new relevance when approached from a different angle, becoming far more influential than their inventors ever imagined. Olestra fat substitute. The development of Olestra began at a time when researchers were searching for alternatives to traditional dietary fats. Food scientists wanted a substance that could provide the texture and cooking performance of regular fats without contributing the same caloric content. This ambition grew from an interest in creating products that tasted familiar while offering a different nutritional profile. Researchers at a major laboratory began experimenting with various combinations of molecules that could mimic the smoothness and mouthfeel of fat. Their work focused on blending different components to achieve a stable structure capable of handling heat and maintaining flavor. The crucial moment occurred when scientists tested a blend of sugar molecules attached to long-chain fatty acids. This structure resembled natural fat in appearance and behavior, yet its molecular size made it difficult for the body to break down. Because the digestive system could not process the compound in the same way it handled ordinary fats, the substance passed through without contributing calories. This discovery was unexpected. Researchers had been experimenting with combinations to better understand their physical properties, not to create something indigestible. When they realized what they had found, they began to explore the implications of a fat substitute that the body could not absorb. The new compound was named Olestra. With promising early results, the next step involved examining how it behaved in food preparation. Scientists tested it by frying various ingredients, heating it to cooking temperatures, and incorporating it into processed foods. It performed remarkably well. It resisted breakdown during heating, offering the crispness and texture typically associated with frying. When used in snack products, it provided a taste experience that closely matched traditional fried foods. This performance distinguished it from earlier fat substitutes, which often struggled to replicate the sensory qualities of natural oils. As interest grew, researchers conducted extensive tests to evaluate its safety and long-term effects. They focused on understanding how an indigestible fat might influence the digestive system. Studies indicated that while Olestra passed through the body unchanged, it could affect the absorption of certain nutrients. To address this, manufacturers added specific vitamins to products made with the substitute. Once these measures were established, the compound moved closer to commercial approval. The findings shaped how it would be incorporated into packaged foods, guiding guidelines for its use and labeling. When Olestra entered the consumer market, it appeared primarily in popular snack products. These items offered a familiar taste and texture but with significantly fewer calories from fat. The idea of enjoying crispy, fried snacks without the typical caloric impact attracted considerable attention. Many people were curious about a substance that could deliver the sensory experience of traditional fat while bypassing digestion. For a time, products containing Olestra became widely discussed, appearing on store shelves with distinct packaging that highlighted the novel ingredient. The real-world reception, however, proved more complex than anticipated. While the substitute provided the crispness and mouthfeel consumers expected, some individuals experienced digestive discomfort due to the compound's indigestible nature. These reactions varied, but they influenced public perception and sparked debate about the trade-off between reduced calories and possible side effects. Manufacturers adjusted labeling to ensure consumers were aware of the compound's unique characteristics. Despite these efforts, the attention surrounding its digestive effects overshadowed some of the scientific achievements behind its creation. As time passed, interest in Olestra gradually declined in mainstream markets. The food industry shifted toward other approaches to reducing caloric content, including different oil blends and portion-controlled products. At the same time, consumer preferences moved toward minimally processed foods, leaving less space for highly engineered substitutes. Still, Olestra did not disappear entirely. It continued to appear in niche applications and remained an example of how chemistry could influence food design. Its development contributed to a broader understanding of fat substitutes and informed future research in food science. The story of Olestra illustrates how an accidental discovery can set off an unexpected chain of events. What began as an effort to study unusual fat structures led to a compound with unique properties, capable of delivering the sensory qualities of traditional fat without being absorbed by the body. Its introduction into the marketplace demonstrated both the possibilities and challenges of reimagining familiar foods with new scientific methods. Although its widespread use was short-lived, its creation left a clear mark on the history of food innovation. Olestra remains a notable case in the evolution of processed foods. It represents the intersection of chemistry, nutrition, and public perception, showing how a single discovery can reshape ideas about what food can be. Its journey, from a laboratory experiment to a widely discussed ingredient, highlights the unpredictable nature of scientific progress. Even when outcomes differ from expectations, the knowledge gained continues to influence future developments. The invention stands as an example of how attempts to solve one problem can lead to discoveries that open entirely new paths. Tang powdered drink mix. Tang began as a practical laboratory experiment rather than the iconic powdered drink later associated with space travel. In the late 1950s, food chemist William A. Mitchell, working at General Foods, focused on creating convenient, shelf-stable products that could fit the fast-paced lifestyle emerging in America. His goal was to design a fruit-flavored powdered beverage that would dissolve quickly in water and maintain its taste over long periods of storage. There was nothing grand or visionary about the project, simply the pursuit of an efficient drink mix for everyday use. Yet the final result unexpectedly captured global attention and became part of a cultural moment far beyond the supermarket shelf. Mitchell developed Tang by experimenting with dehydrated flavor compounds, citric acid, and carefully balanced sweeteners. The challenge was achieving a strong, pleasant orange taste without using fresh fruit juice, which spoiled quickly. Through repeated trials, he produced a formula that delivered a vibrant citrus flavor, mixed easily in water, and stayed stable for months. Initially, Tang did not generate substantial interest from consumers. It was placed in stores alongside other powdered drinks, but sales were modest and its launch passed quietly. No one imagined that a routine development in a food lab would soon be propelled into the spotlight by one of the largest scientific endeavors of the century. Everything changed when NASA began searching for beverages that could be safely used during crewed space missions. Astronauts needed drinks that resisted spoilage, weighed very little, and maintained taste in the controlled environment of a spacecraft. Water on early missions often had a metallic aftertaste due to the onboard systems used to purify it, making it difficult for astronauts to consume enough fluids. Tang's powdered formula offered a simple solution. It masked unpleasant tastes, required no refrigeration, and was extremely lightweight. NASA selected Tang for its Gemini missions, and although the drink was not initially designed for astronauts, its practicality made it a natural fit. Tang's presence in space quickly transformed its reputation back on Earth. News stories, promotional materials, and public fascination with space exploration all contributed to making Tang appear adventurous and futuristic. Children associated it with the bravery and innovation of the astronauts they saw on television, and adults were drawn to the sense of modern convenience it represented. What had been a slow-selling product suddenly became a household staple, not because of its flavor alone, but because it became symbolic of human progress during a defining technological era. Despite the widespread belief that Tang was invented specifically for NASA, its true origin was far more ordinary. It was a simple solution to a simple commercial challenge: how to create a durable, appealing drink mix. But the unexpected intersection of market experimentation and space exploration gave it a new identity. Tang became a cultural icon, linking everyday life to the excitement of scientific advancement. Its journey from an overlooked supermarket product to a beverage associated with space missions demonstrates how chance circumstances can elevate even the most ordinary invention into something memorable. Tang's accidental legacy remains a reminder of how innovation often emerges at the intersection of practicality and serendipity. It began as a straightforward laboratory creation, became a useful tool for astronauts, and ultimately entered popular culture through a combination of timing, technology, and public imagination. Through this unlikely path, Tang secured its place in history, not because it was designed to change the world, but because circumstances lifted it into a role far beyond its original purpose. The artificial kidney dialysis machine. The development of the artificial kidney, now known as the dialysis machine, began as a series of urgent attempts to solve a life-threatening medical problem rather than a planned breakthrough. In the early 20th century, kidney failure was considered untreatable, and physicians could offer little more than supportive care. The idea of artificially filtering the blood had been discussed in theory, but the technology needed to make it possible did not exist. It would take a combination of improvisation, wartime shortages, and unconventional experimentation to push the first working device into existence. And although it later became a cornerstone of modern medicine, its invention emerged from a far more improvised and accidental path. The key figure behind this development was a Dutch physician, Willem Kolff, who began exploring methods of blood purification during the 1940s. Working in a small hospital during World War II, Kolff faced limited access to advanced materials and scientific equipment. Supplies were restricted, and even basic tools were difficult to obtain. Yet he remained determined to construct a device capable of removing toxins from the blood. His early efforts relied on objects found in everyday life: sausage casings, wooden barrels, washing machine components, and aquarium parts. These improvised materials formed the basis of his first rotating drum dialyzer, an experimental apparatus that looked more like a homemade machine than a medical instrument. Kolff's device operated on a simple but powerful principle: diffusion. He filled long tubes made from cellophane, the same material used in food packaging, and circulated a patient's blood through them while the tubes were submerged in a cleansing solution. Toxins passed through the membrane into the surrounding fluid, while blood cells and essential proteins remained inside the tubing. It was a fragile system, prone to failure, but it represented the first workable attempt at artificial blood filtration. Kolff continued to refine the machine through trial, error, and persistence, despite the fact that early tests were neither predictable nor consistently successful. The accidental element in this invention was not a single surprising moment, but rather the unusual combination of constraints and resources that shaped its creation. Because Kolff lacked access to specialized materials, he relied on whatever he could find. Sausage casings became the semi-permeable membrane. An old automobile water pump provided circulation. Stripped-down machine parts served as the rotating frame. None of these components had been designed for medical purposes, yet together they formed a device capable of sustaining life. The machine emerged from necessity and invention under pressure, rather than from a conventional path of engineering research. In 1945, one of the first patients survived an episode of acute kidney failure using Kolff's device. It was a turning point demonstrating that artificial blood purification was possible. Over the next decade, other researchers built upon his work, refining the membranes, improving flow control, and creating safer ways to access the bloodstream. The accidental beginnings, those improvised materials and wartime limitations, gradually evolved into a standardized medical treatment. By the 1960s, dialysis had transformed from an experimental rescue technique into a routine therapy capable of sustaining people for years. As the machine improved, its impact expanded far beyond what the earliest inventors imagined. Dialysis became essential not only for emergency cases but also for chronic kidney conditions, giving patients a chance to live long, stable lives despite organ failure. Entire clinical centers were built around this technology, and a global medical system formed to support it. Yet its origins remained rooted in that first improvised device assembled from household materials. The artificial kidney was not born from perfect conditions, but from persistence guided through limitation. Today, modern dialysis machines are highly engineered systems capable of regulating blood flow, monitoring electrolytes, and maintaining fluid balance with remarkable precision. They bear little resemblance to Kolff's rotating drum, yet their purpose remains the same: to provide an artificial means of filtering the blood when the natural organs can no longer do so. The invention's accidental nature helped shape a device that eventually saved millions of lives. The artificial kidney stands as an example of how unexpected circumstances can push scientific progress forward. It began as a makeshift solution built from unconventional parts, tested under challenging conditions, and refined through necessity rather than design. What started as an improvised experiment grew into one of the most important medical technologies of the modern age. demonstrating how innovation often arises from determination meeting chance. Safety coffins. The story of safety coffins began in a time when medical knowledge was still developing, and the line between life and death could be dangerously unclear. In the 18th and 19th centuries, accidental premature burials were not myth but real possibilities. Illnesses that caused deep comas, slow heartbeats, or shallow breathing often confused physicians. Without the tools to measure vital signs accurately, some people were mistakenly declared dead. As unsettling accounts of exhumations and near misses circulated, the public grew increasingly anxious. Out of this fear, inventors began searching for a way to protect individuals from the rare but terrifying possibility of being buried alive. Safety coffins emerged not as a planned revolution in burial practices but as a response to growing social pressure and a deeply human fear of misdiagnosis. Early versions of safety coffins were simple in concept. Inventors designed mechanisms that allowed anyone who revived underground to signal for help. These included strings attached to bells on the surface, tubes for breathing, shafts that allowed air to enter the coffin, and even flags that would pop up if the occupant moved. The bells became the most iconic feature, not because they frequently saved lives, but because they symbolized reassurance. Relatives could keep watch during the first days after burial, listening for any sound. Although many of these devices were never used in real emergencies, their presence reflected the anxieties of the era and the desire to ease those fears through technology. The accidental nature of their invention lay in the fact that safety coffins were developed not through direct medical insight but through a mixture of superstition, imperfect science, and inventive improvisation. Inventors were responding to incomplete medical understanding rather than solving a clearly defined problem. Many designs were influenced more by imagination than by practical testing. Some creators proposed systems with small ladders built inside the coffin, though the confinement made such ideas impractical. Others imagined complex ventilation systems, unaware of how little oxygen would remain once the coffin was sealed underground. Yet even these unrealistic concepts played a role in advancing discussions about medical diagnosis and the need for more reliable indicators of death. One of the most notable contributors to the development of safety coffins was German inventor Johann Taberger, who created a device in the early 19th century that linked the corpse's hands to a set of mechanical levers above ground. If the person moved, the bell would ring and alert a watchman. His design appeared during a period when reports of accidental burials were widely circulated in newspapers, intensifying public concern. The device gained attention not because it was frequently used, but because it represented the first organized attempt to formalize a system of rescue for the prematurely buried. It showed how fear and uncertainty could drive inventive solutions, even when the underlying problem was rare. As the decades progressed, safety coffins became increasingly elaborate. Some included speaking tubes to allow communication with the surface. Others offered food compartments, lighting, or signals connected to small hatches that could be opened from inside. Patents from the late 19th century show designs that resembled miniature escape chambers, focusing more on mechanical ingenuity than practical likelihood. The Victorian era, with its fascination for death rituals and its fear of medical errors, became the peak period for these inventions. Even though documented cases of successful rescues were extremely limited, families purchased these devices for peace of mind. The purchase itself was a form of insurance against a deeply emotional fear. The accidental impact of safety coffins extended beyond their immediate use. They encouraged physicians to push for better diagnostic methods and more reliable definitions of death. This contributed, indirectly, to the development of clinical standards such as checking reflexes, observing extended periods of cardiac inactivity, and using stethoscopes to verify vital signs. The spread of safety coffin designs also highlighted the limitations of medical practice at the time, pushing society to question how death was determined and how it could be more accurately confirmed. By the early 20th century, advancements in medical science reduced the need for safety coffins. As diagnostic technology improved, public fear of premature burial gradually declined. The devices became curiosities, symbols of an era defined by uncertainty and imagination. Yet their history remains a compelling example of how human anxiety can drive technological development, even when the threat being addressed is largely theoretical. They stand as artifacts of a time when people sought security through invention, and when creative responses emerged from circumstances shaped more by cultural fears than by scientific fact. Safety coffins remind us that the path of innovation is not always straightforward. They evolved at the intersection of fear, misunderstanding, and the desire for comfort. While they never became essential medical tools, they played an accidental role in advancing the accuracy of medical diagnostics and easing societal concerns during a period of scientific transition. Their story illustrates how inventions can arise from the emotional needs of a population as much as from technological ambition, and how even unlikely devices can leave a subtle imprint on the progress of science. Gunpowder. Gunpowder began not as a weapon, but as a hope for longevity. In ancient China, during the Tang dynasty, alchemists devoted their lives to the search for immortality. They worked in quiet laboratories filled with minerals, herbs, and strange powders, guided by philosophical ideas about balance, energy, and the transformation of matter. Their goal was spiritual and medicinal, to discover an elixir that could extend life or even grant eternal existence. In this atmosphere of careful experimentation, curiosity often outweighed caution. One common practice among these alchemists was the mixing of various natural substances that were believed to contain vital energies. Saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal were all known materials at the time. Saltpeter appeared as crystalline deposits and was associated with preservation and purification. Sulfur was linked to transformation and heat. Charcoal represented the essence of burned wood, already transformed by fire. Separately, these substances had practical uses. Together, they formed something entirely unexpected. Historical records from the 9th century describe mixtures that produced smoke, flames, and sudden bursts of heat. Some texts even warned about dangerous reactions that could burn hands and faces or set entire buildings on fire. These warnings show that the explosive nature of the mixture was discovered early. The alchemists did not celebrate this result as success. For those seeking immortality, violent combustion was a failure. Yet this failure contained the seed of one of history's most influential inventions. Over time, the formula became more refined. Observers noticed that adjusting the ratios changed the intensity of the reaction. A higher proportion of saltpeter increased the speed and power of combustion because it supplied oxygen to the reaction. Charcoal served as fuel, and sulfur lowered the ignition temperature, making the mixture easier to ignite. Without modern chemistry, these early experimenters still learned through repetition and careful observation. Their work slowly transformed a curious accident into a reproducible compound. The earliest uses of gunpowder were not military. It appeared in fireworks and ceremonial displays, especially during festivals meant to ward off evil spirits. Loud noises and bright flashes were believed to have protective qualities. Fireworks fit naturally into Chinese cultural traditions, where spectacle and symbolism played important roles. In this stage, gunpowder was more about ritual and celebration than destruction. Gradually, its energetic properties attracted military interest. Simple bombs, fire arrows, and primitive grenades began to appear. Bamboo tubes filled with gunpowder could burst with force when ignited. These devices were unpredictable, but their psychological effect was powerful. Noise, light, and smoke could frighten enemies and disrupt formations. Over generations, craftsmen improved containment methods, experimenting with metal and thicker materials. Containment allowed pressure to build, and pressure created force. From this principle came the earliest firearms and cannons. The spread of gunpowder beyond China happened through trade routes and conflict. Knowledge traveled along the Silk Road, carried by merchants, engineers, and soldiers. By the 13th century, the Middle East and parts of Europe had begun experimenting with similar mixtures. Each region adapted the technology to its own needs and materials. Recipes were recorded in coded language, sometimes to protect secrets, sometimes because the science itself was not fully understood. In medieval Europe, gunpowder reshaped warfare. Castles designed to resist arrows and siege engines became vulnerable to cannon fire. Thick stone walls could crack under repeated bombardment. Military architecture changed in response, leading to lower, angled fortifications that could absorb impacts. Armies reorganized around artillery and firearms. Battles were no longer decided only by physical strength or close combat skill. Distance and firepower gained importance. This shift influenced political power, territorial control, and the structure of states. Beyond the battlefield, gunpowder found roles in mining and engineering. Controlled explosions allowed workers to break rock more efficiently than manual tools alone. This made resource extraction faster and expanded access to minerals and metals that fueled further technological growth. Roads, tunnels, and canals could be constructed with greater speed. In this sense, gunpowder quietly supported industrial development long before the Industrial Revolution fully unfolded. The scientific understanding of gunpowder also contributed to the growth of chemistry. Scholars analyzing combustion sought to explain why the mixture reacted so violently. Early theories about elements and reactions evolved through attempts to understand such materials. Even incorrect theories pushed investigation forward. The desire to control explosive force led to better measurement, safer storage, and standardized production. These practices reflected a gradual move from mystical experimentation toward systematic science. Culturally, gunpowder changed humanity's relationship with power and distance. A single individual could project force far beyond arm's reach. This altered concepts of defense, authority, and personal security. Hunting practices changed as firearms spread. Exploration and colonization were also affected, as gunpowder weapons gave certain groups military advantages. While many technologies influence history, few do so across as many domains: military, industrial, scientific, and cultural. Despite its destructive associations, gunpowder's story begins with curiosity and hope. The alchemists who first combined its ingredients were searching for harmony between body and nature. They believed in transformation, in the idea that matter could shift from one state to another for the benefit of life. The irony is quiet but profound. A quest for immortality produced a force often linked to mortality. Yet the invention itself is neutral, shaped by how societies choose to use it. The composition of traditional gunpowder remained remarkably stable for centuries, commonly around 75% saltpeter, 15% charcoal, and 10% sulfur. Small variations produced different burn rates and strengths. Grain size mattered as well. Finer grains burned faster, while coarser grains burned more steadily. These details became part of practical knowledge passed from craftsmen to apprentices. Entire professions grew around the safe handling and production of powder. Storage presented constant challenges. Moisture could ruin effectiveness, while sparks could cause disaster. Specialized containers, careful transport, and strict procedures became necessary. These logistical concerns influenced military planning and trade. Supply lines for gunpowder were as critical as those for food. Control over saltpeter sources even became strategically important for some governments. As newer explosives were developed in the 19th century, such as nitroglycerin-based compounds and smokeless powders, traditional gunpowder gradually lost its central role in modern weaponry. Still, it never fully disappeared. It remains in historical firearms, fireworks, and educational demonstrations. Its legacy lives on not only in technology but in the historical paths it helped shape. The accidental discovery of gunpowder illustrates a recurring pattern in human progress. Exploration driven by one goal can open doors to entirely different outcomes. Careful observation turns surprises into knowledge. Knowledge, once shared, reshapes the world in ways the original discoverers could not foresee. In quiet laboratories where alchemists once mixed powders in search of eternal life, they instead unlocked a force that would echo across centuries. Gunpowder's journey from mystical experiment to global influence reflects the unpredictable nature of discovery. It stands as a reminder that history often pivots on moments that begin without grand intention. A mixture prepared in hope became a catalyst for transformation, leaving a mark on warfare, industry, science, and culture. The story unfolds steadily, without drama in its beginning, yet its consequences carry through time with enduring weight. Viagra, sildenafil. The story of sildenafil began inside the structured, methodical world of pharmaceutical research, where new medicines are often born from careful planning rather than surprise. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, scientists at Pfizer were working on treatments for cardiovascular conditions, particularly angina pectoris, a type of chest pain caused by reduced blood flow to the heart. At the time, heart disease was a major focus for drug development, and researchers were searching for compounds that could relax blood vessels and improve circulation. Among many experimental molecules, one compound known as UK92 for 80 showed potential. The scientific idea behind sildenafil was grounded in vascular biology. Researchers understood that widening blood vessels could reduce strain on the heart and improve oxygen delivery. The compound worked by influencing nitric oxide signaling in the body, which plays a role in relaxing smooth muscle tissue in blood vessel walls. By enhancing this pathway, sildenafil was expected to help coronary arteries dilate. Early laboratory data suggested measurable vascular effects, enough to justify clinical trials in humans. Clinical testing followed the standard pharmaceutical path. Volunteers with angina participated in controlled studies where researchers monitored heart function, blood pressure, and symptom relief. The results were not particularly impressive for chest pain. The drug did not outperform existing treatments in a meaningful way. From a purely cardiovascular perspective, sildenafil seemed unlikely to become a major therapy. In many research programs, this would have marked the quiet end of development. However, clinical trials often include detailed observation of side effects and patient-reported experiences. During these studies, an unusual pattern emerged. Male participants frequently reported a distinct and consistent side effect: improved erectile function. At first, this was simply recorded as data. Side effects are common in drug trials, and many are considered undesirable. But this effect was different. It was repeatable, noticeable, and directly linked to the drug's mechanism of increasing blood flow. Researchers began to recognize that the same vascular relaxation intended for coronary arteries also affected blood vessels in other parts of the body. Erectile function relies heavily on blood flow dynamics within specific tissues. By enhancing nitric oxide signaling and inhibiting the enzyme phosphodiesterase type 5, PDE5, sildenafil allowed blood vessels in erectile tissue to remain dilated longer. This supported the natural physiological process involved in erections. The effect was not artificial stimulation but facilitation of an existing biological response. Once this pattern became clear, Pfizer scientists reassessed the compound's potential. At that time, treatment options for erectile dysfunction were limited, often invasive or psychologically stigmatized. Many men avoided seeking help due to embarrassment or lack of effective solutions. The discovery suggested a new therapeutic direction, one that addressed a widespread but under-discussed medical condition. Shifting a drug's purpose is not simple. It required new trials, new safety evaluations, and a different regulatory strategy. Researchers designed studies specifically focused on erectile dysfunction, measuring reliability, duration of effect, and overall safety. Results showed that sildenafil was effective for many men across different age groups and medical backgrounds. Importantly, it worked in response to sexual stimulation rather than causing constant effects, which aligned better with normal physiology. Regulatory approval came in 1998 when the U.S. Food and Drug Administration approved sildenafil under the brand name Viagra. The approval marked a turning point in both medicine and public conversation. Erectile dysfunction, once rarely discussed openly, became recognized as a legitimate medical issue rather than merely a psychological or aging-related inevitability. This shift helped normalize conversations about men's health and quality of life. The cultural impact of Viagra was immediate and global. Media coverage was widespread, and public awareness grew quickly. For many, the drug symbolized a new era where medical science addressed not only survival but also well-being and intimacy. Doctors received more patients seeking advice for sexual health, leading to broader discussions about cardiovascular health, diabetes, and hormonal balance, conditions often linked to erectile dysfunction. Economically, Viagra became one of the most successful pharmaceutical products of its time. Its success encouraged further research into PDE5 inhibitors, leading to the development of related medications. Competition expanded treatment options and deepened scientific understanding of vascular biology. The commercial success also demonstrated how a drug initially considered a near failure could become transformative when its true application was recognized. From a scientific perspective, sildenafil reinforced the importance of mechanism-based drug design. Understanding biochemical pathways allowed researchers to see why the side effect occurred and how it could be safely utilized. It highlighted how the human body's systems are interconnected. A molecule rarely affects only one organ or pathway. This interconnectedness creates both risks and opportunities in pharmacology. Viagra also influenced how clinical trials were viewed. The careful documentation of side effects proved crucial. What might once have been dismissed as an odd observation became the key to a breakthrough. This encouraged researchers to pay closer attention to patient feedback and unexpected outcomes. In modern drug development, secondary observations sometimes open entirely new therapeutic fields. Socially, the medication contributed to changing attitudes about aging and sexuality. It supported the idea that sexual health remains a valid part of life at many ages. While cultural reactions varied, the overall effect was a gradual reduction in stigma around discussing sexual function. Medical professionals increasingly framed the topic in terms of circulation, neurology, and endocrine health rather than morality or embarrassment. There were also important safety considerations. Sildenafil is not suitable for everyone, particularly individuals taking nitrate medications for heart conditions, because the combination can cause dangerous drops in blood pressure. This reinforced the need for medical supervision and responsible prescribing. The drug's popularity did not remove the importance of careful evaluation, and education became part of its rollout. Over time, sildenafil found additional medical uses beyond erectile dysfunction. It has been used in certain cases to treat pulmonary arterial hypertension, a condition involving high blood pressure in the lungs arteries. This application returned the drug in a way to its original cardiovascular focus, though through a different pathway. It showed how one compound can serve multiple therapeutic roles when its mechanisms are well understood. The journey of Viagra illustrates how scientific progress often moves in indirect paths. A compound designed for one problem revealed value in another area entirely. The discovery was not a moment of chaos, but a gradual recognition built on data, observation, and willingness to reconsider assumptions. The researchers did not set out to change the landscape of sexual medicine, yet their work did exactly that. In the broader history of accidental inventions, sildenafil stands out because the accident was not a single dramatic event. It was a pattern noticed in clinical data, interpreted through scientific reasoning, and developed through structured research. The transformation from a modest heart drug candidate to a globally recognized treatment required careful decision-making at every step. Today, Viagra remains one of the most recognizable pharmaceutical names in the world. Its legacy is tied not only to its function but to the conversations it opened about health, aging, and quality of life. The medication's origin story reflects the reality that discovery often comes from attention rather than intention. By observing what did not fit expectations, scientists uncovered a solution to a different problem. The development of sildenafil shows that progress in medicine is rarely linear. It depends on curiosity, rigorous testing, and openness to unexpected results. A compound once seen as a limited cardiovascular drug became a landmark therapy that influenced science, culture, and industry. Its story unfolds quietly, rooted in laboratories and clinical notes, yet its impact extends into personal lives and global health discussions, demonstrating how unintended findings can reshape entire fields of medicine. Play-Doh. Play-Doh began its existence in a setting far removed from classrooms and playrooms. Its origins lie in the practical concerns of home maintenance during the early 20th century. In the 1930s, many American homes were heated by coal furnaces, which produced significant soot. This soot often settled on walls and wallpaper, leaving dark stains that were difficult to remove. Painted walls were less common than today, and wallpaper required careful cleaning to avoid damage. Ordinary water and cloth could smear the soot rather than lift it. There was a clear demand for a gentle but effective cleaning material. The Q-Tall Products Company, a small family-run soap manufacturer based in Cincinnati, focused on household cleaning solutions. They were approached by a grocery chain with a request for a wallpaper cleaner that could remove soot without harming delicate paper surfaces. The requirement was specific. The cleaner needed to be pliable, non-toxic, and capable of lifting dirt through contact rather than abrasion. Chemists at Coca-Cola experimented with dough-like compounds made from simple ingredients. They developed a soft, malleable substance that could be rolled across wallpaper to pick up soot and dust. It functioned much like a reusable cleaning putty. The product worked. It was sold as a wallpaper cleaning compound and gained modest success. Its texture was smooth and slightly elastic, allowing it to conform to surfaces. Because it contained no harsh chemicals, it did not bleach or tear wallpaper. For a time, it met a real need in American households. Yet technological and social changes soon threatened its relevance. By the 1950s, home heating systems were shifting away from coal to cleaner fuels like natural gas and oil. These systems produced far less soot. At the same time, vinyl and washable wallpapers became popular, allowing people to clean walls with soap and water. The original problem that Coca-Cola's product solved was quietly disappearing. Sales declined, and the company faced financial strain. A practical invention was becoming obsolete. The turning point came from observation rather than laboratory work. A relative of the company's owners, who worked as a nursery school teacher, noticed that children enjoyed modeling shapes from the wallpaper cleaner. The material was soft, easy to mold, and did not dry out quickly when handled. Unlike traditional clay, it did not crumble or stick heavily to small hands. It could be reshaped repeatedly without immediate hardening. In a classroom environment, these qualities were valuable. This observation led to a reconsideration of the product's purpose. The substance was already non-toxic, which made it safer for children. However, it still needed adjustments. The original formula included detergents intended for cleaning, which were unnecessary for play. These were removed. Fragrance was added to make the experience more pleasant, and eventually color was introduced. Early versions were off-white, but bright colors made the material more visually engaging for children. Red, yellow, and blue became early staples. Rebranding followed. The compound was no longer presented as a cleaner but as a modeling material for creative play. The name Play-Doh was adopted to reflect its new identity. Marketing emphasized imagination, tactile learning, and open-ended creativity. Demonstrations in schools and educational programs helped introduce the product to teachers and parents. Television advertising in the mid-20th century further expanded its visibility, especially during children's programming. Play-Doh fit well into educational philosophies that valued hands-on learning. Manipulating soft material supports fine motor skill development in young children. Rolling, pinching, and shaping engage small muscles in the hands and fingers. These actions are linked to coordination and early writing readiness. While Play-Doh was not invented as an educational tool, its properties aligned naturally with developmental needs. Teachers found it useful for quiet, focused activities that encouraged creativity without requiring complex instructions. The sensory qualities of Play-Doh also contributed to its appeal. Its texture is consistent and forgiving. It offers gentle resistance when pressed but yields easily to shaping. The mild scent became a recognizable feature, associated with familiarity and comfort for many users. Sensory engagement plays a role in how children explore and understand their environment. Materials that respond predictably to touch can support calm concentration. From a manufacturing perspective, the formula remained relatively simple. Flour, water, salt, and stabilizing ingredients formed the base. High salt content acted as a preservative, slowing microbial growth. Airtight containers helped retain moisture and extend usability. These practical decisions supported mass production and long shelf life. A product originally made in small batches for a narrow purpose became standardized for global distribution. Culturally, Play-Doh became associated with childhood creativity. It did not impose rules or goals. Unlike structured toys with fixed outcomes, it allowed open-ended use. A child could form animals, shapes, letters, or abstract forms. The value was in the process rather than the result. This aligned with broader ideas about creative development in early education during the mid-20th century. when imagination and self-expression were increasingly encouraged. The success of Play-Doh also illustrates how adaptability can extend a product's life. Qtol Products Company eventually restructured around the new identity of this modeling compound. What began as a near-obsolete cleaner became the company's defining product. This shift required not only formula changes but also a different understanding of the market. The audience moved from homeowners to children, parents, and educators. Packaging, messaging, and distribution all evolved accordingly. Play-Doh's influence is subtle compared to industrial inventions, yet it is meaningful in everyday life. It shaped play patterns for generations. Many adults remember its texture and scent with clarity, linking it to early creative experiences. Such associations show how objects can carry emotional memory alongside practical function. The product's consistency over decades helped maintain that familiarity. There were also practical lessons in safety and design. Because children interact closely with the material, non-toxicity remained essential. While not meant for consumption, its ingredients were selected to minimize harm if accidentally ingested in small amounts. This approach reflected growing awareness of child safety standards in consumer products. Testing and regulation became part of responsible manufacturing. The accidental transformation of Play-Doh did not happen in a single moment. It unfolded through recognition of how people actually used the material. The company observed behavior, listened to feedback, and allowed the product's identity to shift. The original intention, cleaning soot, faded, replaced by a role in creative development. The material itself changed only slightly. The meaning attached to it changed profoundly. In the broader context of accidental inventions, Play-Doh represents a quiet kind of discovery. There was no dramatic laboratory mishap or sudden breakthrough. Instead, there was attention to everyday use and a willingness to see value in an unexpected context. A cleaning compound became a creative tool because someone noticed how it was already being used. Today, Play-Doh remains a familiar presence in homes and schools. Its design is simple, its purpose open-ended. It does not rely on technology or complexity. Its endurance suggests that some inventions succeed not through sophistication but through responsiveness to human behavior. The story reflects how observation and adaptation can turn a declining product into a lasting one. The journey of Play-Doh shows that invention is not always about creating something entirely new. Sometimes it is about seeing existing materials differently. A compound meant to remove dirt from walls found a second life in the hands of children shaping small worlds. The shift was practical, gradual, and grounded in real use. From household cleaner to creative staple, its path reveals how accidental insight can quietly change the role an object plays in daily life. Super Soaker. The origin of the Super Soaker begins not in the toy industry, but in the precise and technical world of aerospace engineering. Its inventor, Lonnie George Johnson, was a trained engineer and inventor with a deep interest in how systems move and control energy. He worked on advanced projects related to space and defense, environments where precision, safety, and performance were critical. His professional life revolved around solving complex technical problems, often involving fluid dynamics, energy transfer, and mechanical efficiency. The path to one of the world's most famous toys emerged quietly from this background. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Johnson was experimenting at home with a new type of heat pump. Heat pumps move thermal energy from one place to another, often using fluids under pressure. While testing a prototype in his bathroom, he connected components that allowed water to move through a nozzle. When he activated the system, a powerful stream of water shot across the room with surprising force and distance. The stream was clean, focused, and far stronger than a typical household squirt device. The moment was not planned as a toy demonstration, yet it revealed a compelling possibility. Johnson immediately recognized that the mechanism had potential beyond its original purpose. The water stream was controlled, repeatable, and efficient. At the time, most water guns on the market were simple squeeze toys that released small amounts of water with limited range. They relied on direct mechanical pressure from a trigger or bulb. Johnson's prototype used stored pressure, allowing it to project water farther and more consistently. This difference was not cosmetic. It changed how the device performed in a fundamental way. Turning a concept into a product required a different kind of work. Johnson refined the design to make it safe, portable, and suitable for repeated use. The key principle was a pressure chamber. By pumping air into a sealed reservoir partially filled with water, pressure could build gradually. When released through a valve, the compressed air forced water outward in a steady stream. This separated the pumping action from the firing action, allowing stronger output without excessive force from the user at the moment of release. In 1982, Johnson filed for a patent for his pressurized water gun design. The technical concept was solid, but bringing it to market proved challenging. Toy companies initially showed limited interest. The design was more complex than existing water toys, and manufacturers often prefer predictable, low-risk products. Johnson spent years pitching the idea, building prototypes, and demonstrating the difference in performance. His persistence reflected a belief in the engineering rather than a trend-driven vision. Eventually, a partnership formed with Laramie Corporation, a toy company willing to develop the idea. Engineers and designers worked to adapt Johnson's mechanism into a consumer-friendly product. Materials had to be durable but lightweight. The pump needed to be reliable in the hands of children. Safety considerations were central, ensuring that pressure levels remained within safe limits. The final design balanced performance with usability. When the product launched in 1990 under the name Power Drencher, it already stood apart from typical water guns. Soon after, it was rebranded as the Super Soaker, a name that emphasized its defining feature: the ability to soak a target thoroughly from a distance. The name was simple, memorable, and descriptive. Demonstrations showed streams of water traveling far beyond what people expected from a toy. The difference was immediately visible. The Super Soaker arrived at a time when outdoor play still held a strong place in childhood culture. Summer activities often centered on physical games and neighborhood interaction. The new water blaster fit naturally into this environment. It did not rely on electronics or screens. Its appeal was direct and physical. Range, accuracy, and the playful competition of water battles. Children quickly noticed that it offered a clear advantage over older toys. Sales grew rapidly. The Super Soaker became one of the best-selling toys of the early 1990s. Its success was driven not only by marketing but by genuine performance. Word of mouth mattered. When a product clearly behaves differently, users share the experience. The toy's transparent or brightly colored reservoirs also made the water level visible, adding a visual element to play. Seeing the chamber fill and empty made the mechanics intuitive. Culturally, the Super Soaker helped redefine what a water toy could be. It introduced the idea that even simple play objects could benefit from thoughtful engineering. The toy was not complicated to use, but its internal design was based on real physical principles. Pressure, air compression, and fluid flow were all quietly at work inside a playful form. Many users never thought about the physics, yet they experienced its results. For Lonnie Johnson, the invention also represented something larger. As an engineer and inventor, he held numerous patents across different fields. The Super Soaker became his most publicly recognized invention, but it was only one example of his broader work in energy and technology. The toy's success provided financial returns that supported further research and innovation. In this way, a playful product indirectly supported serious scientific exploration. The manufacturing side evolved as well. New models introduced larger reservoirs, multiple nozzles, and improved pumping efficiency. Variations appeared, but the core principle remained the same: stored pressure driving water release. This consistency shows how a strong foundational design can support many iterations without losing identity. The essential experience stayed recognizable. The Super Soaker also influenced the toy industry's expectations. It demonstrated that children respond to performance improvements, not just appearance. A toy that works noticeably better can reshape a category. Competitors began developing their own pressurized designs, expanding the market for high-performance water blasters. Innovation followed demand. There is a quiet irony in the invention's origin. A device connected to heat transfer and energy efficiency led to a toy associated with summer fun. The underlying science did not change. Only the application did. Fluid under pressure behaves the same whether in a laboratory or a backyard. The difference lies in purpose and context. Johnson's awareness allowed him to see potential where others might see only a test result. The story of the Super Soaker reflects how invention often grows from curiosity and side experimentation. Johnson was not trying to revolutionize toys. He was exploring engineering ideas. The accidental spray across a bathroom was simply a moment of observation. Recognizing significance in that moment required technical understanding and imaginative flexibility. Many experiments produce unexpected results, but not all are recognized as opportunities. Over time, the Super Soaker became a symbol of summer play. It appeared in advertisements, family gatherings, and outdoor games. Its presence was seasonal yet recurring, tied to warm weather and shared activity. Such associations give objects a place in memory. The toy's function was simple, but its experiences were social. From a technical viewpoint, the invention shows how energy storage can improve efficiency. By separating input effort from output release, systems can deliver stronger results without requiring constant force. This principle appears in many machines and tools. In the Super Soaker, it was expressed in a playful form. The pump built pressure gradually. The trigger released it instantly. The user felt the difference without needing to analyze it. The accidental path of the Super Soaker was not chaotic. It was a steady progression from observation to refinement to production. Each step required intention. The accident was the initial redirection, not the entire journey. The rest depended on design, testing, and persistence. This pattern appears in many inventions that endure. Today, the Super Soaker remains recognizable decades after its debut. Its design language and core function are still understood. The toy did not change the world through industry or medicine, but it influenced play, design thinking, and the perception of what a toy could achieve. It stands as an example of how engineering principles can enter daily life in unexpected ways. The story unfolds calmly. An engineer testing a heat pump, a stream of water crossing a room, a recognition of potential. From that moment grew a product that reached millions of people. The transformation from laboratory experiment to backyard staple illustrates how invention sometimes follows gentle, indirect paths. A controlled stream of water, guided by pressure and design, became a familiar part of summer for a generation. Chocolate chip cookies. The chocolate chip cookie, now a familiar and widely loved dessert, began with a small decision made in a working kitchen rather than a research laboratory. Its origin is often traced to the 1930s in the United States, during a time when home cooking and baking played a central role in daily life. Recipes were commonly shared through community networks, newspapers, and cookbooks. Baking was both a practical skill and a social expression, especially in establishments that served homemade meals. In this environment, small variations in ingredients could quietly lead to lasting changes. Ruth Wakefield, a dietitian and food lecturer, operated the Toll House Inn in Whitman, Massachusetts, with her husband. The inn served home-style meals and desserts to travelers. Wakefield was known for careful cooking and attention to detail. She tested recipes to maintain consistent quality for guests. One of her desserts was a butter drop cookie, a traditional recipe that used baker's chocolate melted into the dough to create a uniform chocolate flavor. Baker's chocolate was unsweetened and typically melted fully during preparation. According to the commonly told account, Wakefield decided to modify this recipe one day. She chopped a Nestle semi-sweet chocolate bar into small pieces and mixed them into the dough, expecting them to melt and disperse throughout during baking. The expectation was reasonable based on how other chocolates behaved when heated. However, the chocolate pieces did not fully melt. Instead, they softened and retained much of their shape. When the cookies cooled, they contained distinct bits of chocolate embedded in the dough. This result was not the intended outcome, but it produced a pleasing contrast. The cookie itself was buttery and lightly crisp at the edges, while the chocolate pieces offered pockets of sweetness and a softer texture. The combination created variation within each bite. Guests at the Toll House Inn responded positively. The cookies became a popular item, requested by visitors and shared by word of mouth. What began as a small recipe change gradually formed a new style of cookie. The recipe was later published in a Boston area newspaper and included in Wakefield's cookbook, Toll House Tried and True Recipes. As readers tried the recipe at home, its popularity grew. The instructions called specifically for chopped semi-sweet chocolate, which linked the cookie to a particular ingredient rather than a general flavor. This detail helped standardize the result. Home bakers could reproduce the cookies with similar outcomes. Nestle recognized the growing interest. The company made an agreement with Wakefield to print her recipe on their chocolate packaging. In return, she reportedly received a lifetime supply of chocolate. Nestle also began producing chocolate pieces shaped and sized for baking, making the process more convenient. These pieces eventually became known as chocolate chips. Standardizing the size improved consistency in baking and helped the cookie spread nationally. From a culinary perspective, the chocolate chip cookie represented a shift in texture design. Instead of a uniform mixture, it featured contrast within a single baked good. The dough provided structure, while the chocolate chips acted as inclusions. This idea of mix-ins later appeared in many baked products, from nuts to dried fruit. The cookie showed that variation within a simple base could be appealing. It balanced sweetness, richness, and texture without complex decoration. The timing also mattered. The 1930s and 1940s were periods when packaged ingredients and branded products became more common in American kitchens. Reliable access to flour, sugar, and chocolate supported recipe consistency. As wartime and post-war economies evolved, baking at home remained a meaningful activity. Cookies were practical to make in batches and share. The chocolate chip cookie fit well into this pattern. During World War II, care packages sent to soldiers often included cookies because they traveled relatively well. Some accounts suggest that soldiers from Massachusetts shared Toll House cookies with others, helping spread awareness. Whether through this route or through cookbooks and packaging, the cookie became widely known across the country. Its identity grew from regional specialty to national staple. The science behind the cookie is straightforward but important. Butter contributes flavor and affects texture, depending on how it is creamed with sugar. Sugar influences browning and moisture retention. Flour provides structure through gluten formation. Baking temperature controls spread and caramelization. Chocolate chips contain cocoa solids and cocoa butter, which soften when heated, but can hold shape due to their formulation. Together, these elements create a predictable baking process that home cooks can repeat. Over time, variations appeared. Some bakers preferred softer centers, others crisp edges. Adjustments in sugar ratios, chilling time, or baking duration allowed customization. Yet the core identity remained: a cookie with visible chocolate pieces. The original idea did not require elaborate technique. Its accessibility helped it endure. A recipe that works in many kitchens has a greater chance of becoming tradition. Culturally, the chocolate chip cookie became associated with comfort and hospitality. It often appears in informal settings: family kitchens, school events, and community gatherings. Its ingredients are familiar, and its preparation is manageable for beginners. Because it does not depend on rare tools or decorations, it fits into everyday life. This familiarity contributes to its lasting presence. Commercial bakeries and food companies later adapted the cookie for mass production. Packaged dough, ready-to-bake forms, and pre-made cookies extended its reach. Industrial production required attention to shelf life, moisture control, and consistency. Even in these formats, the recognizable appearance of chocolate chips remained central. The visual cue signals the flavor before a bite is taken. The story of the chocolate chip cookie illustrates how culinary discovery can emerge from routine practice. Wakefield was not trying to invent a new category of dessert. She was preparing food for guests and adjusting a recipe. The outcome depended on how a specific chocolate behaved under heat. Observing and accepting the result allowed the recipe to continue. Sharing it allowed it to spread. There is also a lesson in expectation. Not all ingredients react the same way, even within a category like chocolate. Composition affects melting point and texture. The semi-sweet chocolate pieces held their form enough to create contrast. That small material difference shaped the final product. Cooking often involves such interactions, where chemistry meets technique. The cookie's influence is mostly culinary rather than technological, yet it is meaningful in daily life. It shaped baking habits, ingredient marketing, and recipe traditions. It also showed how a single recipe can connect a brand, a place, and a person. The Toll House name remains linked to the cookie's history. This connection between origin and identity helps stories endure. The accidental nature of the cookie's creation is gentle rather than dramatic. There was no crisis or failure, only a result that differed from expectation. Recognizing that the result was enjoyable allowed it to continue. Many recipes evolve through such moments, but only a few spread widely. Consistency, accessibility, and taste all contributed here. Today, the chocolate chip cookie is one of the most recognized cookies in the world. It appears in homes, bakeries, and stores across many countries. This basic form remains close to the early versions. Ingredients may vary slightly, but the idea of dough with embedded chocolate pieces stays constant. This continuity shows how a simple concept can persist. The path from a chopped chocolate bar in a Massachusetts kitchen to a global dessert was gradual. It moved through sharing, printing, packaging, and repetition. Each step was ordinary, yet together they formed a lasting culinary tradition. The invention did not rely on new machinery or complex science. It relied on observation, taste, and communication. In the broader pattern of accidental inventions, the chocolate chip cookie represents how everyday creativity can shape culture. A small change in preparation led to a widely adopted recipe. The story unfolds quietly. A baker, a chocolate bar, an unexpected texture. From that combination grew a dessert that continues to be made and enjoyed. Its history reflects how simple decisions in familiar settings can leave a long culinary legacy. Ice cream cone. The ice cream cone emerged from a simple need combined with observation, in a time when ice cream itself was already a popular treat but its serving methods were still evolving. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, ice cream was commonly served in dishes, glasses, or paper containers. Vendors at fairs and public events faced practical challenges. Dishes required washing, paper containers cost money and created waste, and both limited how quickly a seller could serve large crowds. These small logistical concerns formed the background for a quiet but meaningful change. At large gatherings and world fairs in the United States, food vendors worked in close proximity, each managing limited space and resources. The 1904 World's Fair in St. Louis is often associated with the popularization of the ice cream cone. While historians note that edible cones and wafer cups existed earlier in various forms, the fair provided a setting where one particular moment helped bring the idea into public awareness. The environment was busy, warm, and crowded, ideal conditions for ice cream sales. Vendors needed speed and convenience. One widely told account describes an ice cream vendor who ran out of serving dishes during a rush of customers. Nearby, a waffle vendor was making thin, crisp pastries. These waffles were flexible when warm and became firm as they cooled. Faced with the immediate problem of how to continue serving, the solution appeared in collaboration. The waffle vendor rolled a fresh waffle into a cone shape, creating a pointed base and open top. Ice cream could be placed inside, held comfortably by hand, and eaten without any extra utensil or container. Whether this exact exchange happened in a single decisive moment or developed through several similar experiments, the principle was clear. A thin baked wafer could function as both container and food. The cone held the ice cream securely while adding flavor and texture. It solved the vendor's problem and improved the customer's experience. There was no need to return a dish or discard a cup. The entire serving was edible. The idea fit naturally into existing baking traditions. Wafers, pizzelles, and rolled pastries had long histories in European cuisines. Street vendors in parts of Europe had already paired sweets with edible holders. The cone did not appear from nowhere. It was an adaptation. What changed at the fair was visibility and scale. Thousands of visitors encountered the concept in a short period. Many experienced the convenience firsthand. From a sensory perspective, the cone added contrast. Ice cream is cold and smooth, while the cone is dry and crisp. This combination engages multiple textures in one dessert. As the ice cream slowly melts, the cone absorbs a small amount of moisture but ideally retains structure long enough to be eaten. The design encourages a particular pace of eating, guided by temperature and texture. These physical qualities helped the cone feel satisfying rather than merely practical. Manufacturing soon followed demand. Specialized cone-baking irons were developed to create uniform shapes. Batter formulas were adjusted to balance sweetness, strength, and crispness. Too fragile and the cone would crack. Too thick and it would feel heavy. Bakers refined recipes to produce cones that could hold a scoop without leaking quickly. The pointed bottom, while iconic, also required careful handling to prevent drips. Over time, flat-bottomed cones appeared as well, offering more stability. The cone also influenced how ice cream was sold. Portable servings allowed vendors to operate carts and stands more easily. Customers could walk while eating, turning ice cream into a mobile treat rather than a seated dessert. This mobility matched the rhythms of fairs, parks, and city streets. Ice cream became more integrated into casual outdoor life. The cone supported this shift without needing complex technology. Commercialization expanded in the following decades. Factories began producing cones at scale, supplying ice cream parlors and grocery stores. Packaging methods protected cones from moisture and breakage. Standard sizes made portioning predictable. The pairing of cone and scoop became a visual symbol associated with ice cream itself. Illustrations and advertisements often depicted a swirl of ice cream rising above a cone, reinforcing the image. Culturally, the ice cream cone came to represent leisure and simple pleasure. It appeared in summer scenes, family outings, and public celebrations. Its affordability and portability made it accessible to many people. Unlike elaborate desserts served on plates, a cone required no ceremony, could be enjoyed spontaneously. This informality contributed to its popularity. The accidental element in the cone's story lies in the response to circumstance. A shortage of dishes or a desire for efficiency prompted experimentation. The solution used materials already present. Flour batter, heat, and quick shaping created a container at the moment it was needed. Recognition of its usefulness allowed it to continue beyond that day. Many food traditions begin in such practical adjustments. There is also a design logic in the cone shape. The wide opening holds a scoop securely, while the narrowing base concentrates structural support. The shape fits comfortably in the hand. It distributes weight downward, reducing the chance of collapse when made correctly. These physical advantages are simple but effective. They show how form can follow function even in food. Over time, variations appeared. Sugar cones are sweeter and firmer, cake cones are lighter and more neutral, and waffle cones are richer with a pronounced pattern. Each type balances flavor and strength differently. Some are molded, others rolled. The diversity reflects both regional preferences and manufacturing techniques. Yet the core idea remains unchanged: an edible holder for ice cream. The cone also shaped portion perception. A scoop in a cone looks generous because it rises above the rim. The visual height enhances appeal. Presentation influences expectation, and the cone offers a natural display. The contrast between the pale ice cream and the golden brown cone is visually pleasing. Such details matter in food enjoyment. From a business perspective, the cone reduced certain costs. It minimized the need for reusable dishware and washing. It simplified service in busy environments. These efficiencies support higher sales volume. A small operational improvement can have lasting impact when repeated daily across many vendors. The cone quietly improved workflow. The story does not depend on a single inventor. Multiple vendors and bakers likely contributed to refining and spreading the idea. Food history often evolves collectively. A technique proves useful, others adopt it, and it becomes standard. Attribution can be complex, but the functional result is clear. The cone endured because it worked well. In the broader pattern of accidental inventions, the ice cream cone reflects adaptation to immediate needs. There was no grand plan to change how ice cream was served. There was a situation, available materials, and a practical response. Observation and repetition turned that response into tradition. The process was gradual and grounded in daily work. Today, the ice cream cone is recognized worldwide. It appears in shops, festivals, and homes. This presence is so common that it can feel timeless. Yet it belongs to a specific history of street vending, fairs, and food innovation. The success rests on simplicity. Few parts, familiar ingredients, and a clear purpose. The cone also connects eating with movement. Holding it requires attention as the ice cream melts. The experience is active. One eats before it drips, guided by temperature and gravity. This interaction creates a small sense of urgency that is part of the enjoyment. The design encourages engagement with the food. The quiet invention of the ice cream cone shows how small improvements can become lasting norms. A rolled wafer solved a serving problem and added pleasure. The idea spread because it was practical and enjoyable. No complex machinery was required at first, only heat, batter, and quick hands. Later, machines increased scale, but the principle stayed the same. The story unfolds calmly. A busy fair, a vendor needing a container, a warm waffle shaped into a cone. From that moment of practicality grew a standard way to serve a beloved dessert. The ice cream cone stands as a reminder that innovation often appears in everyday settings. A simple edible container changed how people enjoy ice cream, leaving a mark on food culture that continues quietly with each scoop placed into a cone. Kevlar. Kevlar emerged from a research program focused not on safety equipment, but on improving materials for the automotive industry. In the early 1960s, chemists at DuPont were searching for new synthetic fibers that could be used in tires. The goal was to find materials that were strong yet lightweight, helping reduce vehicle weight and improve fuel efficiency. Steel had long been used to reinforce tires, but it added mass. A lighter alternative could offer both performance and economic benefits. Within this industrial context, polymer chemistry became a field of intense exploration. One of the chemists working on this challenge was Stephanie Kwolek. She had a background in polymer research and was known for her careful laboratory methods. Polymer chemistry often involves dissolving long-chain molecules in solvents and then spinning them into fibers. The properties of the final fiber depend on how these molecules align and interact. Many experimental solutions are clear or slightly cloudy, and their behavior during processing follows familiar patterns. Researchers develop expectations based on experience. In 1965, Kwolek prepared a polymer solution that behaved differently. Instead of being clear and viscous like typical spinning solutions, it appeared thin and cloudy. Such a mixture might usually be set aside because cloudiness can indicate poor dissolution or instability. However, Kwolek noticed that the solution flowed in an unusual way. Its texture suggested that something distinct was happening at the molecular level. Rather than discarding it, she chose to investigate further. She requested that the solution be spun into fibers using a spinneret, a device that extrudes liquid polymer through tiny holes to form filaments. The technician operating the equipment was hesitant because the solution did not look suitable. Still, the test proceeded. When the fibers formed, they showed unexpected strength. Initial measurements indicated high stiffness and resistance to stretching. This was not typical for experimental fibers at that stage. The unusual properties came from the molecular structure. Kevlar belongs to a class of materials known as aramid fibers, short for aromatic polyamides. These polymer chains are relatively rigid and tend to align in parallel. When aligned, the chains form strong intermolecular bonds, including hydrogen bonds, that hold the structure tightly together. This alignment creates high tensile strength, meaning the material resists being pulled apart. The strength-to-weight ratio became one of its defining features. Further testing confirmed the fiber's remarkable performance. It was several times stronger than steel by weight. It also resisted heat and did not melt easily, instead decomposing at high temperatures. These characteristics made it stable under conditions where many synthetic fibers would fail. The combination of strength, low weight, and thermal stability opened possibilities beyond tire reinforcement. Although the original goal was tire applications, researchers recognized broader uses. One area of interest was protective gear. Materials that can absorb and distribute energy are valuable in protection. When layered and woven, Kevlar fibers can help slow and spread the force of impacts. This does not make a material invulnerable, but it can significantly reduce penetration and injury under certain conditions. Over time, Kevlar became associated with bullet-resistant vests and helmets. The development of body armor using Kevlar involved careful design. Layers of woven fabric create a network that catches and disperses energy. The fibers themselves do not stop objects through hardness like metal plates. Instead, they work by tensile strength and energy absorption. The object's force is distributed across many fibers, reducing the chance of penetration. This approach allows flexibility and lighter weight compared to rigid armor. Kevlar also found uses in aerospace, marine equipment, and industrial applications. Its resistance to heat and chemicals made it suitable for protective clothing in hazardous environments. It appeared in ropes, cables, and composite materials where strength and low weight matter. In sports equipment, it contributed to durable yet lightweight designs. Each application relied on the same core properties: high tensile strength and stability. From a manufacturing standpoint, producing Kevlar requires controlled conditions. The polymers must be synthesized precisely and dissolved in strong acids to form a liquid crystal solution. This solution allows molecular alignment before spinning. As the fibers are formed and drawn, alignment increases, enhancing strength. The process demands accuracy in temperature, concentration, and handling. Small deviations can affect performance. The discovery also influenced polymer science. It showed that molecular orientation could dramatically change material properties. Researchers studied how rigid rod-like polymers behave differently from flexible chains. This contributed to understanding liquid crystalline polymers and high-performance materials. The lesson was that structure at the microscopic level shapes behavior at the macroscopic level. Culturally, Kevlar became associated with safety and protection. Its name often appears in discussions of personal protective equipment. While no material guarantees absolute safety, improvements in protective gear can reduce risk. The presence of advanced fibers changed expectations for what protective clothing could achieve. Lighter gear can improve mobility and comfort, which can influence whether it is used consistently. Stephanie Kwolek's role highlights the importance of attention in research. The initial solution did not match expectations. It might have been dismissed as a failed mixture. Recognizing that it behaved differently allowed the discovery to continue. Scientific work often includes such moments where observation guides the next step. Persistence and curiosity help turn anomalies into knowledge. The accidental aspect of Kevlar's story lies in its departure from the original goal. The research aimed at tire reinforcement. The breakthrough fiber became more widely known for protection and high-performance uses. The path from one application to another involved testing and evaluation. Discoveries often move this way, from a specific problem to broader utility. Kevlar's durability also brings practical considerations. While strong in tension, it can be sensitive to ultraviolet light over long periods and may degrade under certain conditions. Protective coatings or design choices help address these limits. Understanding both strengths and limits is part of responsible material use. No material is perfect in all contexts. Over decades, variations and related fibers have been developed, but Kevlar remains a reference point for high-strength aramid fibers. Its introduction marked a step forward in synthetic materials. It demonstrated that lightweight fibers could compete with metals in some roles. This influenced design thinking in multiple industries. The story unfolds steadily in a laboratory. A polymer solution that looked unusual, a decision to test it, and measurements that revealed strength. From that sequence grew a material with wide impact. The process was grounded in chemistry and methodical testing rather than dramatic events. The discovery required recognizing value in an unexpected result. In the broader theme of accidental inventions, Kevlar shows how research aimed at one target can yield something valuable in another area. The key moment was not a mishap but a careful look at a result that did not fit the usual pattern. following that lead produced a fiber with distinctive properties. Its journey from experimental polymer to widely used material reflects how science progresses through observation and refinement. Today, Kevlar is part of many products that rely on strength without excessive weight. Its presence is often hidden within layers or composites, doing its work quietly. The material itself does not announce its complexity, but its performance reflects detailed chemistry and engineering. The legacy of its discovery lies in how molecular design can translate into real-world function. The development of Kevlar illustrates a calm progression from curiosity to application. A cloudy solution led to a strong fiber. A search for tire materials contributed to protective technologies and advanced composites. The path was indirect but grounded in careful work. This pattern appears often in innovation, where attention to the unexpected opens new directions. Kevlar's history remains a clear example of how observation in the laboratory can shape materials used across the world. Listerine. Listerine began its history not as a breath freshener, but as a medical antiseptic developed in a period when the understanding of germs and infection was still forming. In the 19th century, medicine was undergoing a gradual transition. The germ theory of disease, which proposed that microorganisms cause infections, was gaining acceptance. Surgeons and physicians were beginning to recognize the importance of cleanliness and chemical antiseptics. Within this environment, chemists searched for compounds that could safely reduce microbial growth on living tissue and instruments. In 1879, a chemist named Joseph Lawrence formulated a liquid antiseptic solution. His work was inspired by the research of Sir Joseph Lister, a British surgeon who promoted antiseptic techniques in surgery. Lister advocated using chemical disinfectants to reduce post-surgical infections, a practice that significantly improved survival rates. In recognition of Lister's influence, Lawrence named his formulation Listerine. The name signaled a connection to modern antiseptic science and medical credibility. The original formulation combined several compounds, including alcohol and essential oil components such as thymol, eucalyptol, menthol, and methyl salicylate. These ingredients were known for their antiseptic or aromatic properties. Alcohol acted as a solvent and preservative while also contributing antimicrobial action. The essential oils added both scent and biological activity. Together, they produced a solution that could inhibit certain bacteria and provide a strong medicinal aroma. At first, Listerine was marketed to doctors as a surgical antiseptic. It was intended for cleaning wounds and sterilizing medical instruments. During this period, many antiseptics were harsh or irritating. A formulation that balanced effectiveness with tolerable use had practical value. Listerine found a place among the range of disinfecting products used in clinical settings. Its identity was medical and professional rather than domestic. As the product circulated, its potential uses expanded. It was promoted for cleaning minor cuts, treating foot infections, and even as a floor cleaner in some contexts. Such multipurpose marketing was not unusual at the time. Chemical products often served several roles before becoming specialized. The boundaries between medical, household, and personal care products were less defined than they are today. The shift toward oral hygiene came gradually. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, dentistry and oral health were receiving more scientific attention. Bacteria in the mouth were linked to plaque, gum disease, and tooth decay. Mechanical cleaning with brushes addressed part of the problem, but chemical rinses offered another approach. Listerine's antiseptic properties made it a candidate for oral use when diluted appropriately. By the early 20th century, the product began to be marketed as a mouthwash. This transition required careful framing. Consumers needed to see oral hygiene as a health practice, not merely cosmetic. Advertising played a significant role. Campaigns emphasized the idea that invisible bacteria could cause problems even when teeth appeared clean. This message aligned with the growing public awareness of germs. One of the most notable marketing strategies involved the concept of halitosis, a clinical term for bad breath. While bad breath had always existed, it was not widely discussed in medicalized terms. Listerine advertisements framed halitosis as a social and personal concern with hygienic solutions. The messaging suggested that people might be unaware of their own condition and that it could affect social interactions. This approach connected oral hygiene to social confidence. The strategy was effective. Sales increased as consumers associated mouthwash with cleanliness and courtesy. The idea that a rinse could reduce oral bacteria and freshen breath fit into daily routines. Listerine thus transitioned from a surgical antiseptic to a household hygiene product. The liquid remained similar in composition, but its purpose in the public mind shifted. Scientifically, the essential oils in Listerine can disrupt bacterial cell membranes and reduce microbial populations in the mouth. While not a substitute for brushing and flossing, antimicrobial rinses can complement mechanical cleaning. The alcohol content also contributes to preservation and solubility, though formulations have evolved over time to include alcohol-free versions for those who prefer them. Research into oral microbiology continues to refine how such products are used. Culturally, Listerine became part of the broader movement toward personal hygiene in the 20th century. Regular bathing, toothbrushing, and grooming were increasingly presented as social norms. Consumer products supported these habits. Mouthwash fit into a growing market for personal care items that promised cleanliness and confidence. The bathroom cabinet gradually filled with specialized products. From a business perspective, Listerine illustrates how repositioning can redefine a product. Its core chemistry did not change dramatically at first, but its marketing and context did. The company recognized a need and aligned the product with it. This required education, persuasion, and consistent messaging. Over time, the association between Listerine and oral care became strong. There were also regulatory and safety considerations. Products used in the mouth require evaluation for safety and proper labeling. As consumer protection standards developed, manufacturers provided clearer instructions and warnings. The evolution of regulation shaped how antiseptic products were described and sold. Scientific claims increasingly needed support. The accidental element in Listerine's story lies in its shifting purpose. It was not invented to be a mouthwash. It began as a surgical antiseptic and household disinfectant. Its eventual role in oral hygiene emerged through observation of its properties and changing public health perspectives. The transition was gradual, guided by opportunity rather than a single event. Listerine's strong taste and sensation also became part of its identity. The intense flavor signaled effectiveness to many users. Sensory experience can influence perception. A noticeable tingle may suggest activity, even though actual antimicrobial action depends on chemistry and exposure time. Manufacturers balanced flavor and function to encourage regular use. Over decades, the brand expanded into variations with different flavors and targeted benefits. Yet the core idea remained: a liquid rinse aimed at reducing oral bacteria and freshening breath. This continuity shows how a product can adapt while retaining identity. The recognizable bottle and name contributed to brand memory. The story also reflects the broader history of antiseptics. As germ theory gained acceptance, society looked for ways to control microbes in daily life. Disinfectants, soaps, and rinses became common. Listerine's path parallels this shift from hospital-only antiseptics to consumer hygiene products. Science moved from the operating room into the home. From a historical view, the naming after Joseph Lister is significant. It connects the product to the legacy of antiseptic surgery. Lister's work helped establish that infection could be reduced through chemical means. Though Listerine as a mouthwash serves a different context, the conceptual link to microbial control remains. The name carried authority during a time when scientific endorsement mattered. The development of Listerine shows how products can evolve alongside public understanding. As knowledge about bacteria spread, so did demand for antimicrobial solutions. Education and advertising worked together. The product's journey depended on both chemistry and communication. A formula alone does not define success. Its perceived role in daily life also matters. In the broader pattern of accidental inventions, Listerine represents adaptation across domains. A medical antiseptic became a personal care staple. The change did not happen overnight. It followed shifts in science, marketing, and social norms. Each step was grounded in practical use. Today, Listerine is widely recognized as a mouthwash brand. Its presence in stores and homes reflects more than a century of evolution. The liquid in the bottle connects to 19th century antiseptic research, even if most users think simply of oral hygiene. The history remains embedded in the name. The narrative unfolds calmly. A chemist formulates an antiseptic, names it after a pioneer, and sells it for medical use. Over time, its role broadens, its audience changes, and its identity settles in a new category. The transformation shows how inventions can travel across contexts when their properties allow it. Listerine's journey from surgical antiseptic to mouthwash illustrates how utility can be reinterpreted. Observation, timing, and public awareness shaped its path. The product did not change the world through dramatic technology, but it influenced daily hygiene habits. Its story reflects how scientific ideas about microbes entered everyday routines, carried in a bottle that began its life in the world of medicine. Scotchgard. Scotchgard originated in a research laboratory where the goal was not to protect fabrics, but to explore new chemical properties of fluorinated compounds. In the early 1950s, scientists at 3M were actively studying fluorochemistry, a field focused on materials containing fluorine atoms. Fluorinated compounds often display unusual behaviors, particularly in how they interact with water, oils, and surfaces. These materials can be highly stable and resistant to environmental effects. Researchers were interested in these qualities for industrial and chemical applications rather than household products. One of the scientists involved in this research was Patsy Sherman, a chemist working at 3M. In 1952, during an experiment involving fluorochemicals, a small accident occurred. A laboratory assistant accidentally spilled a few drops of an experimental fluorochemical mixture onto a canvas tennis shoe. Such spills were not unusual in laboratory environments, and typically they were cleaned without much thought. However, when the assistant tried to wash the shoe, something unexpected happened. The stained area resisted cleaning attempts in a surprising way. Instead of absorbing water or cleaning solutions, the fabric where the chemical had spilled began to repel them. Liquids beaded on the surface rather than soaking in. Even oily substances had difficulty penetrating the treated area. This behavior stood out because most fabrics readily absorb water and oils due to their porous structure. The spill had altered how the fabric interacted with liquids at a surface level. Sherman examined the effect more closely. She recognized that the fluorochemical had changed the surface energy of the fibers. In simple terms, it made the surface less attractive to water and oils. Liquids tend to spread on surfaces they can wet, but on low surface energy materials, they form droplets instead. Fluorinated molecules are particularly effective at lowering surface energy. Their molecular structure creates a kind of shield that resists interaction with many substances. The next step was to determine whether this effect could be reproduced deliberately. Accidental results are common in research, but only repeatable ones become useful. Sherman and her colleagues experimented with applying fluorochemical treatments to different fabrics. They tested how well-treated materials resisted stains from water, oil, and dirt. The results showed consistent repellency. Fabrics could remain cleaner because spills stayed on the surface long enough to be wiped away. Turning this discovery into a product required solving practical challenges. The treatment needed to bond to fibers without making them stiff, discolored, or uncomfortable. It also had to remain effective after normal use. Chemists worked on formulations that could be applied during manufacturing or as a finishing treatment. The process involved attaching fluorochemical chains to fabric surfaces so that the protective effect would persist. In 1956, 3M introduced Scotchgard as a commercial product. It was marketed as a fabric protector that could help repel stains and spills. The name suggested both protection and a connection to the Scotch brand identity already associated with 3M tapes. Early applications focused on upholstery, carpets, and clothing. These were areas where stains were common and cleaning could be difficult. The science behind Scotchgard is based on surface chemistry rather than creating a physical barrier. The treatment does not form a thick coating. Instead, it modifies the outermost surface of fibers. The fluorinated ends of the molecules orient outward, creating a surface that liquids do not easily wet. Because the treatment is thin and integrated at the surface, the fabric can remain breathable and flexible. This subtlety is part of why the product was practical. Consumers responded to the idea of stain resistance. Protecting furniture and clothing from spills had clear appeal. Homes with children or frequent guests especially valued easier maintenance. The product aligned with a broader mid-20th century interest in convenience and cleanliness. As synthetic fabrics and modern furnishings became common, protective treatments fit into the lifestyle narrative of care and longevity. Industrial uses also emerged. Treated textiles could perform better in environments where exposure to moisture or oils was frequent. Outdoor gear, uniforms, and specialty fabrics benefited from repellency. The same principle that kept a sofa cleaner could help maintain performance in demanding settings. This versatility expanded the product's reach. Over time, scientific understanding of environmental and health impacts evolved. Some fluorochemicals used historically in stain repellents raised concerns due to persistence in the environment. As research advanced, manufacturers, including 3M, worked to reformulate products to reduce environmental impact while maintaining performance. This led to changes in the types of fluorinated compounds used. The evolution reflects how materials science responds to new knowledge and standards. The accidental element in Scotchgard's story lies in the initial spill. A small laboratory mishap revealed a property that might otherwise have gone unnoticed. The key was not the spill itself but the decision to investigate it. Many accidents occur in labs, but only some lead to discoveries. Attention and curiosity turned an odd observation into a research direction. Patsy Sherman's role highlights the importance of observational skill in chemistry. Recognizing that the shoe behaved differently required awareness of what was normal. From there, systematic testing translated a chance event into controlled knowledge. The process followed scientific method. Observe, hypothesize, test, and refine. The accident opened the door, but methodical work built the path forward. Culturally, Scotchgard became associated with protection and prevention. Rather than cleaning after a stain, the idea was to reduce the chance of staining in the first place. This preventive mindset appears in many areas of technology and health. It reflects a shift from reaction to preparation. A small chemical treatment could extend the usable life of everyday items. From a materials perspective, the development of stain repellents contributed to surface science. Understanding how liquids interact with solids is important in coatings, electronics, and medical devices. Concepts like surface energy and wettability apply far beyond fabrics. The same principles influence how paints spread, how medical implants behave, and how waterproof materials are designed. Scotchgard's story connects to this broader scientific context. The product also demonstrates how invisible changes can have visible effects. The treatment cannot be easily seen once applied, yet its impact appears when a spill occurs. This subtlety differentiates it from thicker coatings or barriers. It works at a molecular scale but affects daily experience. Such technologies often go unnoticed until they are absent. Commercial success depended on trust and clear use instructions. Consumers needed to know when and how to apply the product. Proper application ensured better performance. Education through packaging and advertising helped users understand the benefit. Over time, the name Scotchgard became shorthand for stain resistance in general conversation. The story unfolds quietly. A laboratory, a spilled chemical, a shoe that would not absorb water. From that moment grew a line of protective treatments used on fabrics around the world. The progression was steady, grounded in chemistry and testing. There was no dramatic breakthrough moment beyond the initial surprise. The real work lay in making the effect reliable. In the broader pattern of accidental inventions, Scotchgard illustrates how small events can reveal useful properties. A spill could have been dismissed as a nuisance. Instead, it became a clue. Following that clue led to a product that influenced how people care for textiles. The path from accident to application required patience and expertise. Today, fabric protectors are common, and the idea of stain resistance feels familiar. Yet it traces back to a moment of observation in a fluorochemistry lab. The discovery shows how materials can be engineered to change interactions at the surface level. Such control allows fabrics to behave differently without changing their basic structure. Scotchgard's history reflects the interplay between chance and method. The accident provided the starting point. Scientific reasoning carried it forward. The result was a technology that quietly supports daily life by helping materials stay cleaner longer. Its story is a reminder that innovation sometimes begins with noticing what does not behave as expected and taking the time to understand why. Tea bags. The tea bag, now a quiet presence in kitchens and workplaces around the world, began not as a deliberate invention, but as a small commercial convenience that revealed an unexpected habit. Its story unfolds in the early 20th century, at a time when tea was already a deeply rooted global beverage, traded across continents and prepared through familiar rituals. Loose-leaf tea was the standard. Leaves were measured, placed into pots, and infused in hot water before being strained. This method emphasized patience and control, and it had changed little for generations. In 1908, a New York tea merchant named Thomas Sullivan sought a practical way to send samples of his tea to customers. Traditionally, tea samples were shipped in small metal tins, which protected the leaves but added cost and weight. Sullivan chose a simpler approach. He packaged portions of tea in small hand-sewn silk pouches. The intention was purely logistical. These pouches were meant to be opened, and the leaves inside were to be brewed in the usual way. The silk simply served as lightweight packaging. What followed was not part of Sullivan's plan. Some customers, receiving these silk packets, placed the entire pouch directly into hot water. Whether through misunderstanding or curiosity, they brewed the tea with the leaves still inside the silk. The result was surprisingly convenient. The pouch contained the leaves, reducing the need for strainers and making cleanup easier. The silk allowed water to flow through while holding the leaves in place. Customers began to request more of these pouches, not as packaging but as a brewing method. Sullivan noticed this shift in behavior through customer feedback. Orders referenced the small silk bags specifically. This indicated that people valued the format itself. The merchant recognized that an unintended use had become the main attraction. He adapted. Instead of expecting customers to discard the pouch, he began supplying tea in bags designed to be immersed. The object had transformed from container to tool. Early tea bags were still handmade and relatively expensive due to the use of silk. Silk was durable and porous, but it was not ideal for large-scale, low-cost production. As demand grew, alternatives were explored. Gauze and cheesecloth appeared as substitutes. Eventually, paper fiber materials were developed that balanced strength, porosity, and affordability. These papers were engineered to allow infusion while keeping fine particles contained. The shift from silk to paper marked an important step toward mass adoption. The design of tea bags also evolved. Flat, rectangular pouches were common at first. Later, double-chamber bags improved water circulation around the leaves, allowing more efficient extraction of flavor. Stapled strings and tags were added for convenience, making it easier to remove the bag from hot water. Each refinement addressed a small practical detail. None changed the essence of tea, but they changed how it fit into daily routines. The accidental origin of the tea bag influenced drinking culture. Brewing tea no longer required a pot, strainer, or precise measurement of loose leaves. A single serving could be prepared quickly in a cup. This suited fast-paced urban life, offices, and travel. It also introduced consistency. Each bag contained a measured amount, reducing variation between cups. For many people, this reliability became part of the appeal. From a scientific perspective, a tea bag is a controlled infusion system. Tea brewing depends on the movement of water through leaves, dissolving compounds such as polyphenol, caffeine, amino acids, and aromatic molecules. The bag acts as a permeable boundary. It must allow water in and dissolved compounds out while retaining the solid plant material. The pore size, fiber composition, and structure of the bag influence extraction. Too tight, and flavor is limited. Too loose, and particles escape. Designing the material required understanding fluid flow and filtration at a small scale. There is also a thermal aspect. Hot water increases molecular motion, speeding the transfer of soluble compounds. A tea bag's thin structure allows rapid heat transfer to the leaves. The relatively small volume of leaves in each bag changes the dynamics compared to a full teapot. The result is often a quicker brew. This matched the growing preference for speed and simplicity in the 20th century. Economically, tea bags reshaped the tea trade. They encouraged the use of smaller leaf grades and fannings, which infuse quickly and suit bagged formats. This influenced processing and sorting practices in tea production. While whole leaf teas remained valued, the bag created a parallel market focused on efficiency. Packaging technology, branding, and distribution adapted around this format. Supermarkets could stock large quantities in compact boxes, and consumers could store them easily at home. Culturally, the tea bag shifted the image of tea from a slow ritual to an accessible daily drink. In some regions, this democratized tea consumption, making it easier for more people to prepare. In others, it sparked debate about quality and tradition. Yet the format persisted because it answered practical needs. Over time, it became normal for many households, while loose-leaf brewing continued alongside it. Environmental awareness later influenced tea bag design as well. Concerns about waste and synthetic fibers led manufacturers to explore biodegradable materials and simpler constructions. This shows how even an accidental invention continues to evolve in response to new priorities. The core idea, however, remains the same as in Sullivan's unexpected discovery. Leaves contained in a permeable pouch, meeting hot water directly. The story of the tea bag is quiet compared to dramatic scientific breakthroughs. There was no laboratory accident with sparks or explosions. Instead, there was a small decision about packaging, followed by customer behavior that revealed a new possibility. The invention emerged from observation and adaptation. A merchant noticed how people actually used his product and allowed that use to guide development. This pattern appears often in the history of everyday technologies. An object designed for one role finds a better one through real-world interaction. The tea bag did not change what tea is at a chemical level. It changed the interface between the drink and the drinker. It reduced steps, tools, and time. In doing so, it altered habits on a global scale. Today, billions of cups of tea are brewed each year using bags. The small pouch represents a blend of material science, consumer behavior, and historical chance. Its presence feels ordinary, yet it traces back to a shipment of silk sample bags in New York over a century ago. The path from sample packaging to global standard was gradual, shaped by feedback and refinement rather than a single dramatic moment. The tea bag stands as an example of how convenience can become tradition. What began as a misunderstanding became a method. What began as packaging became part of the ritual. The leaves still meet hot water, releasing their flavors as they always have. The difference lies in the thin boundary that holds them, a boundary born from accident and sustained by usefulness. Saran wrap. Saran wrap emerged from mid-20th century chemical research in an era when laboratories were exploring new polymers with unusual protective qualities. The material did not begin as a kitchen product or a household convenience. Its origins lie in industrial chemistry, where scientists were searching for coatings and materials that could resist moisture, chemicals, and environmental damage. The path from laboratory experiment to food wrap was gradual, shaped by observation and practical adaptation rather than a direct plan to change how people store food. The story often traces back to research connected with the Dow Chemical Company in the 1930s. A laboratory worker examining new chemical compounds encountered a substance that formed a thin, clear film with remarkable resistance to water and air. This material was related to polyvinylidene chloride, a polymer known for strong barrier properties. It did not easily allow gases or moisture to pass through. Such characteristics were valuable in industrial settings where corrosion and contamination were constant concerns. Early versions of the material were not immediately suited for consumer use. The film had an unpleasant odor and a greenish tint. It also felt stiff and was not especially user-friendly. At this stage, it was considered more for protective coatings than for wrapping. One application involved coating military equipment to shield it from moisture and salt, especially during World War II. Protecting metal parts from corrosion was a serious logistical matter, and materials that could block water and oxygen were strategically useful. Chemists continued refining the formulation. By adjusting plasticizers and processing methods, they improved flexibility, clarity, and smell. Removing the odor and color was essential for any future consumer application. A wrap intended for contact with everyday items needed to appear clean and neutral. These refinements required careful control of polymer structure and additives. Small chemical changes could alter how the film behaved, from brittleness to stretchiness. The key scientific feature of Saran-type films is their barrier performance. Many plastics are somewhat permeable to gases, meaning oxygen and moisture can slowly pass through. Polyvinylidene chloride has a molecular structure that creates a tighter barrier. Its chains pack in a way that reduces pathways for gas molecules. This makes it effective at slowing oxidation and moisture loss. For food, these factors directly influence freshness. Oxygen can promote spoilage, and moisture changes can degrade texture. As the material improved, its potential in food storage became clearer. A thin film that could cling to surfaces and limit air exposure offered practical benefits in kitchens. It allowed people to cover bowls, wrap leftovers, and protect ingredients. This aligned with changing domestic habits in the post-war period, when refrigeration was becoming common and people stored food for longer periods. A flexible wrap complemented the refrigerator by helping maintain quality. The commercial introduction of plastic food wrap in the mid-20th century fit into a broader trend of convenience-oriented products. Households were adopting packaged goods, modern appliances, and disposable items that simplified daily routines. A transparent film that sealed food without rigid containers matched this lifestyle shift. It also allowed visibility, so users could see what was stored without unwrapping it. From a material science perspective, cling behavior is important. Plastic wrap adheres lightly to surfaces and to itself due to a combination of surface forces and slight electrostatic effects. The film is thin and flexible, allowing it to conform to shapes. This creates a partial seal that reduces air exchange. It is not a perfect vacuum barrier, but it is effective enough for everyday storage. Achieving the right balance between cling and easy handling required tuning the formulation. Manufacturing such films involves extrusion processes, where molten polymer is formed into thin sheets. Controlling thickness is crucial. Too thick, and the wrap becomes stiff and wasteful. Too thin, and it tears easily. Engineers developed methods to produce consistent, very thin films at scale. This made the product affordable and widely available. Large rolls could be packaged for home use, with cutting edges on boxes for convenience. The name Saran itself became associated with this type of wrap, though over time different manufacturers used various plastics and formulations. As scientific and regulatory perspectives evolved, some companies shifted away from certain chlorine-containing polymers in food wrap. Alternative materials like polyethylene became common. These changes reflect how products adapt to new standards and consumer expectations while preserving the basic function of barrier and protection. Culturally, plastic wrap changed how people thought about leftovers and food preservation. Covering a dish quickly became a routine action. It reduced reliance on reusable lids and heavy containers for short-term storage. This small convenience influenced kitchen organization and meal planning. It also supported the practice of saving portions for later, which connects to reducing immediate food waste at the household level. The accidental aspect of Saran wrap's history lies in the initial discovery of the film's unusual barrier qualities during chemical research that was not focused on food. Scientists were exploring materials for industrial protection. Noticing that a thin film could block moisture and air so effectively opened possibilities beyond the original intent. The transition from industrial coating to kitchen staple required recognizing that the same property useful for protecting metal could protect food. There is a quiet continuity between these uses. In both cases, the goal is to slow interaction with the environment. For metal, it is corrosion. For food, it is spoilage. The polymer does not distinguish between them. It simply limits the movement of gases and moisture. Human needs define the application. This illustrates how material properties can serve different domains when viewed through practical needs. Over decades, plastic wrap became an ordinary object, rarely considered in terms of chemistry. Yet each sheet represents polymer science, process engineering, and product design. Its transparency and flexibility are outcomes of deliberate refinement. Its everyday presence can obscure the complexity behind it. The journey from a laboratory curiosity to a global household item followed a path of incremental improvement. Environmental considerations have added another layer to the story. Single-use plastics raise concerns about waste and persistence. This has led to discussions about responsible use, recycling challenges, and alternatives. While these issues belong to modern context, they show that even accidental inventions continue to interact with society's evolving priorities. Materials that solved one problem can create new questions later. Saran wrap's history is not defined by a single dramatic accident, but by noticing an unexpected property and pursuing it. A film that resisted moisture and air attracted attention for industrial reasons. Refinement made it suitable for daily life. The shift from laboratory material to consumer product reflects translation rather than sudden revelation. Careful development turned a protective coating into a flexible wrap. Today, the act of stretching a clear film over a bowl is simple and quiet. It is part of routine. Yet behind that routine is a chain of chemistry and observation. A polymer with strong barrier properties, once studied for protection, found a place in kitchens worldwide. The invention did not change what food is, but it changed how food is kept between moments of preparation and consumption. In the broader pattern of accidental innovations, Saran wrap shows how utility can migrate across contexts. A material discovered for one purpose can find a more familiar role elsewhere. The path depends on recognizing that a property valued in industry might also answer everyday needs. The thin, transparent film stands as a modest but influential example of how materials science enters daily life quietly, through objects that ask for little attention while performing a steady function. Vaseline, known scientifically as petroleum jelly, began its journey not in a pharmacy but in the rough environment of early oil fields. Its origin is tied to the growth of the petroleum industry in the 19th century, when drilling for oil was still a developing practice and many byproducts were poorly understood. Workers focused on extracting valuable fuels, and substances that appeared during drilling were often treated as nuisances. Among these was a thick, waxy residue that accumulated on drilling equipment. Oil workers noticed this sticky material collecting on the rods of pumps and drilling rigs. It was dark, semi-solid, and not obviously useful as a fuel. Because it interfered with machinery, it had to be scraped off regularly. Yet some workers observed a curious effect. They began applying the residue to minor cuts, burns, and skin irritations. In an era when medical access could be limited in remote oil fields, practical solutions were often improvised. Workers reported that the substance seemed to soothe skin and help protect wounds while they healed. One person who paid close attention to this behavior was Robert Chesebrew, a chemist. In the 1850s, he traveled to oil-producing regions in Pennsylvania to study petroleum and its derivatives. At the time, petroleum was becoming commercially important, and chemists were interested in refining it into useful products. Chesebrew learned about the waxy residue, sometimes called rod wax, from the workers. Instead of dismissing it as waste, he collected samples and brought them back to his laboratory for analysis. Chesebrew's approach was methodical. Crude petroleum contains a complex mixture of hydrocarbons, ranging from light volatile compounds to heavy waxes. The residue from drilling rods included heavier components that did not evaporate easily. Through a series of purification steps, such as distillation and filtration, Chesebrew worked to separate impurities and stabilize the substance. His goal was to create a consistent, refined material rather than a raw byproduct. The result was a semi-solid mixture of hydrocarbons with a smooth texture and stable properties. It was resistant to water, did not spoil easily, and formed a protective layer when applied to the skin. This layer could reduce moisture loss and shield minor wounds from external contaminants. While it was not a medicine in the pharmacological sense, it functioned as a protective ointment. Its usefulness came from physical properties rather than chemical reactivity. Chesebrew tested the material on himself, a practice not uncommon among researchers of that era. Demonstrations reportedly included applying it to small cuts or burns to show its protective effect. Whether every story surrounding these demonstrations is precise or partly shaped by later marketing, it is clear that Chesebrew believed in the product's value. He began promoting it as a healing aid and skin protectant. In 1870, he patented the purified substance and gave it a name: Vaseline. The word is often said to combine elements from German and Greek roots relating to water and oil, reflecting its oily yet smooth character. Naming helped position the product as a refined, reliable preparation rather than industrial residue. Packaging and branding played a significant role in its acceptance. Selling a petroleum-derived product for skin required trust, and a consistent identity helped build that trust. From a scientific viewpoint, petroleum jelly is an occlusive agent. It creates a barrier on the skin that slows the evaporation of water. Skin naturally loses moisture to the environment, and when this loss is reduced, the outer layer can remain more hydrated. This can support the skin's natural repair processes for minor damage. The barrier also provides a degree of protection against dirt and friction. These simple physical effects explain much of its perceived benefit. Vaseline's stability contributed to its success. Many organic substances can degrade, grow microbes, or develop odors over time. Properly refined petroleum jelly is chemically stable and has a long shelf life. It does not readily support bacterial growth because it contains no water and few reactive components. This made it practical for storage and transport, especially in a time before modern preservatives were common. As the product gained popularity, its uses expanded. People applied it to dry skin, chapped lips, and minor abrasions. It became a household item rather than a specialized remedy. Its versatility came from being gentle and inert for most users. Because it is largely non-reactive, it rarely causes chemical irritation when pure. This simplicity allowed it to fit many small roles in personal care. The broader impact of Vaseline connects to the idea of refining byproducts into useful goods. The petroleum industry produced many substances beyond fuels. Learning to purify and standardize them opened new markets. Petroleum jelly is one example of how waste or secondary materials can become valuable when their properties are understood. This reflects a pattern in industrial chemistry: observation, purification, and application. Culturally, Vaseline became associated with everyday care. It appeared in homes, medical kits, and travel bags. Its presence was quiet but persistent. Unlike specialized medicines, it did not promise dramatic cures. Instead, it offered simple protection and comfort. This modest role helped it endure across generations. Products that solve small, frequent problems often remain relevant. Over time, quality standards and regulations shaped how petroleum jelly is produced. Highly refined grades used for cosmetic and medical purposes must meet purity criteria. Removing potentially harmful impurities is essential. Modern refining techniques allow for controlled processing, ensuring consistency. This evolution shows how a product rooted in 19th-century industry adapted to modern expectations. The accidental dimension of Vaseline's story lies in the oil workers' informal use of rod wax on their skin. Their practical experimentation revealed a property that chemists later formalized. The workers were not conducting clinical trials. They were responding to daily needs. Chesebrew's contribution was recognizing potential in their observations and transforming a rough substance into a standardized product. There is a continuity between the oil field and the pharmacy shelf. The same hydrocarbon base runs through both contexts. What changes is the level of refinement, cleanliness, and presentation. The journey from residue to recognized product depended on chemistry and on communication. People needed to understand what it was and how to use it safely. Vaseline did not change the fundamentals of medicine, but it influenced personal care. It supported the idea that protecting skin and maintaining moisture could be beneficial. This aligns with modern dermatological understanding that the skin barrier plays a key role in health. Though simple, an occlusive layer can make a difference in certain conditions. The product's longevity suggests that its basic function remains relevant. In the history of accidental inventions, Vaseline represents a transformation of overlooked material into everyday utility. A substance scraped from machinery became a refined ointment. The change required curiosity and technical skill. It also required recognizing that value can hide in byproducts. Not every useful material appears in a clean or obvious form at first. Today, a small jar of petroleum jelly looks ordinary. It sits quietly among other personal care items. Yet its origin traces back to early oil rigs, where workers noticed something worth trying on a cut or burn. From that practical insight grew a product known worldwide. The story moves from field to laboratory to home, guided by the steady process of refinement and use. Vaseline's history shows how innovation can arise from paying attention to what people already do. Informal knowledge in a work environment became the seed for a commercial product. Science then clarified and stabilized it. The result is a substance valued not for complexity but for reliability. A simple barrier born from petroleum continues to serve a basic human need for protection and care. Nachos. Nachos began not in a laboratory or factory, but in a small restaurant near the U.S.-Mexico border, where a moment of improvisation quietly created one of the most recognizable snacks in the world. Their origin is tied to hospitality, resourcefulness, and the simple act of preparing food for unexpected guests. Unlike many inventions driven by research goals, nachos emerged from a practical need in a kitchen that had limited ingredients available at a particular moment. The widely accepted story takes place in 1943 in the Mexican border town of Piedras Negras, across from Eagle Pass, Texas. At that time, the region saw frequent cross-border movement, including American military families and shoppers visiting local establishments. One evening, a group of U.S. Army officers' wives arrived at the Victory Club restaurant after the main cook had already left for the day. The remaining staff faced a challenge: how to serve something satisfying without the full kitchen in operation. A maitre d' named Ignacio Anaya was present. Known by the nickname Nacho, a common short form of Ignacio in Spanish, he decided to prepare something using what was readily available. The kitchen still had tortillas, cheese, and pickled jalapeno peppers. These were basic ingredients, but they could be combined creatively. Anaya cut tortillas into pieces, fried or heated them to make them crisp, topped them with shredded cheese and jalapenos, and warmed the dish so the cheese softened. The result was simple yet appealing. The warm, crisp tortillas provided texture, the melted cheese added richness, and the jalapenos contributed a sharp, spicy note. When the guests asked what the dish was called, Anaya reportedly referred to it as Nachos Especials, meaning nacho specials. The name linked the food to its creator in a casual, natural way. Over time, the name shortened to simply nachos. From a culinary perspective, the dish worked because it balanced key sensory elements. Crispness, saltiness, fat, and heat are the accidental nature of nachos lies in their improvised creation. Ignacio Anaya was not attempting to invent a new global snack. He was solving an immediate problem, feeding guests with limited resources. The dish was born from what was on hand and from an understanding of how to combine ingredients quickly. Many culinary traditions include such moments, where necessity guides creativity. The timing also mattered. The 1940s were a period of cultural exchange along the border, and food ideas could move between communities. A dish that pleased visitors could be remembered and requested again. Repetition builds familiarity, and familiarity builds tradition. Over years, a spontaneous creation can become a standard offering. Nachos also illustrate how naming can influence memory. Associating the dish with nacho gave it a story. People often remember foods better when there is a human element behind them. The name carried a personal touch, even as the dish spread far beyond its place of origin. It connected a simple snack to an individual moment in a specific restaurant. Nutritionally, nachos are typically energy-dense, combining carbohydrates and fats. This contributes to their satisfying quality but also explains why they are often considered an indulgent food. Their role is usually social and occasional rather than dietary staple. This aligns with their origin as a treat for guests rather than a daily meal. Over decades, nachos became integrated into popular culture. They appear at sports events, parties, and casual restaurants. Despite many elaborate versions, the foundational idea remains recognizable. Tortilla chips and cheese still define the dish. The endurance of that simple formula shows how strong a basic concept can be when it appeals to taste and convenience. The story of nachos is calm and grounded. There was no scientific breakthrough or industrial process behind their birth. Instead, there was a person in a kitchen making do with available ingredients. This kind of invention highlights a different form of creativity, culinary intuition shaped by circumstance. It reminds us that innovation can occur in everyday settings, guided by practical judgment. From a historical viewpoint, nachos represent a small but clear example of cross-cultural food exchange. A Mexican restaurant serving American visitors created a dish that would later be embraced widely in the United States and beyond. Food often travels along paths of contact and trade, carrying elements of its origin while adapting to new contexts. Nachos followed this pattern quietly. The original plate prepared by Ignacio Anaya was likely modest in size and presentation. Yet its influence grew far beyond that evening. The dish did not rely on rare ingredients or complex techniques. Its strength was accessibility. Anyone with tortillas, cheese, and peppers could recreate it. This reproducibility helped it spread across kitchens and borders. In the broader landscape of accidental inventions, nachos show how a moment of hospitality can leave a lasting mark. A quick decision to combine a few ingredients led to a snack recognized worldwide. The process was not driven by experimentation for its own sake, but by the desire to serve guests well. Practical kindness and culinary sense worked together. Today, when people share a plate of nachos, they participate in a tradition that began with a simple solution in a border town restaurant. The layers of chips and cheese may look ordinary, but their origin reflects improvisation and attentiveness. A dish prepared to meet a need became a familiar comfort food. Its story moves quietly from one kitchen to many, carried by taste and memory rather than by formal invention. Dry cleaning. Dry cleaning, despite its name, is not truly dry. It is a method of cleaning textiles using liquids that are not water. Its origin lies in observation and accident rather than a planned search for a new cleaning system. The story begins in the 19th century, when clothing care was labor-intensive and water-based. Washing posed risks to certain fabrics. Delicate garments, wool, and structured pieces could shrink, distort, or lose color when soaked and scrubbed. People understood that water was not always a gentle partner for textiles, but alternatives were limited. One commonly told origin story centers on Jean-Baptiste Joly, a French dye-works owner in the mid-1800s. According to historical accounts, a servant in his household accidentally spilled a petroleum-based solvent, often described as kerosene or camphene, onto a dirty tablecloth. Instead of ruining the fabric, the liquid appeared to clean it. The stained areas looked lighter once the solvent evaporated. Joly noticed that greasy marks and dirt had been reduced rather than spread. This outcome contrasted with water, which can sometimes set certain stains or leave marks if not used carefully. Whether every detail of this story is exact or partly simplified over time, it reflects a real chemical principle. Many stains on clothing are oil-based or contain non-polar substances. Water, being a polar molecule, does not dissolve oils effectively. The familiar phrase "oil and water do not mix" describes this mismatch. Petroleum-based solvents, however, are nonpolar. They can dissolve oils, greases, waxes, and similar substances more readily. A spill of such a solvent could indeed loosen and carry away oily dirt. Joly reportedly began experimenting with cleaning fabrics using these solvents in a more controlled way. Instead of treating the event as a curiosity, he explored its repeatability. He developed a business that used petroleum solvents to clean garments without immersing them in water. This approach attracted clients who wanted to preserve the shape and quality of their clothing. Fine garments were expensive, and methods that extended their life were valuable. Early dry cleaning used solvents like gasoline, kerosene, benzene, and turpentine. These substances were effective at dissolving oils, but they came with serious risks. Many were highly flammable. Cleaning operations that used them faced the danger of fires and explosions, especially in enclosed spaces. As the industry grew, safety became a pressing concern. Operators had to manage storage, ventilation, and handling carefully. Accidents did occur, pushing the search for safer alternatives. The term dry cleaning emerged to distinguish this process from traditional washing. The word dry referred to the absence of water rather than the absence of liquid. Garments were still immersed and agitated in fluid, just not in water. The process relied on the solvent's ability to penetrate fibers and dissolve soils. After cleaning, the solvent was drained, filtered, and often reused. The clothes were then dried as the solvent evaporated. From a scientific standpoint, dry cleaning works through solubility and mechanical action. When a garment is placed in solvent, oils and greases on the fabric dissolve into the liquid. Gentle tumbling helps the solvent move through the textile, increasing contact with soiled areas. Detergent-like additives can be included to help suspend dirt particles. Filtration systems remove contaminants from the solvent so it can be recycled within the machine. This combination of chemistry and motion produces the cleaning effect. In the 20th century, the industry shifted toward less flammable solvents. One of the most significant was perchloroethylene, often called PERC. It is a chlorinated solvent that is non-flammable and effective at dissolving many stains. Its adoption reduced fire risk and allowed more standardized equipment. Machines could be designed as closed systems, where solvent was circulated, cleaned, and reused with limited exposure to the outside environment. This improved consistency and safety compared to earlier open handling. Dry cleaning also influenced garment design and labeling. As the method became common, manufacturers began indicating whether items should be dry cleaned. Some fabrics and constructions respond better to solvent cleaning than to water. Structured suits, garments with linings, and certain fibers maintain their form more reliably under dry cleaning. Care labels helped communicate this to consumers, linking textile science with daily practice. The accidental insight behind dry cleaning lies in noticing that a non-water liquid could remove stains effectively. The spilled solvent on a cloth revealed a mismatch between common assumptions and chemical reality. Water was not the universal cleaner people might imagine. Different types of dirt require different approaches. Recognizing this opened a path to a parallel cleaning tradition that still exists today. Over time, environmental and health considerations shaped the field. Some solvents raised concerns due to toxicity and environmental persistence. This led to tighter regulations, improved machine designs, and exploration of alternatives. Newer methods include hydrocarbon solvents with different properties, liquid carbon dioxide systems, and wet cleaning techniques that use carefully controlled water-based processes for delicate items. These developments show how an industry evolves as knowledge and priorities change. Despite technological shifts, the core idea remains consistent. Use a liquid suited to the chemistry of the stain and the sensitivity of the fabric. Dry cleaning establishments became part of urban life, offering specialized care beyond what most households could manage. They handled pressing, finishing, and stain treatment alongside solvent cleaning. The service model grew around the chemical process, creating a recognizable trade. Culturally, dry cleaning supported fashions that relied on tailored and delicate garments. Business suits, formal wear, and specialty fabrics could be maintained more easily. This, in turn, influenced how people dressed for work and events. When maintenance becomes feasible, certain styles become more practical. In this way, a cleaning method quietly interacts with clothing culture. The story of dry cleaning is steady rather than dramatic. A spill revealed a property. Experiments followed. Businesses formed around the insight. Technology improved safety and efficiency. Each step built on the previous one. There was no single moment when the modern system appeared fully formed. Instead, there was a gradual refinement of solvents, machines, and practices. In the landscape of accidental inventions, dry cleaning stands as an example of applied chemistry guided by observation. Someone noticed that a fabric looked cleaner after contact with a solvent. That observation challenged the assumption that water was always best. From there, practical methods developed. The invention did not change what dirt is, but it changed how people remove certain kinds of dirt from certain materials. Today, when a garment is tagged for dry cleaning, it reflects more than a care instruction. It reflects a historical path that began with an unexpected cleaning effect. The quiet interaction between solvent and stain, between fiber and liquid, carries forward a 19th century realization. A simple accident revealed that cleanliness could be approached in more than one way, and that different materials respond to different chemistries. Dry cleaning remains a reminder that solutions sometimes appear in ordinary mishaps. A spill that might have been dismissed as a problem instead became a clue. Following that clue led to a service and an industry that handle millions of garments. The process operates behind the scenes of daily life, preserving fabrics and forms. Its origin rests on a moment when someone noticed that a tablecloth looked better after a solvent touched it, and chose to understand why. Brownies. Brownies are now a familiar dessert, recognized for their dense texture, deep chocolate flavor, and compact form somewhere between a cake and a cookie. Their origin, however, is often linked to small kitchen missteps and practical decisions rather than a single, carefully planned invention. Like many foods that become traditions, brownies appear to have emerged from the everyday realities of baking, where measurement, timing, and ingredient balance quietly shape results. In the late 19th century, chocolate was already well established in desserts, but baking chocolate cakes typically required precise proportions of flour, fat, sugar, eggs, and leavening agents such as baking powder. Leavening creates gas bubbles in batter, allowing cakes to rise and develop a light, airy crumb. When leavening is reduced or omitted, the structure changes. The batter sets more densely, producing a compact texture. This simple chemical fact underlies many stories about how brownies began. One popular explanation is that a baker accidentally left out baking powder while preparing a chocolate cake. Without enough leavening, the cake would not rise as expected. Instead of becoming tall and fluffy, it would remain low and dense. Rather than discarding the result, the baker might slice and serve it. The outcome would be rich, moist, and intensely flavored. Whether this exact moment happened in a single kitchen or in several places independently is difficult to verify, but the scenario is consistent with baking science. Another historically cited origin involves the Palmer House Hotel in Chicago in the 1890s. A dessert was reportedly created for an event requiring a compact, portable treat that could fit into boxed lunches. The requested dessert needed to be smaller than a slice of cake but more substantial than a cookie. A chocolate confection with a dense crumb and a glaze met those needs. While recipes and details evolved, this account shows that the brownie's form suited practical constraints. A dessert that travels well and holds together has clear advantages. From a food science perspective, brownies occupy an interesting space. Their texture depends heavily on the ratio of fat, sugar, flour, and eggs. Higher fat and sugar content relative to flour encourages a fudgy consistency. Sugar attracts and holds moisture, while fat contributes to tenderness and richness. Eggs provide structure through proteins that coagulate when heated. With limited leavening, there are fewer air pockets, so the interior remains tight and moist. Small changes in ratios can shift a brownie from cakey to fudgy. Chocolate itself plays multiple roles. Cocoa solids provide flavor and color, while cocoa butter contributes fat. Melted chocolate can change how batter behaves compared to cocoa powder alone. When chocolate melts and then sets during cooling, it helps create the characteristic dense bite. The balance between melted chocolate and dry ingredients influences whether the final product feels smooth, chewy, or crumbly. The name brownie likely comes from the dessert's color. The term was used in American cookbooks by the early 20th century. Recipes began to circulate in print, helping standardize the idea. Once a recipe appears in a cookbook, it can be repeated with some consistency, turning a local creation into a shared one. Printed recipes also reduce reliance on memory, allowing more people to reproduce similar results. Brownies fit well into changing domestic life of the 20th century. They are baked in a single pan, cut into portions, and served without elaborate assembly. This efficiency suits home kitchens. They also keep reasonably well for several days, making them practical for families and gatherings. As packaged cocoa and chocolate became more widely available, ingredients were easier to obtain. Accessibility supports popularity. Culturally, brownies became associated with comfort and informality. They appear at school events, family meals, and community gatherings. Their simplicity invites variation. Nuts, frostings, or flavor additions can be included. Yet the core identity remains a square or rectangle of dense chocolate dessert. Even when decorated, the underlying structure is familiar. This stability helps a food remain recognizable across regions. The accidental aspect of brownies connects to the idea that not all successful foods begin as perfect outcomes. Baking is sensitive to measurement. Too little flour, too much fat, or missing leavening can change a cake significantly. In many kitchens, such results might be seen as mistakes. But when the taste is appealing, a mistake can become a new category. The line between error and innovation is sometimes defined by whether people enjoy the result. Heat control also matters. Baking involves complex transformations. Starches gelatinize, proteins set, sugars dissolve and sometimes caramelize. The Maillard reaction, a chemical process between amino acids and sugars, contributes to the brown surface and rich flavor. Brownies often have a thin, slightly glossy crust on top, formed by dissolved sugar and egg proteins interacting at the surface. Beneath that crust lies the softer interior. This contrast adds to their appeal. Over time, commercial mixes simplified preparation further. Pre-measured dry ingredients allowed consistent results with minimal effort. This did not change the fundamental nature of brownies but broadened their reach. People with limited baking experience could produce a familiar dessert. Convenience products often reinforce the popularity of foods that are already liked. Historically, it is difficult to assign brownies to a single inventor. Multiple kitchens may have arrived at similar results through small variations. Recipes evolve through sharing and adaptation. What matters is that the dessert form proved satisfying and repeatable. Once people recognized its appeal, they intentionally recreated it. At that point, it shifted from accident to tradition. Brownies also illustrate how texture influences perception. A dense, moist bite can feel indulgent even in a small portion. Because brownies are rich, they are often served in modest sizes. This makes them suitable for sharing. Foods designed for portioning often become social desserts. They can be arranged on trays and distributed easily. This practicality supports their presence at gatherings. The story of brownies is calm and domestic. There are no laboratories or industrial discoveries here, only kitchens, ovens, and measured ingredients. Yet the principles at work are still chemical and physical. Leavening gases, protein networks, sugar concentration, and heat transfer all shape the result. Understanding these processes explains why a missing or reduced ingredient can create a new texture. In the broader theme of accidental inventions, brownies represent how everyday experimentation leads to lasting foods. A cake that did not rise properly could have been a disappointment. Instead, it revealed a different pleasure. The dense chocolate square did not try to imitate a cake. It became its own category. Naming and repeating it solidified its place. Today, brownies are baked in homes and bakeries around the world. Their appearance is simple and their preparation is straightforward, yet their flavor is deeply satisfying. Behind that simplicity lies a history of small variations and practical adjustments. A dessert shaped by what might once have been an error now stands as a classic. The quiet lesson in the brownie's origin is that outcomes in cooking are not always fixed. When people pay attention to what works, even unexpected results can be kept and refined. A low, dense chocolate bake once seen as imperfect found appreciation. Over time, it earned its own identity. The brownie remains a reminder that in the kitchen, as in other areas of life, careful observation can turn a minor mistake into a lasting pleasure. Ending. Thank you for spending this time with these stories of accidental invention. If you enjoyed this journey, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps the project grow. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments and tell which story stayed with you the most. You can also share this video with friends who enjoy science and history. Your curiosity and engagement keep these stories alive.